Welcome. This video is documenting the prediction that famous singer-songwriter Paul Simon of Simon and Garfunkel will slip and fall and severely injure his head on December 19th, 2025. The post date on the social media platform that you are watching this video on proves that this prediction is being made ahead of time, as does this time-stamped email and forensic notes PDF document. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. All right, welcome to this very profound video with a ton of information. And there's so much to talk about. There's many different things to talk about, as usual. This is the way it works. Although I have titled this email something, it's always the case that the titles aren't anything more than simply a way to identify the email thread. Because the way God's big picture of signs works is it's an interconnected web. And none of the prophetic signs can be properly or fully understood without their context and connections to the other prophetic signs. This is something that the majority of quote-unquote watchers or those that are interested in prophetic signs do not appreciate fully. And the reason why God connects the signs is this enables him to tell these more elaborate stories, and through them convey extremely important information and knowledge that everyone needs to know. So, anyway, what I'll be talking about as a theme, I guess if you will, to center this video, is the signs that occurred on November 26th and 27th and 28th. The dates, this was pointed to ahead of time. We recognized long ahead of time that God was overwhelmingly pointing to Thanksgiving. And on Thanksgiving Day was the day that one of the two National Guard that were shot in Washington, D.C. died. It was two that were shot by the man from the, quote, 03 unit, unquote, in Afghanistan. So there were these Afghani units during the war in Afghanistan that were cooperating with the U.S. military, and they had names. They were named after, they were given these names numbered after, they were given numbers for names. This man was from 03 unit. Okay? In other words, 3 capital U-N-I-T. 03 unit. Okay? It was 2 shot by the 03 unit member, which hinted at 23. This very, very important number that identifies the Antichrist, the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Also, the mark of the Antichrist alters a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes. Anyway, the 2 shot by 03 unit member is 23 days before it is predicted that Paul Simon will slip and fall and injure his head on December 19th. Okay, and it's all relevant because, well, for one, Paul Simon's head injury will point to how people's brains and heads will be injured or have been injured from taking the mark of the Antichrist. All right, and there's lots more to say about that. That's just the introduction here. That's enough for an introduction for now. As we can see, this email was composed on November 26th, long in advance of December 19th. And furthermore, what I'm about to explain, at least in this email here, was recognized immediately as being prophetic. So let's get into it. So November 26th, 2025 is 41 months before April 26th, 2029, when it is predicted that Pope Francis will be resurrected at the Vatican. The symbol for the Vatican is keys, right? Because of their perverted, convoluted, not convoluted, but twisted, deceitful, insidious misinterpretation, purposeful misinterpretation of Matthew 16:18 regarding Jesus' statement about giving Peter and the disciples the keys to heaven. In this passage, Jesus asked the disciples, "Who do they think that he is?" And Peter was the first to exclaim out loud that he is the Christ. Jesus responded to Simon and said that his name is Peter, which is Petros in Greek. And then he said, "On this rock, Petra, I will build my church." They are two different words. There's the masculine and the feminine word for rock being used, and each of these words have different meanings in Greek. Petros means a rock or a stone. Petra means bedrock. And it is bedrock that is on which structures are built, as in the metaphorical church. Jesus was not saying that he was going to build his church on Peter. That's blasphemy, and it's an obvious, purposeful misinterpretation of Matthew 16:18. But the reason why Catholics do this in their never-ending propaganda is to support their entire religion. In other words, the entire Catholic religion hinges on this one verse, because Catholics claim that popes have the authority to develop and create doctrine on top of the Bible. That's Catholicism, right? Catholicism is the Bible plus Catholic tradition and Pope decrees, etc. And they claim to have the authority to do that through this claim that popes are descended from Peter, and that Jesus said he would build his church on Peter. But Jesus didn't say that. Furthermore, right after he said that about building his church on the Petra, the rock of truth that Peter had just said, which is that he is the Christ, that's what Jesus meant when he said he would build his church on the rock. The truth that Peter had just said, being the first to say this truth out loud. But right after this, Jesus told Peter that he was Satan and to get behind him. In that same chapter, in the same context, right? Peter said that he would not allow Jesus to be martyred, to be crucified, to die the martyr's death. And then Jesus told Peter, "Get behind me, Satan." So why would Jesus say he was going to build his church on Peter and then immediately after call him Satan? Obviously, there's another interpretation for the keys being given to the disciples other than the authority of who gets to go to heaven and hell being given to supposed descendants of Peter. Furthermore, Peter was never in Rome. And in the letter that Peter wrote in the Bible, Peter called Rome Babylon. Why did he call, cryptically, why did he call Rome Babylon? Babylon was then known and still is known as the origin or home of pagan religion. And that's exactly what Roman Catholicism is. It's pagan religion wrapped in a wrapper to make it appear like Christianity. Because when Rome converted to Christianity, it didn't do away with its ancient pagan traditions and religion. It just repackaged it. Similarly, when it went around the world and converted other peoples to Catholicism, it encouraged them to keep their traditions and repackage them to make it look like Christianity, which is why you get these strange Catholic traditions, supposed Catholic traditions, among different various communities around the world. Because it's all pagan religion. Babylon. Anyway, at one point there were 4 popes. So if the pope is the supposed descendant of Peter, well, what happened? Where did the lineage go when there was 4 of them? Just for example. I mean, it just goes on and on how easily this can be dismantled, the Catholic religion. But the whole religion is dependent on this one passage. And when you disprove this passage through the correct Greek translation of Petra versus Petros and common sense that Jesus would not say he would build his church on a man inherently corrupt, which is why the number of the Antichrist is 666, because man was created on the 6th day, and man gets more corrupt over time, which is why the Catholic religion has become more corrupt over time. So why would Jesus do that? No, he was saying he would build his church on the Petra, the bedrock of the church, the truth that Peter had just stated. Okay, so enough of that. Now, let me say one more thing, though, before the Catholics get all offended here. I am not saying that God hates Catholics and that Catholics won't make it to heaven. But if they do, it'll be in spite of their Catholicism and not because of it. Okay? Now, and God absolutely hates Roman Catholicism, because the thing that God hates the most in the Bible, if you know the Bible, which most Catholics don't, I mean at all, I mean, they never read the Bible. Most Catholics never, ever read the Bible, right? And those that do, well, whatever. Anyway, we know from God's relationship with the Jews that the thing that God hates the most is mixing the true religion with the pagan religion of the neighbors of the Israelites. And God was constantly chastising them for this, and then ultimately exiled them to Babylon for this. And that's exactly what Roman Catholicism is. It's a mixture of Christianity, the true religion, the Bible, plus pagan religion and Catholic doctrine, etc. So God absolutely hates this. And furthermore, the propaganda that at one point in history it was all Roman Catholicism is a lie. There was always true Christians, and furthermore, they were consistently throughout the centuries persecuted by Catholics. All right? I mean, murdered, killed. Catholics murdered true Christians throughout the centuries, which is why, incidentally, Bible prophecy says in the book of Revelation that Mystery Babylon has been is drunk on the blood of the martyrs. And it all comes full circle in the end, because the Antichrist is Pope Francis, who will be resurrected in April of 2029. And again, as in the beginning, Rome and Catholics and Catholicism will persecute and murder and kill true Christians in the last days. Which is why, for example, in the book of Revelation, God says to this church, represented by the church of Thyatira, "Come out of her, my people." Well, he doesn't say that in the letter to the church of Thyatira, but that is the church that represents the Catholic Church, because the 7 churches in the 7 letters to the churches represent the different stages of church history. And anyway, the message to the church of Thyatira was about Jezebel, and Jezebel was known for corrupting the Israelites with pagan religion, which is exactly Roman Catholicism. All right, and so, and God said, Jesus said in that letter that he was going to throw this church into tribulation. So in other words, the reason why the Antichrist is the Pope is for very good reason, and primarily that is to test the faith of the quote-unquote Christians that call themselves Catholics. Many will leave the church during these last days. And a message to the so-called conservative Catholics that wish to retain their Catholicism but not the current Pope or whatever. That's not the point. The point is for you to recognize the truth about Catholicism through the Pope being so bad. It's not to like get a new Pope. That's not the point. You're missing the point. Conservative Catholics, you're missing the point. The reason why the Pope is the Antichrist, and if you don't know that, if you just think of him, or whatever you want to think of him, the reason why he's a bad Pope is not because you need to get back to the good days of the good popes. It's because all popes have been lowercase a antichrists throughout all of history. The office of the papacy is blasphemy. He is not the representative of Christ on earth. None of them were. All right. Now, I got way off track there, but that's what we do from time to time on this channel. And the reason why we do that from time to time is because that's really the overarching purpose of all of the predictions here on this channel. It is to prove the controversial things that I am saying. And make no mistake, I know far better than anyone in you the reason why and the purpose for this prediction that is from God. And it is to prove what I have just said. Everything that I have just said. Make no mistake. And to not appreciate that is to not appreciate the purpose of this prediction. And this video and video channel, you are wasting your time. You might as well turn off the video now. Okay, the purpose of the prediction is to prove what I have just said regarding Catholicism and Pope Francis. That's the purpose of the prediction of the fall and injury of Paul Simon's head. This is the purpose for prophecy. God uses prophecy to prove the matter. 1/3 of the Bible is prophecy for the purpose of proving the matter. Proving it is the inspired word of God. There's a purpose to this. It isn't for you to go, oh, neat, cool. You were able to know that Paul Simon would slip and fall and injure his head ahead of time. That's kind of cool. That is not the purpose of this prediction. The purpose of this prediction, I know, and it is to prove what I have just said. And it isn't up for debate. The debate between Protestants and Catholics is finished when this prediction comes to pass. Please understand that. Now, it is predicted that Pope Francis will be resurrected exactly 41 months after these prophetic signs that occurred on November 26th. But 41, again, hints at the Vatican because the word key is equal to 41 in simple English gematria. A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. And keys symbolize the Vatican. So from this date that we are predicting Pope Francis will be resurrected at the Vatican, we have this 41 months connection, which hints at the Vatican. Now, the two National Guardsmen were members of the 5 times 7th, or from the 5 times 7th state. The Vatican, the Pope, the Antichrist, will enforce and promote and lead the way for the mark of the Antichrist, and did, past tense, during the CVD diseased days. One of the leaders of the COVIDian movement was the Pope. And anyway, 57, which is what is hinted at with 5 times 7th state, is equal to VACCINE in simple English gematria. And so that confirms the 41 months also. And by the way, this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. All right. November 26th, 2025, 2 National Guardsmen in Washington is the day before the first American Pope begins his first international trip to 2 nations. So on the 26th, the 2 guards were shot by the man from 03 unit, which hinted at 23 days to get us to December 19th and the predicted fall of Paul Simon. By the way, Paul Simon was born in 41, the year 41, and he uses musical keys when he composes music, and he is known as the GOAT, greatest of all time of music composition, and that also hints at the GOAT Antichrist. But The following day, on the 27th, Thanksgiving, the first, and God uses firsts in general for prophetic signs, the first American Pope, which also hints at, by the way, the first black American president, both of whom are from Chicago, which I'm sure I'll get into later in this email thread, the parallels. But anyway, 2 National Guards were shot, and then the next day, the first pope, the first American pope, began his trip to 2 nations. And as I'll talk about in a second, he was given the bat of a former Chicago White Sox baseball player who wore jersey number 2. So he's given the bat on the plane on the way to his first international trip, the first American pope. God uses firsts. It was to 2 nations, and he was given the bat from player number 2. He's from Chicago, and the bat was used by the player from Chicago. So anyway, 2 and 2 hints at the 22 days from Thanksgiving Day, this day, to the date it is predicted that Paul Simon will slip and fall and injure his head. Incidentally, Paul Simon is known for being an avid baseball fan. Now, the first of the 2 nations being Turkey. And so he will be in Turkey on Turkey Day in America. Another way for God to tie it back to America and confirm it's prophetic, because he went to Turkey on Turkey Day, on Thanksgiving, the first American pope, this uniquely American holiday, this very special holiday that is uniquely American, Thanksgiving, which is all about giving thanks to God. And furthermore, is rooted or is originated in the spiritual founding of America with the Mayflower and the Plymouth Colony. And Paul Simon sang about the Mayflower in his song, American Tune, one of his hits. Now, Pope Leo is going to Turkey to celebrate the 1700th anniversary of the Nicene Creed. The National Guardsmen were shot on 17th Street. It was on the corner of I Street and 17th Street, which hints at 117 AD, the year of maximum expansion of the Roman Empire. In other words, this number symbolizes Rome. The eclipse over Cairo, Illinois, peaked over St. Louis at 1:17 p.m. Okay, it's just another confirmation, because this 117 number is prophetic because it symbolizes divide. The phrase, let it divide, in the first chapter of the Bible is equal to 117 in Hebrew gematria. The phrase, let it divide, in Hebrew. And so the middle dividing chapter of the Bible is Psalms 117. And the dividing year of the expansion and contraction of the Roman Empire is 117 AD. And so you get the idea. Now, this eclipse divided America, and it peaked over the middle of America. It went from coast to coast. It was the first eclipse to only touch America since 1776, the year America was born. So it really did symbolize America, and it divided America, and it peaked at 1:17 p.m. over St. Louis, the major city that it went over. The Pope will deliver speeches in English and French instead of Italian, which is a break from tradition, which makes it newsworthy. St. Louis is French. Okay, its origin is in the French Louisiana Territory, etc. And it was an outpost from the original French fur traders, etc. So St. Louis is French. Now, the eclipse occurred exactly this one on August 21st, 2017, the Great American Eclipse. It occurred exactly the 88th superprime number of days. I forget how many days that is, but it's the 84th superprime number of days before this 11/26 date in 2025. So Obama is equal to 84 in Hebrew gematria, and he was born on the date 8/4. The National Guardsmen were shot in the 202 area code exactly 202 months after the Obama eclipse on January 26th, 2009. Now, what do I mean by the Obama eclipse? That eclipse occurred right after his inauguration and only went over Indonesia, the country that the 44th president grew up in for 4 years. And there's more reasons why Indonesia is prophetic. It furthermore hints at Suharto, the dictator responsible for a genocide, just like how Obama will preside over a genocide in America when he becomes the president again. Now, the eclipse, the Obama eclipse, I'm coining this, the Obama eclipse, because it also went over Jakarta, which is where he grew up for 4 years, the 44th president. It didn't only just go over Indonesia, it went directly over Jakarta, the path of totality. So it is the Obama eclipse. Furthermore, it happened right after he became the president. So the Obama eclipse was 2 + 2 + 2 days after the 44th president's inauguration. The path of totality only passed over the nation of Indonesia and the city of Jakarta, where the 44th president grew up for 4 years. On November 26th, 2025, it was reported that Jakarta is now classified by the UN as the world's largest city with 42 million people. And that cements everything. That completely confirms everything. It confirms that the eclipse that I'm saying is the Obama eclipse is in fact the Obama eclipse because of it going over Jakarta. Because the Guard were shot near the White House in the area code 202, exactly 202 months after the Obama eclipse. But the Obama eclipse went over Jakarta, and then 202 months later, and by the way, he was inaugurated in the area code 202, 2 + 2 + 2 days earlier. But then 202 months later was the shooting outside the White House. And on the same day, the UN, which the Antichrist Obama will lead, reported that Jakarta was now the world's largest city. But that's confirmed as being prophetic because it's reported as being 42 million, making it now the largest city. 42 is extremely prophetic and symbolizes the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. So it's not just any number, too. It's 42 million. The number was raised from whatever it was before to make it the world's largest city, and God uses extremes and records, etc., for signs, to make it 42 million by a different way of classifying what makes up a city. Okay, and so that just confirms everything. The Jakarta news connecting to the Jakarta eclipse. Now, and by the way, again, it was 2 National Guard in the area code 202. And the Obama eclipse was 2 + 2 + 2 days, etc. So, on November 26, 2025, 2 National Guardsmen fell. This is 2 days before the predicted news of Paul Simon's fall. Okay, so this was written before November 28th. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, it was written on the 26th, immediately after this occurred. That was before it was recognized. Well, it turned out that, like I'm saying, the 26th, the 27th, Thanksgiving and Black Friday, ended up being steps in the trail of signs leading to Paul Simon's slip and fall, which is now predicted to be December 19th. But we received on these dates, the clear and relevant signs that confirmed all of the analysis, 100%. In other words, this is not incorrect. It is 100% correct. The analysis that Paul Simon would slip and fall on November 27th and the news of it being on the 28th is 100% correct, and the signs that occurred on the date that are clear and relevant prove this. But if you don't believe that, fair enough, but when the prediction for Paul Simon happens on the 19th, 22 days and 23 days after the 2 were shot by the 03 unit guy, it'll prove everything. It'll prove that all of the analysis for the 27th and 28th of November is 100% correct. That's the purpose of the prediction. And so everything I am saying regarding the signs that point to the 27th and 28th is 100% correct. I hope you appreciate that. It is therefore extremely vital, imperative that you listen to this information and why and how God pointed to the 27th and 28th ahead of time. He did this. It will be proven to be true that he did do this, and there is therefore a reason for it. And again, the reason is not for you to go cool and neat. It is for you to learn the extremely important information and knowledge that God conveyed through these stories, through the connections of the signs that connected to the 27th and 28th. Therefore, when the prediction comes to pass on the 19th of December, the wise person will recognize that they need to watch every minute of every video on this channel. On November 26, 2025, 2 National Guardsmen were shot in Washington, exactly the 15th prime number of weeks, which is 47 weeks, after January 1st, 2025, when 2 lightning strikes struck 2 iconic locations in Washington. Okay? So the guardsmen were struck by bullets. There were 2 of them. This connected with an exact number of weeks, which I'll explain to be profound in a second, to the 2 lightning strikes that struck the 2 iconic locations in Washington on New Year's morning, in the night, but before sunrise, but at night, not New Year's Eve, but New Year's morning, after 12 a.m. All right? I'm pretty sure it was. But it wouldn't even matter if it was in the New Year's Eve or New Year's morning. It doesn't matter. But it still gets us to, it still connects with this 1/1 date, which is prophetic, because that was the day also of the 15 deaths in the attack using the Ford Lightning truck. The model of the truck was the Ford Lightning truck, used in New Orleans by the terrorist to kill the pedestrians on Bourbon Street. 15 people died. It was exactly the 15th prime number of weeks before the 2 guardsmen were shot in Washington. Okay? Again, it was the 2 iconic locations in Washington on the day that the Ford Lightning truck was used to strike people, and it was 2 lightning strikes that struck the 2 iconic locations, the Washington Monument and the Capitol building. Now, the Ford Lightning truck strike in the 6 + 6 + 6th state, 666 being the number of the Antichrist, was on a Wednesday morning at 3 a.m. Paul Simon and Garfunkel's first album was named Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. This was a Paul Simon sign. Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. because the Ford Lightning truck attack was on a Wednesday morning at 3 a.m. There's many more reasons for knowing that this, in fact, was a Paul Simon sign. It's not just a coincidence. It was intended by God. Wednesday morning at 3 a.m. pointed to Paul Simon. This is how important Paul Simon is in general in God's signs. Okay? This beginning of the final 7 years, this was the symbolic beginning of the final 7 years. Those that are looking for a precise 2,520 beginning those interested in prophecy that are looking for a specific event to occur 2,520 days before the return of the Lord can now stop doing that. It is only symbolic, as is also the 1,260 days, and 1,290 days, and 1,335 days. All of these numbers of days are only symbolic. The times and a half times is not a riddle to reveal 1,260 days. It's the other way around. The 2,060 days is symbolic of the times and a half time. And that's because the times and a half time is in itself symbolic of tribulation, which typically for a people or an individual is, doubled, and then the pressure is eased off in a half. So times and a half time. Anyway, God's also confirmed that through his signs. Through, for example, the tribulation that the Ernest Shackleton crew went through in the Arctic. They had a times and a half time. The period on the ice floe, getting to Elephant Island, and then to South Georgia Island being the times, that was extremely, and each time the crew halved. Some waited on Elephant Island, half the crew went to South Georgia, and then once they got to South Georgia, half of that crew had to cross over the island to the other side to get to the whaling station, which wasn't nearly as dangerous as crossing the open most chaotic ocean in the world, the South Atlantic Ocean. Anyway, just, I'm going off track big time there. But anyway, yeah, so the reason for doing that, though, is quite important because you need to know that the signs here on the 1st of January of 2025 were the symbolic beginning. It was a symbolic beginning because there are many, many of them of the final 7 years, okay? Meaning the Lord will return at the end of 2031, 7 years later, which is why, incidentally, in the attack, 7 plus 7 people were killed. And then later in the day, there was the explosion of the Tesla Cybertruck, Tesla being also symbolic of lightning, because Tesla was known for his lightning experiments. It exploded in front of the Trumpet Hotel in Las Vegas, the 6 times 6th state, parallel with the 6 plus 6 plus 6th state. And in that explosion, 7 people were injured. So you had a 7 plus 7 and a 7, which parallels the story in the book of Joshua in the symbolic 3 sets of 7, taking of the promised land before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment, and on and on. It was the symbolic beginning of the final 7 years, or one of the symbolic beginnings, okay? And I've just now proved it. And make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction from God, and it is to prove the controversial things that I am saying, because when the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove that this is God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel. It'll prove that God's big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel, is true when the prediction comes to pass. And therefore, it'll prove all of the things that God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is only being explained on this channel, that prove the controversial things that I'm saying will be true. In other words, God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections proves these controversial things, and the big picture of signs, patterns, and connections will be proven to be true when the prediction comes to pass. And that is the purpose of the prediction, is to prove the controversial things. Case closed, end of debate, no more discussion at all. Those that are still looking for the beginning of the 2,520 days or the 1,260 days, now you can know that you can no longer do that. You are wasting your time. Do something more productive, right? Because I've just proven it to you. Okay, and you don't even really know what you're looking for anyway. Let's be honest. The people that are looking for these supposed beginnings of some things, they're not really sure what they're looking for anyway. It's only symbolism. It's very important to appreciate that it is only symbolism. Too many people take the book of Revelation too literally. At the recommendation of Chuck Missler. Chuck Missler was not as insightful as many people think. A lot of what he talked about wasn't discovered by him. He was just repeating. He was like, if you will, a pioneer for gathering information in the beginning of the internet age, the information age. So he didn't really have he was great, don't get me wrong. I love Chuck Missler just as much as anyone. But he was so wrong about so many things, all right? Including him saying, for example, the more I study the book of Revelation, the more I want to take it literally. Well, no, the opposite is true. The more you study and appreciate the book of Revelation, the more you appreciate it for its symbolism and allegory and metaphors and parallels with the other prophecies in the Old Testament, etc. It's the opposite of what Chuck Missler would say. So stop looking for a literal number of day counts here to begin the supposed age of the Antichrist or something. Furthermore, the reason why the 7 plus 7 deaths is because we've actually had a 7 plus 7 years countdown. Because there were so many symbolic beginnings to a 7-year period at the end of 2017 and the beginning of 2018. It was actually quite surprising to learn that 2024 was not the year of the Lord's return, and that it was only a parallel with the 7 plus 7 years in the Pharaoh's dream that Joseph interpreted. In other words, we've had actually a 7 plus 7 years countdown going back to the end of 2017. Which takes us to 2031, All right, and that's confirmed also with the 7+7 deaths in the attack on New Year's Day with the Simon and Garfunkel sign at Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. That's the reason why 7+7 deaths. It isn't only to confirm 7 years, but it also confirms the prior 7 years leading to that. Because believe me, it was so clear that God was communicating the end of 2024 for so long. And it was all true. It was all 100% correct. It was not incorrect to interpret God pointing to the Lord's return in 2024. He needed to do this to develop further his big picture of signs. He needed to extend this period of signs for more than just a couple of years. We've had the outpouring of signs since the end of 2017, and it's been exponentially increasing since then. These days, it's on a daily basis that there's multiple prophetic signs, and it's just a battle to keep up with it, let alone document it into videos. But back in the early 2018 and late 2017 days, you might get, a few signs per month kind of thing. But really important ones anyway. So that's why the 7+7 deaths in the attack in the 6+6+6 state on New Year's Day. It's for the 7+7 years parallel with the 7+7 years that symbolize the end times in Pharaoh's dream, interpreted by Joseph. Okay? All right, as I was saying, there were a total of 15 deaths. The 7+7 that were killed by the attacker in the Ford Lightning truck. And then he died also, making a total of 15 deaths. He killed 7+7, but there was a total of 15 deaths. And this 15 deaths, as I said, is exactly the 15th prime number of weeks before the 2 guardsmen were shot in Washington. And again, that's relevant because of the 2 lightning strikes in Washington on the 2 iconic locations on the day of the attack by the Ford Lightning truck. Now, this is relevant to Paul Simon also because his most recent album, 7 Psalms, is Simon's 15th solo album. So we get this symbolic first album with Simon and Garfunkel connecting also to Simon's last album, for which Simon says he received a dream in which a voice, a very vivid dream with a voice that instructed him to make the album and to name it 7 Psalms. In other words, it was a prophetic dream from God. And so that's why it's, 7 Psalms. So we're talking about this connection to Paul Simon. And he is now, he just finished this year touring, promoting his new album. Okay, and on and on. So now, the Obama eclipse passed over the nation of Indonesia. The Great American Eclipse, and only Indonesia, the Great American Eclipse was the first, in 2017, was the first eclipse to only pass over America since an eclipse in 1776, the year America was founded. So some people ask me, why are you always, so focused on prophetic signs in America? And the answer to that question is because God is. The signs don't relate. They aren't about other nations. Yes, there is the odd sign here and there, but I can't think of a single instance in which, in some way, that sign does not relate back to America. Or Israel. I need to state the obvious. So yes, there's 2 nations that God is focused on. America is an Israel. It is a chosen nation, just like Israel. God left Israel when they rejected Jesus. And then the gospel was spread around the world. And God set apart the island of Great Britain to develop a specific or particular unique civilization and culture and language conducive for God's plan to spread the gospel around the world. The Great Britain's culture, which was separated from the rest of Europe. The rest of Europe could never have achieved what Great Britain and America have achieved. And Great Britain birthed America. And anyway, these were, the English-speaking nations were primarily the nations that spread the gospel around the world in the 19th and 20th centuries, after the gospel had been spread around the Roman Empire and Europe. So, which is why, in the first place, Rome existed at the time of Jesus and had already established its roads between its cities so that the disciples could easily travel to the other cities which had Jewish congregations in them that Paul would approach first and spread the gospel across the Roman Empire, Western Europe, and then, anyway, you get the idea. It's all part of the big plan. But the point is that America is God's Gentile nation, his nation that he has set apart, which is what the word holy means in Hebrew, set apart. The UK was set apart, as was America, for God's special purposes. Now, these two nations, including their offspring, the other Anglo-speaking nations, the nation of Canada and Australia, were God's blessed nations, and a judgment is commensurate with the amount of blessings and light the individual or nation received. And now God is primarily focused on judgment and destruction of these nations in particular. The judgment is coming for the entire world, but not like it is coming for the English-speaking countries. And then second under that would be Western European countries. And then under that would be the nominal Christian countries, the so-called Christian Catholic countries, etc. So anyway, so God is focused on America. It's all about America. America is God's Gentile nation, the times of the Gentiles, as the Bible puts it. And so we have this bookend, if you will, and I use that word because of Paul Simon and the album Bookends, because Simon's death will be the bookend to the warning of judgment for America on 9/11, and that's why Paul Simon opened the first broadcast of Saturday Night Live in Manhattan after 9/11. Anyway, so the eclipses here are like the bookends. And coincidentally, I just got speaking about how the symbolic 7 plus 7 years began in 2017. Well, it began with the eclipse. Like I said before, the symbolic beginning of the 7 plus 7 years, there were quite a number of the symbolic beginnings, and they occurred in the latter half of 2017 and the first months of 2018. Anyway, the signs really got going with the Great American Eclipse. All right. I mean, there were, of course, many signs in prior years before that, but nothing compared to the acceleration of signs since then. Okay, and that's again because of the 7 plus 7 years, like I've been talking about. Okay, so this Great American Eclipse was like a bookend. But by the way, there was a bookend to that. Speaking of the 7 years, the eclipse 7 years later that also traversed across America, this time not from northeast to southeast, sorry, not from the northwest to the southeast, but from the southwest to the northeast. And crossed the eclipse of 2017 exactly where it peaked. The one in 2024 crossed the 17 eclipse where it peaked in the middle of the country, engendering an X or a Tav mark, which is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, and so forth and so on. So much to say. So I just wanted to get that. That's another bookend. And it's another 7 years. The two eclipses 7 years apart, which is part of the symbolic 7 years that I was speaking about. How it was known in 2017 that God was communicating a 7-year period. And that 2024 eclipse 7 years later is proof of that. But like I said, so is this 7 plus 7 deaths on the first day of the year here to kick off the symbolic beginning of the final 7 years. Okay, you get it now? Okay, now the two eclipses crossed over the two nations. Now back to the Obama eclipse, which also crossed over a nation only, Indonesia. The first American Pope is visiting two nations. Okay, that's the sign on November 27th, Thanksgiving. The first American Pope. The first American black president, Obama eclipse. Okay, Pope Francis will be resurrected exactly 41 months after, which again hints at Ki, the symbol for the Vatican. 41 months exactly after the two National Guardsmen were shot in Washington. And there are two antichrists in Bible prophecy. Barack Obama is the second of the two. The Pope in the Vatican, and the other will be the president in Washington, the two capitals. Simon was born, because the Vatican will be again the capital of Europe soon, the seat of power. Simon was born because the other nations will give it their power, as described in Bible prophecy. Simon was born in 41. Okay, and again, Ki equals 41 in simple English gematria. He composes using musical keys. The number 41 equals Ki. Ki equals 41, in other words, I mean. And the predicted news of his fall will be okay, no, this is not correct. God was pointing to November 28th, like I said, and the signs that occurred on that date confirmed all of the analysis. Anyway, God is doing more with the visitation of two nations on the same day at the beginning of that trip that he received the baseball bat that was used by player number 2. Nellie Fox. I'll get into this in a second, I'm sure. Fox is hinting at 666. F is the 6th letter, O is the 15th letter, 1 plus 5 equals 6, and X is the 24th letter, and 2 plus 4 equals 6. Now, on the same day that two National Guardsmen were shot, and the day the first American Pope's trip to two nations was reported, because the trip was announced on the 26th, the day before he left. The news was reporting the announcement of the trip. And so that's 2 and 2 on that same day. Anyway, a study was published on this day in Nature magazine that studied 2 years of data from Mars, the red planet. The Antichrist is red in Bible prophecy, the red dragon, and also the rider of the red horse. Okay, and it discovered the first lightning strike on the red planet. So we have a lightning strike sign here. Okay? And Jesus said he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. There were these signs of these probes landing on the red planet Mars. It was a red dragon being thrown down from heaven to earth. The second heaven is outer space. Anyway, there have been other signs involving Mars that hint at the red dragon in Bible prophecy. And anyway, that red dragon in the prophecy rules for 42 months. The study about lightning on the red planet was published when the UN published that Jakarta had a population of 42 million, making it the largest city in the world. And again, that was 202 months after the Obama eclipse over Jakarta. And 202 months later was the shooting in the area code 202, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, so, but on the same day here, we have the 2 years of data from Mars that give us the first lightning strike studied. Now, when Jesus said he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven, he was identifying the Antichrist, because lightning from heaven in Hebrew is Barak Obama. Barak means lightning. Bama means high place, which is in the Bible a metaphor for heaven. As, for example, it is said that Lucifer fell from the high place. And the high place is a euphemism for the false religious worship the Jews would conduct on the tops of mountains. And O in the language Jesus would have spoken is from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. And that is enough. That is enough for the evangelicals that love to play the Antichrist guessing game to stop playing this Antichrist guessing game. But I know they won't, not based on that alone, because probably most of them are even aware of what I just said, but they still love to play the Antichrist guessing game. And why do they love that? Well, it's exciting for them, but also it's based on their heretical interpretation of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, which they believe supports their soteriology, their salvation doctrine, when they think that the Antichrist cannot emerge until the supposed Holy Spirit is out of the way, which is absurd for one thing, but also Paul referred to it as he and a what? Why would he do that? If he was referring to the Holy Spirit, that's not really logical. No, he's not referring to the Holy Spirit as a he and a what. And why would he speak cryptically? And why would he have said in the same letter to the Thessalonians that they knew what he was talking about? Why wouldn't he just say it? Well, the reason why he was speaking cryptically is because anyone in possession of the letter would have been in danger, because he was speaking about Rome. And that's the the what, and the he is Constantine, who moved the capital of Rome to Constantinople. Paul knew this, he prophesied this. That cleared the way for the bishops of Rome to rise in power, and thus we get popes. Okay? Because all along, the pope is the Antichrist. That's even more than clear in Old Testament prophecy, that a pope would be the Antichrist. Daniel chapter 9. The prince to come, the Antichrist, will be of the people who will come and destroy the city and the sanctuary. Well, who came to destroy the city and the sanctuary after the temple was, after Jesus was killed, as that prophecy says? Well, that would be the Romans. And who are popes? Well, they're the leaders of Rome. They're descendant. The first pope was the emperor of Rome, because after Constantinople moved, there were new popes. New emperors of Rome, which became popes. Anyway, so that's the truth about that, and it is not the Holy Spirit, which I know contradicts their doctrine of salvation, but that doctrine is heretical anyway. Okay, and that's why they continue to play the guessing game. And because, anyway, even though things like this, where Jesus said he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven, make it more than clear. And obviously he would make it clear. Why wouldn't there be signs to reveal the identity of the second Antichrist? The identity of the first one was made clear from Old Testament prophecy, more than clear. Even Daniel chapter 8 reveals the identity, because the Antichrist in that chapter comes from the northwest. Well, exactly northwest of Jerusalem is Rome. Exactly northwest. Okay? And just for another example. And it's actually shameful that people claiming to be interested in prophecy don't know these things. There wouldn't have been a Protestant Reformation had it not been for the knowledge that the Pope is the Antichrist. And how come that knowledge in itself isn't known anymore? It's absolutely shameful. But it's actually also providential, because it was meant to be that this knowledge would be lost right before the end times in order to fool the maximum number of people, including quote-unquote Christians and quote-unquote Protestants, etc. That will follow the Pope, or at least where he's going. Anyway, back to what I was saying here. So we have the study on the same day of the two deaths from the shooting, the two National Guard, of the 2 years of data from Mars revealing lightning strikes. And again, Pope Francis became the Antichrist Pope after lightning struck the Vatican when Benedict resigned. No, I didn't mention that already in this video. Anyway, yeah. On the very day, I think it was actually within an hour of the announced resignation of Benedict, lightning struck twice the Vatican. And then Pope Francis was elected. On the date, by the way, 313, March 13th, and that's because in 313 AD was when Rome converted to Catholicism. That's right. That's right. Another thing too, Pope Francis was elected exactly 85 years after the collapse of the St. Francis Dam in Los Angeles, as in fallen angels. And the 85 years because it hints at the 5th through 8th king's prophecy in the book of Revelation that identifies the Pope clearly. Another example of prophecy clearly identifying the Pope. All right, now let's move on. So the Pope will celebrate with this trip the 1700th anniversary of the Nicene Creed, and two National Guardsmen were shot near, or on, I should say, 17th Street near the White House, exactly 17 times 17 weeks after two National Guardsmen were struck by lightning in front of the White House in Lafayette Square Park during the Antichrist Black Lives Matter protest in Lafayette Square. That was June 4th, 2020. Exactly 17 times 17 weeks, we get the two deaths on 17th Street when the Pope left for the 1700th anniversary of the Nicene Creed. Why the 17 times 17? Well, I'll tell you. It's because of 9/11, when two planes struck the two towers 17 minutes apart. That's why 17 and 17. Two planes, two towers, 17 minutes apart. Well, why did that happen? Well, that was because of the two space shuttle disaster explosions almost exactly 17 years apart. They were literally just a couple of days apart in the calendar year, and they are commemorated each year on the same date. Well, why were the two space shuttle disasters 17 years apart? Well, that's because of Apollo 17, the last time that an American was on the moon. The moon symbolizes Christ. It is a giant rock, and in the Bible, rock symbolizes Jesus. The sun symbolizes God the Father, and the sun's light is too bright for us to gaze at, but we can gaze at the sun's light reflected off of the moon. Hence why watching for the timing of the moon in the Bible is important and symbolic of watching for the timing of the Lord's return and watching prophetic signs, which he commanded us to do, including moon signs, including the last time that an American departed the moon, because it symbolizes America's departure from Christ. And that's why the two planes struck the two towers 17 minutes apart. It points to Apollo 17 and the departure of America from Christ. And that's why we have this exact 17 times 17 weeks between the two deaths on 17th Street, or the two shootings on 17th Street on the 17th anniversary of the Nicene Creed, if you will. All right. And the Pope's two-nation trip. It's absolutely amazing. And again, it all comes back to America. And this is a good example. The Pope going to, like I said earlier, if the signs are outside of America, they either point back to America or Israel. And in this case, it points back to America. Because first of all, it's the first American Pope from Chicago. The first black president is from Chicago. It's his first international trip. Okay. And it's two-nation trip. 1700th anniversary, two guards, 17th Street. exactly 17 times 17 weeks after 2 National Guards were struck by lightning, as in Barack Obama, in front of the White House, where Barack Obama was and will dwell again. And that was during the Black Lives Matter protest, which was Antichrist, spirit of Antichrist. Wicked, evil, so wicked and evil. For those that don't know, I feel sorry for you. This video is intended to help you, to open your eyes to what is really going on, because it's all spiritual, and that was one of the most wicked, evil things, that period of the Black Lives Matter protest and the lockdowns, which were no longer applicable to those who wanted to protest. It was all wicked, evil. Now, on 9/11, 2 planes struck the 2 towers 17 minutes apart. Speaking of NASA's Perseverance probe on Mars, the space shuttle disasters were almost 17 years apart. This is all, so there we go. This ties to Mars here too, right? Which ties to NASA and Apollo 17, the last departure of an American from the moon, when Apollo 17 was symbolic of America's departure from Christ. Now, the reason why it was named Apollo is because Revelation 9:11, speaking of the 2 planes 17 minutes apart that hinted at Apollo 17, well, Revelation 9:11 points to King Apollyon in Revelation 9:11. The signs on 9/11 were importantly for, pointing to Revelation 9:11 and King Apollyon, which is pointed to through the Apollo 17 departure from the moon, which is why the 17 minutes in between the two plane crashes into the 2 towers. Now, I could go on and on, because God's signs are, a big web, and when you try to explain it, you end up pulling the entire web. I could go on from the, in so many different directions, as you could picture a web, right? The day that the 2 National Guard were struck by lightning on June 4th, 2020, connects, for example, with 11 years to 2009, another 9/11, when Barack Obama went down to Egypt to deliver his Cairo, Egypt speech in order to tell the Muslim world that America is no longer a Christian nation. He went down to Egypt right after becoming the president, because Isaiah chapter 31 begins with, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt," and then proceeds to describe the Antichrist on the Temple Mount, Barack Obama. Anyway, and that's Isaiah chapter 31. 31 is the 11th prime number, and I just gave you the 11-year connection from that, from June 4th, 2009 to June 4th, 2020. All right. Now, the National Guardsmen were struck by lightning in front of the White House exactly 1,260 days, as in the Red Dragon, after the passage of UN Resolution 2334. This is a huge thing. This was extremely prophetic. This resolution that was orchestrated by Obama behind the scenes prior to his leaving office, insidiously, and Benjamin Netanyahu calling him out for it. This was the first time that America abstained instead of voting no, and it condemned Israel for having settlements, for existing in its capital, East Jerusalem. For example, it was a big deal at the time. Anyway, this is a very important connection here, because from that day, like I was saying, the National Guard were struck by lightning 11 years after 2009, when Obama went down to Cairo, Egypt. And by the way, the king of Egypt in the Bible is symbolic of the Antichrist. That's also why he went to Cairo, Egypt. The eclipse, speaking of the eclipse in 2017, peaked over Little Egypt and Cairo, Illinois. And the following eclipse 7 years later crossed over Cairo, Illinois also, and where it peaked. Okay. So 1,260 days, because of the Red Dragon and also the Antichrist's period in Bible prophecy, is 1,260 days. But again, it is only symbolic. Okay? And the Antichrist will lead the UN. So that's why this connection. Now, Obama went down to Egypt on June 4th, 2009. Oh, here I said it. I wrote it out anyway. Exactly 11 years before the National Guardsmen struck on June 4th, as I just explained. Okay, and which was exactly 17 squared weeks before 2 National Guardsmen were shot on 17th Street. 11 and 17 hint at H1117, the word in the Hebrew concordance for Bama, which means high place. Okay, lightning descends from a high place. Luke 10:18, I saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven, which I explained earlier, which identifies Barack Obama. Okay, now, and this is lightning relevant because the lightning struck the guardsman. That's the thing. And then 11 years later, we get the number 17 with the shooting on 17th Street, right near where the guardsmen were shot. Now, there are 2 guardsmen. It was 2 in each case, too, right? 2 guardsmen were struck by lightning, 2 were shot, 11 years. 11 years and 17 times 17 days apart, okay? As in 11/17, Barack Obama. Obama went down to Cairo, Egypt on June 4th, 2009, 3,000 days exactly before the eclipse over Cairo, Illinois. 3,000 is relevant because after the Israelites escaped Egypt, in the book of Exodus, 3,000 perished after their rebellion at Mount Sinai. So that's extremely relevant to connect to Egypt, which is why Obama went down to Egypt exactly 3,000 days before the eclipse over Cairo, Illinois. Stunning. Now, on that day of the eclipse was the 84th superprime number of days before November 26th when the 2 National Guardsmen were shot, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video. And Obama, again, was born on the date 8/4. The name Obama equals 84 in Hebrew gematria. And again, the connection is relevant because the eclipse peaked at 1:17 p.m. And the shooting was on the corner of I Street and 17, which is at 117. And also, on the day of the eclipse, Trump was in the news. It was a trumpet sign, Trump being God's trumpet for prophetic signs. Trump was in the news for watching the eclipse from the White House in Washington, D.C., where the guards were shot. Okay, and he was in the news because the news was mocking him again for the way he wore his eclipse sunglasses that you wear to be able to watch an eclipse. The National Guardsmen were struck by lightning in front of the White House exactly 1,260 days after the passage of UN Resolution 2334 on December 23rd, 2016. That date was exactly 9 times 9 months after Obama signed his Obamacare. And also, this UN resolution date was exactly 9 months before the Revelation chapter 12 rapture sign that depicted a birth and the dragon on September 23rd, 2017. All right, and 9 months because the human gestation period is 9 months, and the Revelation chapter 12 sign in the sky depicted a birth. It, in other words, communicated the birth of the Antichrist at the same time, because this was the Obama orchestrated thing in the UN. And so Obama is the red dragon, right? Well, the red dragon is Satan. His representative will be the Antichrist, Obama. Hegseth, the Secretary of War, Hegseth's commitment to add 500 guard to Washington, which was on the same date, right, as the shooting, hints at G500 in the Greek concordance, which is the word for Antichrist. If there were any doubt, all of this points to the Antichrist, as I've been explaining, right? And that's why he made a commitment for an additional 500 guard. An extraordinary amount. 500, but that's because of G500. The signs in Washington and the Vatican on November 26th reveal the two antichrists in Washington and the Vatican. That's why 500 additional guards. The Afghani shooter was a member of the, quote, 03 unit, quote, that operated under CIA control in Afghanistan. The shooting by a member of 03 unit on 11/26 was 4 times 4 times 4 days after the date 9/23, when Trump was hit by a, quote, triple sabotage, unquote, at the UN, and the day of the third interstellar object was hit by a solar flare, which was why Trump encountered the triple sabotage at the UN, the United Nations of the world, on the same day that the third interstellar object was hit by a solar flare. In other words, what is coming is a catastrophic solar flare and an asteroid that will hit the world to destroy the nations of the world that have come together in the wicked, evil, antichrist fashion at the UN. Which is why God's trumpet called them out on them, and said, for example, your nations or your countries are going to hell. That was a message from God. That was Trump speaking for God. Your countries are going to hell. And then Trump was hit by these wicked people and wicked nations with the triple sabotage on the day that the third interstellar object was hit by a solar flare. This email thread explains how the shots in Washington hint at the mark, or the shots, which is the shots. Okay? And that number that symbolizes that in Bible prophecy, 666. The third interstellar object is hinting at an object from space hitting Earth that is predicted to occur on December 26, 2030. November 26th, 2025, the date we are talking about in this email thread, is the 6 + 6 + 6th prime number of months before December 26th in 2030. As in third interstellar object, right? Again, the third interstellar object was hit by a solar flare on the day that Trump was hit by the triple sabotage at the UN. Okay? And that day was 4 times 4 times 4 days. That date was 9/23, and that was 4 times 4 times 4 days before November 26th, and the shooting outside the White House, relevant to Trump. The reason why this connection is relevant is because, to confirm his signs and connections, God pairs 9, 23, and 44. This is a classic case of this. And this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9, 23, and 44. And I know these are the numbers because I have been studying his big picture of signs, patterns, and connections from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 7 years. And the reason why 9, 23, and 44, one reason, is that the Antichrist 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 and is the basketball president who wore number 23 in high school. And we are talking about Washington, D.C. here, and specifically the White House. And Trump, okay? So Trump, the president of the White House, on 9/23, 4 times 4 times 4 days later. And by the way, the 444th word in the Greek concordance is the word for man, as in Antichrist. The number of the Antichrist is 666 because man was created on the sixth day. Well, the second Antichrist is the 44th president. And also, God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning in general. So, this connection is relevant, right? And then in turn, this connection to November 26th, like I just said, is the 6 plus 6 plus 6, prime number of months exactly, before the asteroid hit. And it connects back to the solar flare hit of the comet on the day of Trump's triple sabotage, when he told the nations, your countries are going to hell. It was a warning from God. And the reason why this sounds absurd to people, that Trump would be used by God, is exactly the point. That's exactly the point. Jesus said, be warned to judge a tree by its fruit and not by appearances. Sorry. Jesus said, don't judge a tree by its fruit, you can, Jesus said you can judge a tree by its fruit. But he also said separately, that he warned that one should not judge by appearances. But this is exactly why Trump is the way he is and has the personality that turns the people off that he does. His personality specifically turns off the people who hate the things that he is saying. They don't really hate Trump. They hate the things that he was saying. And to prove that is simply to point out all of the other conservatives that these same people hate, that say the same things that Trump says, and even in intellectual ways, which is one reason why they hate Trump. They mock Trump because he's speaking these things, but he's not an intellectual, but he has the courage to say the truth about things. And also another proof is that the prior Republican president was also vilified and hated, like seriously. And there was Bush derangement syndrome too. And he was by far a moderate compared to Trump. But it's just the way they are, the left. I mean, that's what they do. They hate. That's their thing. They're haters. And speaking of appearances and not judging by appearances, or basically, outwardly lies, they're the ones that think of themselves and think that they're the moral ones and the non-haters, accusing other people like Trump of being haters when he isn't, and when the majority of Republicans aren't, yet the majority of Democrats are haters and bigots and prejudiced and racist, actually, and everything, right? They're the ones. Everything they accuse of the right of doing, they do. Bottom line. It's all upside down, which is Satan's prerogative. Satan's job isn't to merely lie, but to invert. That's a biblical principle. It's to invert things, to flip everything upside down. And that's why the left is completely upside down on everything. Like it's like not just like wrong, but like an inversion of the truth, right? All right, now, and accusing others of what you did is like the kid who stole the cookie from the cookie jar, but when confronted says, "I didn't steal a cookie, you stole the cookie." That's the classic childish behavior. Well, people on the left and Democrats, they're children, right? That's why as people get older in general, people become more conservative. You're basically growing up. Now, here's something interesting that my friend wrote. So I forget who Lou Christie is. Anyway, he died 5 months and 8 days after this Pope signed. Again, the Pope was leaving for his first trip abroad, the first American president. And Oh, he's a singer for the song Lightning Strikes. Lightning Strikes. That's right. I remember him now. It's a very, very big hit, I think from the 60s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the 60s. Maybe if not the 50s, but I think it's the early 60s or something. Anyway, he died on this date, 5 months, 8 days, because that's again hinting at the 5th through 8th king's prophecy that identifies the Pope. And also, the day he died was 58 days after Pope Francis died. And again, Pope Francis became the Pope after the lightning struck the Vatican. And again, Jesus said he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. And again, Pope Francis was elected exactly 85 years after the St. Francis Dam collapsed in Los Angeles, as in fallen angels. Okay, now, the shooting of Two Guard in Washington, D.C., and the news of the first American Pope's first trip abroad to two nations hinted at the two antichrists, Obama and the Pope. Obama is from Chicago, as is the current Pope. Both are also Chicago White Sox fans. On November 27th, a news reporter gifted the Pope a family heirloom baseball bat used by Chicago White Sox legend Nellie Fox. Again, F equals 6, O equals 15, which equals 6, and X equals 24, which equals 6. 666. In other words, God was, through the donation of the bat into the hands of the Antichrist, identifying the Antichrist. In this case, lower a Antichrist, because the capital A Antichrist is Pope Francis, who will be resurrected by demons, pretending to be aliens. Now, which is why Pope Leo and Francis are against the rounding up of illegal aliens. It's all symbolic. Because the aliens will make the Pope the ambassador for the world, which will be how the Pope gets his power overnight as the world leader and Antichrist. Now, November 27th, the day the Pope got the bat, was the 159th super prime number of days after Senator Obama threw out the first pitch for Game 2 of the White Sox playoff game, in which the most controversial play in playoff history occurred. The Angels were robbed of the victory. The White Sox went on to win the World Series for the first time since the 1919 Chicago Black Sox cheating scandal. That's because Barack Obama is the cheater who became the president through cheating, because he was born in Kenya. If you don't know that, I feel sorry for you. But it's a fact. And when the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove that. No debate. Like I said, everything controversial that I'm saying in these videos, I don't care to explain now how I know through God's big picture of signs that Obama was born in Kenya. That's like so overwhelming, I'm not even going to bother. I've explained it in other videos. All I want you to know is that all of the controversial things that I'm saying are fact when Paul Simon slips and falls and injures his head on December 19th. No debate. Case closed. Okay? Okay. By the way, Obama was president from 2009 to 17. And that's why Constitution Day is on the date 9/17. Because Obama is the unconstitutional president. Okay. And he will become the president again through a trick of the Constitution, through being the vice president for Michelle Obama. Now, the Game 2 hints at the second presidency, but also it's Game 2, and we're talking about the bat used by player number 2 on the day that the Pope began his journey to two nations. The first trip abroad, first American president from Chicago, first black president from Chicago, Chicago White Sox. All right. Now, pitchers on the pitching mound in God's signs symbolize the Antichrist on the Temple Mount. The game was known for the most controversial officiating call in playoff history, that resulted in the White Sox winning the game that that the Angels should have won. The Los Angeles Angels, as in fallen angels. The win was stolen from Angels pitcher number 45. So what happened, without playing a clip of the play, the pitcher was about to strike out the last batter and then end the game. And then instead of being a strike, the pitch was called a pitch in the dirt and then caught by the catcher. But it wasn't. It didn't hit the dirt. It went into his glove when you look at the replay. But the umpire thought that the ball hit the dirt, which allowed the batter, even though he had struck out, to run and get to first base, which kept the game alive. And then the rest was history. All right? The catcher also, too, who didn't really make the best effort with his catch to make it, he should have made a better effort to make it look like it didn't bounce into the ground, because it didn't. But that catcher grew up a lifelong Chicago White Sox fan. He's from Chicago and all that, too. Anyway, there's lots more to that game. Much more. And how actually was exactly 1,019 months after the first commissioner came to power of baseball, first commissioner of baseball came to power. And he came to power in a moment of crisis in Major League Baseball after the White Sox-Black Sox cheating scandal in 1919. Hence the 1,019 months exact connection to the Chicago White Sox game in which the first pitch, the ceremonial first pitch, was thrown out by the Antichrist, Barack Obama, when he was a senator. Now anyway, the first commissioner came to power and was given unchecked power over every person in baseball in a moment of crisis, exactly 666 days after the passage of the 18th Amendment, as in 6 + 6 + 6. The 18th Amendment restricted the ability to buy and sell alcohol. And that's because the Antichrist, Barack Obama, when he comes to power, will restrict the ability to buy and sell food in a moment of crisis and be given unchecked power over everyone in America, as described in Bible prophecy, including the buying and selling of food restriction. The food will only be sold to those who take the mark of the Antichrist, the thing, the VACCINE, the so-called good citizens. Okay? But those who take it are going to hell. And those who have taken it are going to hell. But one can repent. Nowhere in the Bible does it say one can't repent. Now, God is communicating the consequences of for those who have already taken the mark. But there's many issues with that, including, well, from what we know, not everything was equal. Some people got potent things, some people didn't. Some people got placebos. Not really placebos, just junk, just like nothing. So we don't know who really got what was inside it. But anyway, that's another subject. Let's move on. I've already went way off subject here. But the reason why the game was stolen from the pitcher number 45 for the Angels on the pitching mound is because, well, you know what? The referendum was shoplifted of the 45th president. Right? In the year 20 that ends with a 20. And that led to, well, the White Sox went on to win their first World Series in 88 years. Okay, Trump is equal to 88, the word Trump, in simple English gematria. That's why. The 45th, number 45 pitcher, shoplifted referendum, 45th president, Trump, 88. Okay? Now, as I said, the game was exactly, I think it was 1,019 months, but maybe it was 1,091 months. I forget. exactly after the first commissioner of baseball was given unchecked power on November 12, 1920, following the Black Sox World Series scandal involving cheating. Chicago, Barack Obama, cheater. November 12, 1920 was 666 days after the 6+6 Amendment was ratified that restricted the buying and selling of alcohol, which led to the city of Chicago becoming the most corrupt city in America, which led to Barack Obama, the corrupt president. Obama's first pitch on November 12, 2005 was the 159th super prime number of days before the Pope received Fox's bat, Fox being 666, and the sum of the divisors of 159 is 6 times 6 times 6. Okay, so let me repeat that. Now we have the relevancy here. Because the game we're talking about is 159th super prime number of days. 159 is relevant because the sum of the divisors equals 6 times 6 times 6, and Obama was born on the 6 times 6 times 6th day of the year, and the name Barack is equal to 6 times 6 times 6 in English gematria. And again, the bat was 666 because of the Fox name. Okay, so you get the idea here. Okay. The two-shot guard and the Pope's trip to two nations confirms the connection to Obama's first pitch in Game 2. Pope Leo XIV, the first American Pope, was gifted a Chicago White Sox bat on November 27th, exactly 140 months after the first black president from Chicago gifted the first black pope, because Francis was the first Jesuit pope. The leaders of the Jesuit order are known as black popes. A box of seeds from the White House garden. The gift was an appreciation of Francis being the first pope to open the papal gardens to the public. And when Francis came to America, they met in the White House garden, and also Francis gave Mass at Madison Square Gardens. 140 months confirms the connection to Leo XIV. See, that's astounding. I'll repeat that. We have this prophetic sign in which the Pope was gifted a gift. Exactly 140 months, and it's Pope Leo XIV, after the first black president from Chicago, as in the first American Pope from Chicago, gifted the first black Pope a box of seeds. So you see how amazing this is? And how it really, just one more of countless ways in which Pope Francis is identified, as well as Obama. Both are identified here together. The day they met is being confirmed here. This is huge, by the way. The first meeting, when Obama went to meet the Pope at the Vatican and gave him the gift of the seeds. And by the way, it's part of the prophecy in Genesis chapter 3, the first prophecy of the Bible, when it says that the seed of the woman will be placed in enmity between the seed of Satan, the serpent. Okay, so that's the big prophecy. It's a prophecy of Christ. So that's why the seeds, and that's why the Antichrists met in the garden. It goes back, and why the Antichrist number 2 gave Antichrist number 1 a box of seeds from the garden, because the serpent seduced Eve in the garden, and then the Lord tells them that there'll be enmity between the seeds of both of them. So we have exactly 140 months from this prophetic first meeting to the gift, from the gift to the Pope, the first American Pope for Chicago's gift. Not only that, it's the Chicago White Sox, and I just explained the prophetic significance related to Obama and the Chicago White Sox. And again, pitchers on the pitching mound symbolize the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Bible prophecy. Obama was on the pitching mound of this game. That was the most controversial in playoff history. And on, like I just explained. Okay. So, the shooter was from 03 unit. The shooting was on the same day as the news of Leo XIV's travel abroad. This hints at the area code 314. You know what also it hints at? It hints at Isaiah chapter 31, verse 4, which describes the Antichrist and the Temple Mount. Okay, but anyway, the area code 314 is St. Louis. Pope Leo XIV was given a baseball bat on November 27th, exactly 140 weeks. Wow. Wait a second. I don't even include this. Well, it's in the prior paragraph, so it should be understood, but wow. The gift is 140 months to Leo XIV's first trip abroad, the first American president's, the first American pope's first trip abroad, and he's Leo XIV, 140 months, okay? Now, this date in turn, Leo XIV's first trip abroad, in which he was given a baseball bat, is exactly 140 weeks before the predicted plane crash of the vice president into a baseball stadium in the area code 314. Okay, again, the shooter was from the 03 unit. The guard died. One of the two that was shot by the 03 unit guy died on the same day that Leo XIV departed for his first trip. So 3 and 14. That hints at 314, which is why the area code 314 is pointed to here through exactly 140 weeks, which is preceded by exactly 140 months. In other words, the 140 months confirms the 140 weeks relevancy, as does, of course, Leo XIV. Now, the reason for the area code being 314 is because Busch Stadium, the St. Louis baseball stadium, will be crashed into by Kamala Harris's plane, and that'll be a burning bush. Well, Moses spoke to the burning bush in Exodus 3:14. The verse in which God tells Moses his name. I will be what I will be. Okay, now, I don't know why this part here. Okay, let me just skip that. So again, Pope Leo XIV's gifted bat on November 27th was exactly 140 months after Obama gifted seeds to the garden to the Pope. From the garden to the Pope, because of the papal gardens being open to the public. Okay, and that's why the 140 weeks is also relevant. Now, it's just amazing. Now, Nellie Fox, and by the way, Kamala Harris's crash, along with Gavin Newsom, because they will be running mates in 2028, will clear the way in an emergency with 3 months to go, which is another reason for the 03 unit and the third interstellar object and the triple sabotage, is that Michelle and Barack Obama will become the running mates 3 months before the election in 2028, after Harris and Newsom die in a plane crash into Busch Stadium, a baseball stadium, which is why the Pope was gifted a bat, a baseball bat. He's the Leo XIV, and it was 03 unit. So you see how this is all amazing, because again, the 03 unit was outside the White House, and Michelle and Barack will return to the White House after the plane crash into Busch Stadium in the area code 314. That plane crash is, by the way, predicted to be on August 2nd, 2028. exactly 140 weeks after Leo XIV's baseball bat. Nellie Fox was known as one of the best second basemen of all time, and he was the third hardest batter to strike out in Major League Baseball history. This since at the number 23. Obama wore number 23. The shooter shot 2 guard, and he was a member of 03 unit. This since at 23. The Great Alaska Earthquake was exactly 2 times 300 months before number 23 gifted seeds from the garden to the Pope. I forgot about that. Nellie Fox wore jersey number 2 for Chicago. His bat was gifted to the Pope from Chicago at the beginning of his trip to 2 nations. Genesis 3:22 symbolizes the lie of immortality without God. The big lie at the end of the age that will be promised through taking the things, the shots. And God is using this in his signs to symbolize this. Genesis 3:22. That's why the members of 03 unit, the member of 03 unit shot, as in the shots, 2 guard on the day of the news of the first American Pope's first trip abroad to 2 nations. That's a Genesis 3:22 for you. The sin's at Genesis 3:22. The member of 03 unit shot 2 guard, and the news of the Pope's 2-nation trip was 2 days after Trump unveiled the Genesis mission as part of an executive order that directs the Department of Energy and national labs to build a digital platform to concentrate the nation's scientific data in one place. This project is the formation of the best system. That's probably a quote. So the Genesis mission is what it's being called. It was 2 days before the 2 guard were shot in the 2-nation trip on the day of the 03, shooter. So it's a Genesis 3:22. Now the Genesis 3:22 mission, the Genesis mission here is about AI, which is related to what's coming with the mark of the Antichrist. The enforcement of the mark of the Antichrist will use AI to track people to make sure they are taking the mark, and if not, either rounded up or prevented from buying and selling food, etc. Or both. The administration portrayed the effort as the government's most ambitious marshaling of federal scientific resources since the Apollo space missions of the late 1960s and early 1970s, even as it had cut billions of dollars in federal funding for scientific research, and thousands of scientists had lost their jobs and funding. The comparison to the Apollo mission since at Revelation 9:11 and King Apollyon. And again, I explained how this was 17 times 17 days after the 2 lightning strikes out, in Lafayette Square outside of the White House. The 2-shot guard was 17 times 17 weeks, as I mentioned, after the 2 guard were struck by lightning outside the White House. Okay. I explained all of that earlier, but here we have another connection to Apollo through this Genesis mission, because it's the most ambitious marshaling of federal scientific resources since the Apollo missions. Okay? The Genesis mission on November 24th was 3 days before the shooting by the member of 03 unit. Well, the death of one of them. the shooter shot two guard. This hints at the Genesis device that is central to the plot of Star Trek II. So Star Trek movies, Star Trek II is known as the best Star Trek movies. Star Trek I didn't do well and it wasn't a good movie. Star Trek II revived the whole thing and made Star Trek popular again. So it's all about Star Trek II. But there's very good prophetic reason. One, there are two antichrists, and the villain in the movie is symbolic of the Antichrist. And in the movie, he cloaks himself as a good guy, which is what the antichrists do. Okay? That's just surface level there. Star Trek II. But anyway, there's lots to say about Star Trek II. But anyway, the plot is about the Genesis device. And the Genesis mission, Trump trumpeted the Genesis mission 3 days before the 03 unit shot two guard. You know, like I just mentioned, right? With the trip to two nations, two guard, 03 unit, Genesis 3:22. Okay, well, the Genesis mission was announced 3 days earlier. And anyway, Star Trek II is about the Genesis device, which is technology, science fiction technology, just like this Genesis mission really is. The Genesis device has the power to create life and terraform planets in the movie. The shots that are coming that will involve the Genesis mission will promise immortality and life, creating life. That's the parallel with Star Trek II here. The shots that promise immortality will be promoted by demons pretending to be aliens and the Pope. This is the prophetic reason for the importance of the Afghanis' alien immigration status in this story. Okay, so the shooter, the big thing about the story too is that he is an alien immigrant. And his status was part of the story. I think he was only here on a green card or something. He wasn't a full citizen or something to that effect. Okay, now, but the point is that he did the shooting also because of his anger about the rounding up of illegal immigrants, which is all symbolic of the rounding up of conservatives and true Christians in the future by the Antichrist, who wore number 23. Hence why the two shot guard by the 03 unit guy. Okay, the guy who was angry about rounding up illegal aliens. Well, the basketball president who wore 23 will round up conservatives and Christians and put them into internment camps. Okay. And it's not the Antichrist, by the way, that'll do that. He's just given the power to do that. The whole demonic, demented, Trump derangement syndrome left will be behind him, supporting the movement, right? It's not a one-man thing. It's a collective movement. It's a mass psychosis. It's a cult. There's a cult leader, but the cult has been established already. The cult's not created by Obama. Obama has handed the power. And this is what Bible prophecy tells us. In Bible prophecy, the Antichrist system is already in place at the time of the arrival of the Antichrist. Now, this was linked to on Dredge, this story right here. On November 27th, there were 2 earthquakes, 290 minutes, which is 90 plus 100 plus 100 minutes. Okay, that's a typo there. So it's a 911. And the second one was at 9:11 a.m. They were near the geysers in California, and also near Twin Pine Hotel is nearby. Okay, the first quake was 3.7, and the second was 3.9. The first was 1.6 miles from the geysers, according to the article. 1.6, hints at 16, hints at 4 times 4, 44th president. The second was 0.7 miles from the geysers. I assume the reason these quakes are newsworthy is that 99% of quakes at the geysers are under 3.0. So it's rare, okay? For earthquakes, although earthquakes are common there, ones above 3.0 are rare. The geysers is, this is like, I guess, I don't know if it's a national park, but it's an area. The geysers is 66 plus 6 miles north of San Francisco. And I'm getting this all from the web, right? I don't know how the exact pinpoint of the geysers is calculated, whatever. There was a 4.1 quake at the geysers on November 24th, the day of the Genesis mission announcement, which was the day of Trump announced the Genesis mission. Pope Francis was elected exactly 85 years after the St. Francis Dam collapsed near Los Angeles, as in Fallen Angels. And November 26th this year was 5 months, 8 days after the death of Lou Christie, lightning strikes, which was 58 days after the death of Pope Francis. I already explained that. Correction, the Genesis mission is being labeled as Manhattan Project 2.0. Trump's trumpet of the Manhattan Project 2.0, and Trump is from Manhattan, on November 24th was 2 days before the shooting, as in shots equals the mark of the Antichrist, of 2 guard, and the news of the Pope's 2-nation trip. Nellie Fox wore jersey number 2. This is amazing. Okay, so it ties all of this AI that will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. It ties the AI to the Antichrists. The signs on November 26th that identified the Antichrists. The first American Pope from Chicago, the first black president from Chicago, etc. Yeah, the Genesis mission is also Manhattan Project 2.0. 2 days before the 2 guard were shot. That's a 22 also. And shots are the mark, which is symbolized by the number 22, as I hopefully have mentioned already. If I didn't, the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist is described in the book of Ezekiel, and it would have been a Tav mark. A Tav letter is the last and 22nd letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And the mark of the Antichrist is described in the last book of the Bible, which is the 22nd out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. Also, the mark of the Antichrist alters a person's chromosomes, and chromosomes come in pairs, and each chromosome has 2 arms, and so 2 and 2, 22. On November 27th, the Pope received the bat used by player number 2 while on his way to visit 2 nations. On this same day, Trump vowed to permanently pause all immigration from third world nations. Okay, he was on his way to 2 nations, and Trump spoke about permanently pausing all immigration from third world nations. This also hints at 322. Genesis 3:22. That's amazing. And Trump is God's trumpet. Now, again, it'll be the demons pretending to be aliens that will promote the mark of the Antichrist, that will promise immortality, hence symbolized by Genesis 3:22. And that's what the immigration is about. Illegal aliens. It's all symbolic. The illegal aliens thing, all of it is symbolic of the coming invasion. The invasion of the illegal aliens after the wall of security collapsed when Trump left office, because the Israelites blew trumpets before the walls of security collapsed on Jericho in God's judgment. Trump left office, the walls of security collapsed. There was an illegal alien invasion, and it's all symbolic of the wall of security between the demonic realm and the earthly realm collapsing, and an invasion of demons pretending to be aliens promoting the mark of the Antichrist that will promise immortality, etc. Backed by the two Antichrists, the Pope and Barack Obama. Which is why the first American Pope is from Chicago and was given the bat from the player from Chicago, the White Sox, no less. Barack Obama was not only from Chicago, he was specifically a White Sox fan. And that's because of the 1919 Chicago Black Sox cheating scandal, and on and on and on. All right. Also, the two-nation trip and third world nations comment hints at 23. And Barack Obama is the basketball president from Chicago who wore jersey number 23, just like the GOAT of basketball, Michael Jordan, played for Chicago and wore number 23. Because Obama is the GOAT Antichrist. Also, this comment about aliens from third world nations connected to the Pope on the day of the Pope's first trip abroad, the first American president, and this comment by the first American Pope, I should say, and this comment by the American president is relevant to the Pope because the Pope, Leo and Francis, both are in support of an illegal alien invasion of America. And why is that? Because they are Antichrist. And any Catholics that are confused, you are supporting the devil with your so-called compassion. And because let's talk some facts here. The Catholic Church is a huge key player in the invasion. They have along the way set up and facilitated and enabled the illegal alien invasion. They've made it much easier. They've set up the posts in the so-called humanitarian effort. They're at the border, bringing the people in, putting them on the buses, getting them to the other cities. They are a huge player. That's because the Catholic Church is evil. Now, I'm not saying God hates Catholics. I'll say that again. I've said it many times. And I'm not saying either that Catholics won't make it to heaven. But if they do, it'll be in spite of their Catholicism. But make no mistake, there's a good reason why the Antichrist is the Pope. It is to fool you. You need to leave this Catholic Church. Don't try to reform it. The so-called conservative Catholics think that they can reform this thing. No. The office of papacy is blasphemy. Leave it. Stop with the Catholicism. Enough is enough. You can't reform this abomination. And it is set up itself to facilitate the illegal alien invasion, okay? That's just, Jesus said to judge a tree by its fruit. And the fruit is that this is evil, the illegal alien invasion. It's all judgment from God, and it's the work of the devil, and the Catholic Church is behind it. It's just a proof. It's a proof. It's evidence for you. Now, the Catholic Church isn't the only player, of course, but they are a player, a significant player in the invasion. And that's why the Pope makes his comments like he does. The stupid, insidious comments about being compassionate for the illegals. It's not about compassion. It's not incompassionate. They need to just stay where they are, and we don't facilitate this. We don't encourage this. Right? Now, I don't blame them, incidentally, for wanting to come to America. If I were in their position, I might do the same. But that's not the point. People that want the invasion don't understand America. They're not Americans, actually. Those that support the invasion are not Americans. They're not citizens. And they don't belong in America. They don't understand America. America will no longer be America once it's the case. It's becoming not America. It isn't America. The purpose of the invasion is to water down what America is and to destroy it. And America consists of its people. And when you dilute the people with people from all around the world that don't understand America and its values, you no longer have America. And that's the goal of the devil. This, by the way, applies to all of the other Anglo-speaking countries that are no longer their countries. Canada is no longer Canada. You have the people in Canada that, for some reason, still believe that it is. And they believe that nothing's wrong. But here's a metaphor for you. It's like a flower that's cut from its source. It looks like it's alive for a while after it's cut and put into a vase of water, but it is dead. But it appears to be alive for a while. That's the case with Western civilization, and specifically Western European and Anglo-speaking countries. They're done. They're finished, and it's been an invasion, and it's been judgment from God. It is judgment. It's a parallel with the story in the Bible regarding the invasion of the Israelites of Jericho once the walls of security collapsed. That's the purpose of the immigration that's unfettered and is destroying these cultures. And there is half of those people, the feminine side, the women, the majority being the women who vote for these left parties that facilitate this, because women don't understand. They were never meant to understand these sorts of things. In general, I mean, you have the outliers. There are the true conservative women, and they are outliers, and then, etc. So I'm just, you get my point. Now, it's because of the so-called compassionate nature of women. They don't get it. They don't understand these things. Okay. So, anyway, that's why the Pope is relevant to this illegal immigration sign here on the day that Trump prophetically spoke about third world nations, on the day that the Pope went to 2 nations. It's a 23 pairs of chromosomes, mark of the Antichrist, and also the Antichrist war number 23, who is from Chicago, and so is the Pope, the first American Pope. Okay, you got the idea. So let's see. Now, this email thread may as well be titled The Amazing Signs on November 27th to 28th. That's something that my friends who I wrote this for would understand, because typically that's how I title the email threads after the relevant signs come in, after we were looking at a specific date that God was pointing to ahead of time. Okay, so these are the insights in the form of my notes as the insights came. So bear with me, they're going to get more and more interesting as it goes, because the insights build on itself. Each insight adds more to the understanding, which leads to more insights and more understanding. So it's going to build. Stay with me. Don't skip ahead, of course, because it all is necessary to understand what's coming. But it's going to get increasingly even more interesting as it goes. It's all interesting, though. Okay, this was linked to on Dredge. On November 27th, there were 2 earthquakes. Okay, again, it was player number 2's bat on the way to the 2-nation trip. One of the 2 guards died on the day. All right, and okay, so November 27th was the day of these 2 earthquakes. And they were 90 plus 100 plus 100, that's a typo, 90 plus 100 plus 100 minutes apart, which is at 9:11. And the second one was at 9:11 a.m., which is the second witness confirmation that confirms that. They were near the geysers in California, and also near Twin Pine Hotel. I included that because, well, the Twin Pine Mall is a major aspect of the prophetic sign that was the Back to the Future movie. But anyway, so the first quake was 3.7 and the second was 3.9. The first was 1.6 miles from the geysers, according to the article. 1.6 hints at 16, which hints at 4 times 4 and the 44th president. The second was 0.7 miles from the geysers. I assume the reason these quakes are newsworthy is that, quote unquote, 99% of quakes at the geysers are under 3.0. I think I might have already gone through this information already. Let's just go through it quickly. Bear with me. The geysers are 66 plus 6 miles north of San Francisco. Francis is the Antichrist, 666. There was a 4.1 quake in the geysers a couple of days before. And anyway, the 4.1 hints at the word key, which is equal to 41 in simple English gematria, which is the symbol for the Vatican, which is where Francis is. Okay? The 3 earthquakes were news because they were above 3.0 in magnitude, which is rare for the region. The latter 2 of the 3 earthquakes occurred on the same day. The Pope received player number 2's bat on his way to 2 nations, and trumpeted a halt to immigration from third world nations. So you have the 3 earthquakes, 3.0 in magnitude being the significant key that makes them significant, and then you have the third world nations comment on the day of the 2 nations trip. So 2 out of 3 earthquakes, etc. You get the idea. It's just more confirmation of the number 23 here, which points to the Antichrist, the first black president from Chicago, who wore number 23 in basketball in high school, and also the 23 pairs of chromosomes that are affected by the mark of the Antichrist. Okay, and again, that's why the shots of the 2 guard at this time is also. Now, November 27th is exactly 265 weeks before December 26th, 2030, the predicted date of the eruption of Yellowstone. 265 is the 85th semi-prime number. 85 equals the Pope, because again, the Pope was elected 85 years exactly. Pope Francis was elected 85 years exactly after the collapse of the St. Francis Dam. And, and also it hints at 58, or rather the 5th through 8th king's prophecy in the Bible that identifies the Antichrist as being the Pope. It makes sense that we have 9/11 numbers in the quakes, as it points to Francis and Revelation 9/11. King Apollyon, this is the verse that symbolizes things. Okay, Revelation 9/11. Okay, so November 27th, Trump's third world nations, the guard died, and the member of 03 unit, okay, was 9 plus 10 plus 10 days after the perihelion of the third interstellar object. Okay, it's a confirmation there of also the relevance of the 9/11 numbers in the quakes. And Jesus said, by the way, to his disciples when asked for the signs of his return to watch for earthquake signs. Okay, and 265, as in this connection of weeks, exactly to the coming asteroid that will trigger the eruption of Yellowstone, hints at the 265th composite number, which is 333. Okay, so that's a confirmation, in other words. In other words, the connection to the third interstellar object, the 03 unit shooter, Trump's comment about third world nations, is confirmation for the addition of this 333 connection, because 265 hints at the 265 weeks hints at the 265th composite number, which is a non-prime number, which is 333. Okay, that's how it works in God's science. Now, Yellowstone is known for its geysers. Okay, that's how Yellowstone is relevant here. Yellowstone will erupt due to seismic activity triggered by the object, asteroid, as that's what's hinted at with the third interstellar object, that is predicted to hit Earth on December 26, 2030. So why did Fuzzy Zeller, die at 74, exactly 740 months after the Great Alaska Earthquake on March 27, 1964? This is very interesting, because Fuzzy Zeller died on November 27th. this date we are looking at and talking about here. Zeller died on the day of a 6.0 earthquake in or near Anchorage, Alaska. And the Pope landed in Ankara, which rhymes with Alaska. On the day, okay? So on the day that Zeller died, there was an earthquake in Alaska, prophetic one. And on that same day, the Pope landed in Ankara. Okay? Ankara, the Ankara leg of Pope Leo's visit, was to be brief. This is a quote. By Thursday evening, he set to depart for Istanbul, where the spiritual heart of the papal visit will unfold over the coming days, including events tied to the anniversary of the Council of Nicaea, a pivotal gathering of bishops summoned by then Roman Emperor Constantine in 325 AD, which, among other things, set the date for Easter to be marked. The Nicene Council, Easter, okay, the Nicene Council equals Easter, which equals the Good Friday earthquake. Again, this trip to commemorate the anniversary of the Nicene Creed, and again, it's the 1700th, and again, the Guard were shot at this time on 17th Street. This connects to the Good Friday earthquake, and again, this was on the day of an earthquake, the 6.0, but it was also exactly 740 months after the Good Friday earthquake. The Great Alaska Earthquake is also known as the Good Friday earthquake because it occurred on Good Friday at Easter. Now, Fuzzy Zeller died at 74, exactly 740 months later, on the day of the earthquake in Alaska. Okay, I'm going somewhere with this, right? Now, November 27th, and the 6.0 quake near Anchorage was 700% of a year after the 7.0 earthquake in Anchorage on November 30th, 2018. In that earthquake, the only building to burn was the roof of an evangelical church. And it was in Anchorage, symbolic of Jesus, the anchor. It was a judgment for the church. Also, it was one of a number of church roof destruction signs around this time, which hint at the church also, because the church age began with the first Pentecost in the upper room on Pentecost in the book of Acts. Okay, and so that's why the roof fire triggered by a power line, the only building that burned as a result of this earthquake. But it was an evangelical church because it was a judgment warning for the evangelical church. There's lots more to this. For example, 110 days later, or no, it was 50 weeks exactly later, the evangelical president shot a hole-in-one on the Trinity Golf Course on a par 3, as in a 3 parts in one, and on and on. And he's the son of this president that died on the day. Because I'm jumping ahead, actually, because now. So anyway, the 7.0 earthquake was 700% of a year before the 6.0 earthquake near Anchorage. And the other one was in Anchorage. Or maybe it was near also. The same day of this earthquake in Anchorage, the 7.0, was a rare earthquake just outside of Buenos Aires, as world leaders, including Trump, were arriving for the G20 summit. Buenos Aires is the home of the Antichrist, Pope Francis. And on that day, he called in a journalist to his office because he was so angry with America and Trump, and he was calling for a new world government that had teeth, as he put it, to essentially restrain America because Francis is a communist. That's a fact, by the way. He is a Marxist. And that's why he was so angry. And anyway, that made it a sign on that day too. Now the 6.0 and the 7.0 that connect to each other hint at 13. And the Antichrists are described in the book of Revelation chapter 13. Now, 6 times 7 is 42, which is the number in the Bible that symbolizes the period of the Antichrists. 42 months. November 30th, 2018 was also the day of the snake on the Western Wall and the death of President Bush, the 41st president. 41 is the equivalent in simple English gematria, A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, of the word key, which is the symbol for the Vatican. And at the time, the Pope was in the news in the Vatican for being angry about the G20 summit, for being angry about America at the G20 summit in his hometown, Buenos Aires. All right, now the thing about Bush was that he was the youngest, and God uses records and extremes for signs, he was the youngest World War II pilot. And he crashed near the end of the war. But he was literally the youngest World War II pilot. And he was the oldest, at one point, president. Oldest living former president. Until the date 3/22 in 2019, when President Carter became the oldest living former president. This date 3/22 was exactly 3 months and 22 days after Bush's death. So what we have here is Genesis 3:22. Now, what's also interesting is that this 3/22 date in 2019 was exactly 39 years after the Georgia Guidestones were erected. The Georgia Guidestones are blasphemous, New Age religion that call for the extermination of everyone on the planet except for, I think, 500,000 people. And anyway, it's all about this New Age religion that will promise immortality without God. And it's all for, and Carter was the 39th president. That's the reason for the exact 39 years. And the Georgia Guidestones are in Georgia, and Carter is known for being the president from Georgia. Unlike any other president, he's known for where he's from. Because besides living in the governor's mansion and the White House mansion, he spent his entire life in this one small town in Georgia, which is also prophetic. Plains, Georgia hints at the plains of Gaza, and Carter orchestrated the Camp David peace accords, which gave back Gaza, forced Israel to give back Gaza, and it was King David that subdued the tribes on the plains of Gaza. And anyway, so we have this theme of youngest and oldest, is what I'm saying, which is part of this theme that I'm saying God is describing with the symbol of Genesis 3:22. How the mark will promise reversal of aging. That's why the youngest pilot. Now, the thing too is that W is the number 23. It's the 23rd letter. W and World War II gives us another Genesis 3:22. By the way, I just saw that. I just saw that just now. Yeah. Just like how I saw just now 41st president hints at the word key and the Vatican. That's why the 41st president died on the day of the prophetic earthquake in Buenos Aires that pointed to the Vatican. Honestly, I just came up with that just now. It always happens as I'm going through the information. Each time more inspiration comes to see what's going on here. All right. Now, Fuzzy Zoeller, was known for his racial comment that he made about Tiger Woods when Tiger Woods won the Masters. It was a joke he was making. He was trying to make a joke. And it was a blatantly racist joke. Anyway, the name Fuzzy, and he never lived it down. So he's really known for this. Even when he died, the media reported about this joke that he made and how he never lived it down, even though he apologized many times. The name Fuzzy, because it was really absurd, the joke that he made. The name Fuzzy must have some purpose. Okay, so what is with the name Fuzzy? Z is the 26th letter of the alphabet. Nellie Fox, again, his bat was gifted on the same day that Zoeller died, also wore number 26. Okay. Another story from today is the high-rise fire in Hong Kong. And because of it, Disney canceled its premiere of the movie Zootopia 2 due to the Hong Kong fire. Here we have another 2. Okay? Again, on this day, we had the bat gifted that was used by player number 2, given to the Pope on his plane at the beginning of his 2-nation trip. One of the 2 guard that was shot died on the day. And I'm also explaining Fuzzy Zoeller and how it points to Tiger Woods and how these were the 2 golfers in the modern era that won the Masters in their first year playing. And Fuzzy Zoeller is even connected to the day that Woods won his first Masters, because he made the racial joke that day. So we have lots of 2s. And also, Woods won the Masters again 22 years later in his big comeback. So anyway, we have Zootopia, and also, like I said, the earthquake on the day that Zoeller died connects to the death of the World War II president. Not FDR, I mean the GI generation hero, George Bush, who was the youngest president of World War II. Okay. So the high-rise fire in Hong Kong was a sign that pointed back to America through Zootopia 2. I think I might have mentioned earlier in this video that the signs, if they are not in America or Israel, they in some way point back to America or Israel. So Zootopia, on the day of player number 2's bat to the Pope on his 2-nation trip, and the death of one of the 2 shot guard. Zootopia 2 has to do with anthropomorphized animals. Right? Apparently, there's a subculture obsession with what is called a furry. Basically, anthropomorphized animals or a person in a fur suit. This also carries over into the child trafficking pedophilia domain, which would hint at the Catholic Church. Again, fuzzy hints at furry. That's what's going on here. That's why Fuzzy died on the day of this fire that canceled the premiere of Zootopia 2. Fuzzy being one of 2 modern era golfers to win the Masters in their first year. Okay, so fuzzy, anthropomorphized animals, it's clear, and furry. And there's a subculture obsession with what is called furry. I mean, that's the term for it. The term for this perversion is furry. That's why the Antichrist satanic spirit that targets children and adolescents has targeted them with this obsession with dressing up in furry suits. It's all demonic. It's not innocent fun games. It's demonic. Them dressing up, this obsession with being the so-called furry. And kids going to school now not only claiming that they're the opposite sex, but also a particular animal. It's related to sex still. When they come to school and say, I'm actually a dog. And if you don't treat me like a dog, I'm going to be offended. So, yeah, there's more. I'm getting at. There's something's going on here, which I'm getting at. Now, as I wrote to my friend, because like I said, these are just notes as the insights came. I don't have time to type it all out into some kind of write-up. So I recall there being a scene in The Shining. Now we know that The Shining is definitely tied to Paul Simon in God's Signs, right? Because Paul Simon famously dated Shelley Duvall, who starred in The Shining, and broke up with Shelley Duvall infamously at the airport before her flight to the UK to film The Shining. Paul Simon sang in his famous Graceland song, "The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar." That's the opening line to his famous song. And that's because The Shining in the movie is about demonic possession. And it's specifically demonic possession of a hotel and specifically a ballroom, which is why Shelley Duvall and Paul Simon met on the movie set of Annie Hall, as in the ballroom hall in The Shining. Right? Now, the reason for the Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar is because the coming demonic possession of those who take the mark of the Antichrist, the SHOT, will become possessed through delta brain waves that will be triggered by frequencies, and music is frequencies, hence Paul Simon. Okay, now in the movie The Shining, there is a scene, a twisted, perverted scene involving furry sex. There's a man in a furry costume having oral sex with another man in the movie. You don't actually see, there's no explicit scene, but that's what is the case. That's what's shown in the movie. That's what's depicted in the movie. Okay? Now, so the quake was 26 miles from Willow. Z is 26. So Zeller, 26. Nellie Fox wore number 26 also. What does Willow mean? Well, you know what? The full conclusion of what Willow means is not actually in this email thread. It's in another one, which I will read in a video probably titled Tiger Woods Comeback or something like that. But Willow is actually hinting at, it's a type of tree. So the earthquake on the day that Zeller died in Willow, and 26 miles from Willow, and Zeller and Z is the 26th letter, and Nellie Fox were 26. It's all confirmation that this is tied to Zeller. Why Willow? Well, it's a type of tree, and Zeller made his famous racist joke at the Masters, which is a golf course known for its tree-lined fairways. And the holes of the golf course are nicknamed after a famous tree, a type of tree, at the green at the end of the hole. That's what the golf course is known for. Various names of trees. And so that's how, so that's amazing how it all ties to the Masters here with the name Willow. Now there's more though. Watch the other video too. Also. Now, November 27th, the day Zeller died and the earthquake in Willow was 66 plus 6 weeks after Shelley Duvall died. Which is more confirmation that what's being hinted at here is The Shining, with the name Fuzzy, which hints at Furry, which hints at The Shining, which hints at Shelley Duvall. 66 plus 6 weeks obviously hints at 666. And again, on this 27th of November date, we have these signs pointing to the two antichrists, the Pope and Obama, both from Chicago. But again, Leo is not he's lowercase a Antichrist because Pope Francis will be resurrected. Now, November 27th was the 15th prime number of days, in other words, 47 days, which is also 11:28 hours. I'm not going to explain why that's relevant. After Diane Keaton died. And she died exactly 15 months after Duvall died. Keaton starred in Annie Hall, and Simon and Duvall met on the movie set of Annie Hall. Okay. Now there's a reason for 15-2 is that it's 13 plus 2, and the White House mansion has 132 rooms, which is 44 plus 44 plus 44, and the 44th president is the Antichrist who will dwell in the White House mansion. Paul Simon sang about the Graceland mansion, and Annie Hall hints at this, as does The Shining in a large hotel, and Trump currently is rebuilding the ballroom, hence why it ties to The Shining and the haunted ballroom and on and on. It's all part of this same prophecy. I'm saying God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections is only being explained on this channel. Not to say that there aren't other channels that talk about other signs that aren't in this video, but the big picture here, how they all tie together, really is only being explained on this channel. Now, and for example, that's why the vast majority of the prophetic signs are completely missed by everyone else, because it's not appreciated how they all interconnect. And so just for example, no one is talking about how the ballroom at the White House is connected to the haunted ballroom in the movie The Shining through Paul Simon, etc. Now Fuzzy Zeller, for that matter, through Furry in the movie The Shining. And I just proved it, that Fuzzy Zeller connects to The Shining. These connections prove it, right? That's how God's signs works. His big picture of signs works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And so if Fuzzy Zeller really is pointing to the furry suit in the movie The Shining, you're going to expect these confirmations, and that's what this is. Okay, it's 15 prime number of days from Keaton, which was 15 months exactly from the death of Duvall, which was 66 plus 6 weeks exactly to the death of Zeller, full circle. "11:28 hours" also points to Paul Simon, because Paul Simon sang about the Mayflower. Oh, another thing, by the way, Paul Simon sang about the Mayflower and the Apollo 11 mission in his song American Tune at Jimmy Carter's inaugural ball, another hall ball thing. It was in a hall, I forget which hall. It was the pre-inaugural ball, and as in ballroom. That just came to me, And you'd be surprised that it only just came to me now. It was the inaugural ball, as in the ballroom in the movie The Shining. And it was on the date 119, January 19th, which hints at Revelation 9:11, which is the verse that symbolizes all of this. And that day was 9 days exactly to the release of the book, The Shining, by Stephen King. And Revelation 9:11 is about King Apollyon, as an Apollo mission. Nine days between the two, because 9 is the most important number in God's signs. It's from the Bible. It symbolizes God's judgment. But it's Revelation chapter 9. All right. Now, so Apollo 11 is the reason for, the reason for Apollo 11 is because of the spiritual founding of America with the 11 ship flotilla of the Puritans, led by John Winthrop, who gave his famous Shining City on a Hill speech before the Puritans departed the ships into their promised land. And that speech or sermon was derived from Deuteronomy chapter 28. That's why 11:28. That's why the Black Friday following the Thanksgiving was the date 11:28. It's all pointing back to the spiritual founding of America, which Paul Simon points to because of his hit song American Tune, which he sang on the prophetic Revelation 9:11 date. All right, and on, like I just explained. Now, the speech, the sermon from Deuteronomy chapter 28 regards the promises of blessings and curses for the Israelites before they crossed the Jordan River into the Promised Land, which the pilgrims saw as being analogous to their crossing of the Atlantic. The Israelites were escaping religious persecution from the king of Egypt. The pilgrims were escaping religious persecution from the king of England, and on and on. Okay, so now Katy Perry, her third studio album, had the song E.T., Extraterrestrial, which is about having sex with an extraterrestrial. I mean, literally that's what the song is about, right? Okay? It's demonic. In the future, people will be having sex with demons pretending to be aliens. Okay? That's going to happen. And that's what's also being hinted at with this furry thing. This sexual perversion with the furry suit, for example. In the movie The Shining about demonic possession. Because the demons will pretend to be aliens and demonically possess people who have taken the mark of the Antichrist through their brains, which is why Paul Simon will slip and have a head injury, just like the king of rock and roll, Elvis, in his mansion, etc. Okay, as in King Apollyon, Revelation 9:11. So, Katy Perry, that's why Katy Perry came to mind, is because of her famous E.T. song about this type of sex with other animals or beasts, if you will. The demons will pretend to be beasts, and people will have sex with them. Okay? And the release of this song was February 11th, 2011. Exactly 70 weeks. And the song is from the third studio album, which gives us 3 sets of 7, which God uses to confirm signs because of the symbolic 3 sets of 7 the Israelites enacted before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed after they crossed the Jordan River into the Promised Land. Now, this 700 weeks is also 4,900 days. And Shelley Duvall died exactly 700 weeks, right? Now, the movie Annie Hall, when Simon met Duvall, was filmed and released in 1977, as was the book The Shining. 49 is 7 times 7. Also, the earthquake was in the 49th state. The earthquake in Willow when Zeller died, when Furry died. Okay? So that's just more confirmation of the connection here to Katy Perry. Because as I already said, Duvall's death connected with exactly 66 plus 6 weeks to the death of Furry, or Fuzzy. Okay? And that connects to Katy Perry, clearly. The Israelites enacted the 3 sets of 7. And the demons pretending to be aliens will cross over after the wall collapses, the security wall between the demonic and earthly realm. That's why the 3 sets of 7 here. But also, because the walls of security of Jericho collapsed after 3 sets of 7. The Israelites marched around once per day for 7 days, and then on the 7th day marched around 7 times while blowing 7 trumpets. Also, the walls of security collapsed due to an earthquake, and Zeller died on the day of a prophetic earthquake in the 49th state, which connects to the death of Duvall, which connects with 4,900 days, or 700 weeks, to the song from the 3rd studio album. So, again, Furry connects with Katy Perry. In fact, Fuzzy and Furry rhyme with Perry. That just came to me. But that's the case. That's actually, I believe, what is going on. That's a thing. God did that. Perry rhymes with Fuzzy and Furry. Fuzzy hints at Furry, and Uri rhymes with Perry. Right? And she's having sex with beasts in this song, and that's proof that Fuzzy is hinting at this perversion called furry, which is depicted also in the movie The Shining. Now, does Perry's E.T. song hint at fetish sex with furry animal sex with demons? Okay, let me repeat that. Does Perry's E.T. song, which is about fetish sex with alien beasts, does it hint at the fetish sex with furry animals, which is or will be about sex with demons pretending to be beasts, right? Is that what's going on here? Well, there is this famous show, Sexy Beasts, in which people in the show, it's a reality TV show, people dress up in furry beast costumes. They can't see each other, and it's a dating game. They talk with each other in bars and stuff like this, like as if they're on dates. But they don't know what each other looks like. They're dressed in these furry beast costumes. Okay? And the idea of the show is to like match up with others in the show without knowing what they look like, but just by going by what they say and I guess their costumes. It's a hint at what's coming, this demonic sex with furry beasts in the future. So the show Sexy Beasts would confirm it if we can connect it with Katy Perry's song. Can we do that? Well, yes, we can, ! Because Katy Perry's E.T. song was released exactly 36 months before Sexy Beasts aired. And that is huge because the number 36 in God's signs hints at 3 sixes, 666. It's also 6 times 6, and also 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6. And also the 36th triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 36th row is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 36 is equal to 666. And again, Katy Perry's song connects to the death of Duvall, which connects with 66 plus 6 weeks, to the death of Furry. This is astounding confirmation. Sexy Beasts connects exactly with 666 to the release of the E.T. song. You can't ask for a more profound confirmation than that. 666, the number of the Antichrist. Now, Fuzzy Zoeller was born on November 11th, 1951, which was 711 months exactly on the date that Katy Perry's song was released, the song about sex with beasts. So does fuzzy hint at furry? Yes, it does. It connects with Paul Simon, and Paul Simon connects with The Shining, and furry hints at The Shining and all that, right? Well, another confirmation here is the 711 months, because that's a hint at judgment in God's signs, because the flood judgment began, the collapse of security, symbolic of the wall of security between the demonic realm and the earthly realm collapsing, was in Genesis 7:11. But more than that, if we go to chapter 6, we get the reason why the flood occurred. And why did the flood occur? Because of demonic sex. Humans had sex with the demons, the fallen angels. That's what's described in Genesis 6. And God had enough of it. The bloodline of humans had been corrupted. He needed to wipe it out. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't personally believe all of this is history, factual history. It's based on history. Like, I do believe that because the flood, when it says the earth was flooded, it doesn't mean the entire earth was covered in water. It just means the earth was covered in water. Well, what happened was the Isthmus Strait that connects Asia Minor to Europe, where Istanbul is, collapsed and flooded the plain that is now the Black Sea. And there's evidence that at the bottom of the Black Sea that of ancient peoples living there, which disappeared, and the evidence is that they disappeared overnight. That's because of a flood. And it's not a coincidence that the Noah's Ark is said to have landed in the mountains of Turkey, near the Black Sea. So that's what happened, okay? Anyway, it's all for God's purposes, this story in the Bible. And it's a metaphor. The numbers are even just metaphoric, right? So anyway, that's enough, I think, of my trying to explain it to someone who refuses to believe the Bible because of these sorts of things, like the flood. Well, you need to look further into these things, because there are many Christians, like myself, who don't believe that the entire world was flooded, because the text doesn't say that. And regarding the other things that are the stumbling block for you, look into it, because there are answers. All right? Now, okay, so that's amazing. This is relevant because of the demonic sex that happened with the flood, or the flood which resulted in the flood. So we have this flood number connecting with the birth of Zoeller, the furry guy, furry sex guy, symbolic of it too. And also, you could say his racist comment is like having sex with other species, beasts, right? Like races, as in like another non-human race being, beast. You see? That just came to me, by the way. Another thing that just came to me, okay, I'll admit it just came to me. Yes, his racist comment is actually hinting at sex with non-human race species. Yes. Amazing. And so I think I've explained it now. It's not just random. It's not arbitrary, the 711 months. This is extremely relevant because the flood began in Genesis 7:11, and it's because of the sex with the other non-human race beasts, okay? Which is why Katy Perry's song connects profoundly to the date Zoeller Furry was born. Okay, so Katy Perry's release of her E.T. song on February 11th, 2011, was exactly 4 plus 4 months before the White House shooting. And again, shots are symbolic of the mark. Right? The things that come out of guns and go into people is symbolic of the things that come out of things and go into people. This is a big reason for the prophetic signs that are the mass shootings, etc. It's symbolic of the masses taking the mark. And so the White House shooting was on the date 11/11 in 11. And it was and the 44th president dwelled in the White House at the time, but at the time he was in Indonesia, where the 44th president grew up for 4 years. But anyway, the shooter shot his rifle at the White House, and he shot from Constitution Avenue. The 44th president is the unconstitutional president, but that in itself is symbolic of the taking down of the Constitution during the moment of crisis, as was the case during the faux hoax crisis that was the CVD disease in 2020, where every single element and amendment to the Constitution was removed except for the one amendment, the Second Amendment. The only one that wasn't touched and taken down during that hysteric moment. But that too was symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Because again, things that come out of guns and go into people are symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Okay, so the Katy Perry shooting, the Katy Perry song was released exactly 4 plus 4 months before the White House shooting. And that in turn was exactly 2 times 30 years after the birth of Fuzzy. That's amazing, actually, because that's a pairing of 23 and 44. And I probably mentioned this already, but this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third of multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required, and this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 23 and 44. And I know these are the numbers because I have been studying his big picture of signs, patterns, and connections for more than full-time hours from morning until night for more than 7 years. And the reason is because the 44th president was the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. So again, from the White House shooting, we have the 4 plus 4 months and also the 2 times 30 years, giving us 23 and 44. This also pairs with 11, which gives us 1123, which is this number that God uses frequently to hint at woe exclamation mark, because 1123 is the 188th prime number, and H188 in the Hebrew concordance is the word for woe exclamation mark, used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. And talk about extreme judgment from God when demons cross over into the earthly realm, possess people, and have sex with people. Yeah, and have with those and possess those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist. Hence the shooting from Constitution Avenue on the date 11/11/11. Okay, Duvall died. Shelley Duvall, star of The Shining. Again, she died 66 weeks plus 6 weeks before Furry died, Fuzzy Zeller. All right, and she died 660 weeks and 6 days after the White House shooting, the shots. Okay, that's also 2 times 76 months. 276 is the 23rd triangular number. Well, okay. So Fuzzy was born exactly 122 months after ground broke for the Pentagon on the date 9/11 in the year 41. This is an amazing thing, by the way, because Revelation 9:11 symbolizes this prophecy in which the demons are released from the bottomless pit after the pit is opened with a key. And the word key is equal to 41 in simple English gematria. A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. This is why, for example, Paul Simon, who composes using musical keys, was born in 41. It's very important, this 41 number. Okay, so the Pentagon, and this is, incidentally, this prophecy is the 5th trumpet judgment. That's why the Pentagon, which is this 5-sided shape, polygon, 5-sided shape. The Pentagon, the number 5. Okay, it's the 5th trumpet. And it was opened, or the ground broke officially on the date 9/11, as in Revelation 9/11, the 5th trumpet. In 41, because the key opens the pit in Revelation 9. Now, what we have here is exactly 122 months from this, and that's astounding because 122 is the 41st semi-prime number. Like, God uses this number frequently. I'll just give you an example. The Antichrist, Pope Francis, is pointed to through San Francisco, which is on the 122nd meridian, and the name Pope Francis is equal to 122 in simple English gematria, as is San Francisco, equal to 122 in simple English gematria. That's because it hints at key, because 122 is the 41st semi-prime number, a number that is only divisible by 2 other prime numbers, and the word and key is symbolic of the Vatican. Pope Francis, San Francisco, 122nd meridian line. It's absolutely amazing, right? And that's how important this number is. 41 and 122 basically are the same symbolic meaning in God's signs, okay? And we have this astounding thing, which was the beginning of the Pentagon, the 5th trumpet, on the date 9/11 because of Revelation 9/11 and the 5th trumpet, which was opened with a key, the bottomless pit in that prophecy. Key equals 41. The Pentagon opened in 9/11 in 41. Okay, now that's straight, that's solid, that's foundational. But then we add this 122 months, and that's how important the death of Fuzzy Zoeller is. That's astounding confirmation of this connection, this implication, this hint that Fuzzy hints at furry. If you didn't believe it before, you need to believe it now. I mean, if you don't believe anything in this video, all of it will be true when the prediction comes to pass, and that's the purpose of the prediction for Paul Simon's slip and fall and injury of his head on December 19th. All right, so yes, it'll be a fact that Fuzzy hints at furry when the prediction comes to pass. But as you can see here, God is using Fuzzy to hint at furry because of the demons that will rise from the bottomless pit and have sex. The other non-human race, Fuzzy Zoeller, racist joke with the humans, the human race, okay? So I think I've made my point. Oh, and also, the Pentagon is associated with the Department of War, and Revelation chapter 12 is when Satan and his minions, the demons, are thrown down from heaven to earth after war broke out in heaven. Okay, so just thought I'd add that too. That's also the significance of the Pentagon here. It's an invasion, war on humanity. It's a war between good and evil, furthermore. Now, Paul Simon was born 4 months and 4 days after ground broke for the Pentagon on the date 9/11, which again hints at Revelation 9/11. Pentagon hints at the fifth trumpet. And as I'm saying, Paul Simon is attached to all this, associated with all this. But now we have a connection from Fuzzy Zoeller, like I've been saying, to Paul Simon. Because I've been saying November 27th was a Paul Simon date, and Fuzzy Zoeller died on this day, and it connects to Paul Simon. Because again, Fuzzy Zoeller was born exactly 122 months before ground broke at the Pentagon, and I've now explained and repeated myself on how that's relevant. And then from the opening of the Pentagon, it is 4 months and 4 days to the birth of Paul Simon. So the birth of Fuzzy Zoeller connects with the birth of Paul Simon. 4 months and 4 days because the fourth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and Paul Simon is Jewish, is the word that symbolizes, is the letter that symbolizes a door, as in the door through which the demons cross over into the earthly realm, the door that's unlocked with the key. Well, in God's signs, the door is the same symbolism as a bridge. Simon, bridge over troubled water, for example, but also another hit he had with Garfunkel was 59th Street Bridge. And so it's the bridge that the demons will cross over from the demonic realm into the earthly realm, symbolized by the number 4, and that's why the Antichrist is the 44th president. Well, Paul Simon was born 4 months and 4 days after the Pentagon was opened, okay? And so, 7 Psalms, the album, was released 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days after Simon's prophetic dream, in which a voice instructed him to make the album and to name it 7 Psalms. Another example of 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days here with Paul Simon. In fact, you could say that this 4 months and 4 days is confirmation of the 4 years and 4 months and 4 days, and not the other way around. Anyway, on 9/11, the fourth plane crashed at a 40-degree angle into a 40-acre pit and killed 44 people, 40 plus 40 miles outside of Pittsburgh, the city of bridges. And again, Paul Simon is associated with 9/11 in God's signs because he cold opened the first broadcast of Saturday Night Live after 9/11. Of course, Saturday Night Live is broadcast from Manhattan. And so, Paul Simon is symbolic of 9/11. He also performed at the 10th anniversary of 9/11 at the memorial. But by the way, in that opening, he sang The Boxer. Boxing is about knocking the opponent to the ground, so that they collapse to the ground, which hints at the collapse of the towers that were knocked on 9/11. So Fuzzy's racial comments at Tiger hint at sex with alien races and beasts. Oh yeah, I forgot his name is Tiger. That's pure confirmation there of how Fuzzy hints at furry and beasts, because Tiger is a beast. There you go. I forgot about that. That's huge. That's huge confirmation. Right? It's not just other non-human races, but it's the beasts thing. It's the furry. Tiger. Yes. Fuzzy, furry, tiger. Yep. Fuzzy Zoeller, which you could argue hints at Oz, died on the day Leo XIV received his player number 2 bat on his 2-nation trip. And this was 14 days, which is 2 weeks, after Fetterman, Oz, fell and the attack at the premiere of Wicked 2. Okay, so The senator from the second state, no less, I forgot to add that there, or if I didn't know it at the time, I'm seeing it now. So this senator represents the second state. When he was elected, he defeated Dr. Oz, which is symbolic of the Wizard of Oz. Okay, so Zeller would be a hint at Oz as well. And the two, and Fetterman fell on the state that was exactly 2 weeks prior to the death of Fuzzy Zeller. And on the same day, the Pope got the number 2 bat on his 2-nation trip, but it's also Pope Leo XIV, and 2 weeks is 14 days. But on the day that Fetterman fell, there was the attack at the premiere of the movie Wicked 2. Okay, and so this is more confirmation of the wickedness of the symbolism in the death of Fuzzy Zeller. In the movie, it's 2 witches. There are 2 antichrists that are identified through the signs on the day that Fuzzy Zeller died with the number 2. For example, the batter who wore jersey number 2, the bat that was used by player number 2 was gifted to the Pope on the 2-nation trip, but this is the first international trip for the first American Pope, who's from Chicago, the place where the first black president is from. Okay, so Wicked 2. But also, there will be a second presidency for this wicked Antichrist. Also, in the quote of, the infamous quote of Fuzzy Zeller, he called Tiger Woods a little boy. This is his quote. That little boy is driving well and he's putting well. He's doing everything it takes to win. So you know what you guys do when he gets in here? You pat him on the back and say, congratulations and enjoy it, and tell him not to serve fried chicken next year. Got it? A collard greens or whatever the hell they serve, unquote. Or collard greens or whatever the hell they serve. The comments were widely condemned as racist and haunted Zeller for the rest of his career. He apologized numerous times, maintaining that they were intended as a joke, referencing the tradition of the Masters winner choosing the menu for the following year's champions dinner, and that he meant no racial offense. I could see that. It's really in poor taste, bad judgment. But I could see a kind of a goofy guy trying to make a joke, not being good at telling jokes or something like that, and I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't even matter what I think. The point is the prophecy here. And so anyway, the emergency Aliyah drill in Israel. Okay, now this is huge. This is something else. So we're getting into the next level here. If you found what I've been explaining so far interesting, it's going to get way more interesting here and profound. What is going on here? So another sign we received on November 27th was the emergency Aliyah drill in Israel. Okay? This Black Friday is 3,120 weeks after the Good Friday earthquake. 3218 is the 272nd super semi-prime number. H272 is the word in the Hebrew concordance for possession. God is using this for this demonic possession theme that I've been explaining regarding Furry Zeller. This is appropriate given the connection to Black's Friday, Perry and her E.T. song. Because again, okay, so the thing about Katy Perry is that she had this other singer named Rebecca Black in her Thank Goodness It's Friday song. That's because Rebecca Black became famous when her song Friday went viral. I think at the time she was a 12-year-old singer, and her song went viral because it was so bad. It was the big thing on the internet back in the day when the internet wasn't as fragmented. It was in the early beginning stages of the internet. There was still a common culture. And so everyone knew about Rebecca Black's Friday and how, because it was made fun of all over the place. And so the video went viral with this song. So Rebecca Black played up on it, and and Perry did too, and she had Rebecca Black in her song about Friday. Thank goodness it's Friday. Okay, so that's the connection between Rebecca Black, whose song is Friday. Well, that's from God because of Black Friday. Okay, Rebecca Black's Friday song? Are you kidding me? So anyway, obviously, but which Black Friday are we talking about? We're talking about this Black Friday. Was what was meant all along 14 years ago with Rebecca Black's Friday song because of these connections to Fuzzy Zoeller through what I've explained in Katy Perry and her song E.T., her E.T. song. I'm pretty sure that the E.T. song is on the same album as the Thank Goodness It's Friday song. Regardless, the E.T. song was released like within days. Maybe it was even the same day. Well, wait a second. Hold on. Yep. The video was released on February 10th, the day before Katy Perry's E.T. song was released. That's really, if that doesn't confirm everything, So Rebecca Black is tied to all of this. And her song was released as a single 42 days later. 42 is symbolic of the Antichrist now. So this particular Black Friday, which is connected to Perry through Fuzzy Zoeller, like I explained earlier, with solid, connections, not just the fact that they hint at sex with beasts, but because of the connections that I explained earlier, right? All right. So anyway, so this Black Friday connected with the Good Friday earthquake with this number that hints at possession. And that's what Katy Perry, Black Friday, and the E.T. song all hint at, including Fuzzy Zoeller as well. Okay? Now, it's 4 years, 4 months, or exactly 52 months after the 8.2 magnitude Perryville earthquake. Okay, so there was an earthquake in Perryville on September 28th, and this Black Friday, which was November 28th, was exactly 4 years and 4 months. Okay, so that's, and again, this Black Friday connects with Katy Perry. Okay. Now, another thing that happened on November 27th was the death of the Netflix actor Tony Germano, who died at age 55 after a fatal fall in Brazil. Okay. Now, let's see. His last film credit is titled Labyrinth of Lost Boys. God is using the Lost Boys movie for prophetic significance. And he also was involved in a film called The Angel in the Pit. Okay, so what we were talking about again is this prophecy about the demons arising from the bottomless pit through the door, which is the fourth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Brazil in God's signs is associated with green because of their flag, and green is the fourth letter of the rainbow. Anyway, there's more to this. Hold on. This Black Friday, This 1128 date, I already explained the significance of 1128, is 4 times 4 times 4 weeks exactly after the Love Hurts NFL game in Brazil. All right. That was a prophetic sign, and we're not going to go into the details of it. And again, Brazil equals the green flag and the green fourth horse. Green is not only the fourth color, but the fourth horse of the 4 apocalyptic horses in the book of Revelation is the green horse. All right. Now, the guy fell and died in Sao Paulo. We're talking about Paul Simon. Paulo is the same as Paul. And he died because he fell, and we are predicting Paul Simon to fall. So here we have a sign on this November 27th, 28th dates that were said in advance to be these dates that God is pointing to, that was pointing to ahead of time regarding the fall of Paul Simon. And then we have this guy falling in Paulo. Okay. Now, let's see. 55 years old. He died at 55 because that's a Paul Simon number. Because it's 11 times 5. And God is using Paul Simon to point to Amos, the first chapter, which has 15 verses. That's why Paul Simon's prophetic dream, for example, was on the date 1/15, January 15th. The dream that told him to make the album. This date, November 28th, when the guy died, is 1150 days. That's 11 times 5 again, to the day that the Antichrist will return to the White House on January 20th, 2029. 1150 days in Daniel chapter 8 in the Bible is associated with the time or period of the Antichrist. That's amazing. That's an amazing connection, by the way. This is like, because Paul Simon also hints at this 115 number, and then this Paul Simon sign here gets us to the return of the Antichrist. So he died at 55 years old, exactly 2 times 30 days after the Doomsday Defense player who wore number 55 died. Another sign, this was another date in the trail of signs for Paul Simon that God was pointing to in advance of this date. Okay, I've talked about that in other videos. So anyway. But speaking of Fuzzy Zeller and the Sexy Beast show, etc., this date was known ahead of time because of the Beast Games by Mr. Beast, the biggest YouTuber, who had the Beast Games in January of this year, which pointed to August 30th and 31st because the final 2 contestants out of 1,000 were contestants number 830 and 831, and they were consecutive numbers by pure coincidence. Even the mainstream media noted the extreme coincidence, but God was using that to point to the dates 830 and 831 because of the conjunction in the night sky on those 2 dates. And also on those 2 dates was the 9/11 mare. He crashed on the 30th, and the news broke on the 31st in the 9th state. Revelation 9/11, the 9/11 mare. All right. Anyway, back to what let's go forward here. So that date also was 2 times 30 days. Okay, let's, Tony Germano rhymes with Tony Soprano, who is symbolic of the Antichrist, the leader of the mafia in that show, The Sopranos. Bergoglio, who is Italian, is from southern South America. Tony Germano is Italian and is from southern South America. Tony Germano performed in Jekyll and Hyde. Obama is from Hyde Park, and he is a Jekyll and Hyde. He presents himself as the nice guy, but he's the evil Mr. Hyde on the inside, etc. Michael Delano, another death here. We have another death, okay? This actor, another actor, Michael Delano, known for his role in Ocean's 11, the movie. and also Oceans 12. Oceans 11 and 12, this hints at the ships. This is a theme God is using regarding Paul Simon, because the sound of silence heard in heaven in Revelation chapter 8, verse 1, is followed with Revelation 8:8 and the description of the destruction of ships. And so God has been playing on this in his signs, long story, explained in other videos. But Oceans 11 and 12 gets us 23. The reason for the ships in the 8th chapter of Revelation is because of the 23rd chapter in the book of Isaiah, which reveals America. How so? Well, the judgment on ancient Tyre in Isaiah chapter 23 is symbolic of America. In God's signs, Tyre is symbolic of America. There's examples I could give you. The reason why is because ancient Tyre, the city, was formidable and prosperous because of its protection, being an island off the coast of the Mediterranean. It wasn't until Alexander the Great built a causeway from the mainland to the island that ancient Tyre was finally defeated. That's a parallel with the divine protection God gave America, situated in between two vast oceans. Also in the 23rd chapter of Isaiah is the description of Tarshish, ancient Tarshish, and the ships of Tarshish, and the daughter of Tarshish. Well, all kinds of ancient evidence confirms that Tarshish was Great Britain. And Great Britain in history dominated the world and had an empire on which the sun never set due to its ships, its naval power and its merchant ships. That was the UK's, the Great Britain's success, was its naval power, its dominance of the oceans. So the ships of Tarshish clearly is about Great Britain. Well, in this prophecy, there is also the daughter of Tarshish, and that's another thing that confirms that Great Britain is Tarshish, because Great Britain had a daughter, America. And America, like Great Britain, is powerful because of its ships and its dominance of the oceans. Okay, so anyway, the destruction of ships in Revelation chapter 8 is symbolic of the destruction of America. It's not random. It's not arbitrary. It's not just ships. There's a really big reason why God is saying that the ships are destroyed in that chapter. It's not just because ships are destroyed. It means something. And like many, many other things in the book of Revelation, there's a parallel with Old Testament prophecy, and this is the parallel. And this parallel identifies America. In other words, those that say America isn't in Bible prophecy are completely wrong. The ships in Revelation chapter 8 are symbolic of America. And so is Paul Simon, for one thing because of his song America and American Tune, in which, by the way, is a description of ships, including the Mayflower ship that founded America spiritually, and also the spaceship Apollo 11, the defining moment of America's achievement. And anyway, ships symbolize America. The Mayflower crossed the ocean at the spiritual founding of America. There are only two nations in the history of the world that were founded on a relationship with God in the Bible, Israel and America. And America was founded with a ship, and then followed by 11 other ships, hence Ocean's 11. That just came to me, by the way. Wow. Yes, the 11 ships of John Winthrop's flotilla, which before the Puritans departed the ships, like I mentioned earlier, Winthrop gave his speech about the promised blessings and curses from Deuteronomy chapter 28. Oh yeah, Ocean's 11. It's a John Winthrop sign. Wow. So this guy, this takes the prophetic significance of the death of Michael Delano up another level. It was already talking about America, but as I was just explaining, because of Isaiah chapter 23, but now we have the number 11 too to confirm it. Well, we had it also with the 11 plus 12 to equal 23. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah. By the way, in Deuteronomy chapter 28, the promised blessings of curses for the Israelites before they entered the promised land, and how God is pointing to this, to the promises of blessings and curses for the nation of America after the Puritans entered their promised land. This description of the promised curses that were to be if and when the future descendants of the Puritans would disobey God's commandments, include a description of an eagle swooping down. Well, on 9/11, it was Flight 11 that departed Governor's Island, where the first governor, John Winthrop, lived after he led the 11-ship flotilla. Flight 11 with a crew of 11 flew into the Twin Towers. It looked like a giant 11 in the 11th state. And New York City has 11 letters. That's because Jesus coined the phrase the 11th hour, which in ancient Israel referred to the last hour of daylight before darkness. And in English is an idiom that means last chance. Time is running out, as in last chance for America to repent and turn back to God, which was the warning on 9/11. Well, anyway, in the Deuteronomy chapter 28, which ties to Winthrop, as I just explained, we have the imagery of an eagle swooping down. The American Airlines flight was an eagle, American Airlines Eagle flight. Well, it had anyway an eagle painted on the tail of the plane, a giant eagle, and it was swooping down into the tower. Also in that description also in the prophecy is the description of people walking on iron and the sky being bronze. And that was exactly the case on 9/11. People were walking on iron, the debris of the towers, while the sky was literally bronze. Yes. So that's because God was pointing to Deuteronomy chapter 28 and the promises of blessings and curses for America. Okay, now, so this other guy, this actor, Michael Delano, died in Las Vegas, which is where Oceans 11 and 12 take place, also known as Sin City. And he died at the age of 84, which is the equivalent in gematria to the name Obama. And Obama was born on the date 8/4. Okay, now Michael hints at Michelle, who will become the president, and that will allow Obama to become the president again. And Delano hints at Delano Roosevelt, who served 3 terms. The only president to do so before Obama will serve 3 terms. Also, FDR was the 32nd president, and the name Obama is equal to 32 in simple English gematria. A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. Okay. So as I wrote here, wait a second. This is a huge epiphany here. Clooney, George Clooney, the star of Oceans 11 and 12, played the ship's captain in the movie A Perfect Storm. The real-life storm that the movie portrays was a massive prophetic sign of judgment, warning, that followed the Madrid Peace Conference about Israel. Which was organized by George Bush, the 41st president. And I already explained earlier how all of this connects to George Bush. But anyway, he organized this Madrid Peace Conference about what to do about Israel, which is the biggest transgression the nations do in Bible prophecy that leads to their destruction in the end times. at the return of Lord Jesus Christ. And what happened was the storm that was named a perfect storm, like, if what I recall, it was 2 hurricanes merging into one. The entire East Coast, from the southern tip of Florida to the northern tip of Maine, experienced severe weather and waves, etc., destruction. The entire East Coast experienced destruction from this storm. It was the perfect storm. All right? And that's what this movie is about. But it's a ship. So Clooney starred in Ocean's 11, which has nothing to do with the ocean. His character in the movie's name is Ocean. That's it. Okay? But he also stars in a movie on the ocean, in a ship. So this confirms everything about what I've been saying about this, how this Ocean's 11 and 12 movies are actually pointing to ships. And like I've explained, America and the destruction of America. Well, this perfect storm was a warning of destruction of America after the president organized this Madrid peace talk conference about what to do about Israel. All right, do you see here? Now, the thing about it, as I wrote down here, woe, because I read on Wikipedia about the storm a little bit, the vacation, it actually touched George Bush because his vacation home was damaged in Maine, the 23rd state. Oh, and it just came to me. Or no, it did came to me before. Okay. So Maine is the 23rd state, and we're talking about the ships because of Isaiah chapter 23. And this perfect storm is about a ship because the movie's about the ship, which I'll explain in a second. So God uses this movie about the ship to point to this prophetic storm. And Isaiah chapter 23 is about ships, and this storm wrecked the vacation home of George Bush, who organized the Madrid peace talks the day before. It's amazing, right? All right. Now, the perfect storm absorbed Hurricane Grace. That's prophetic in itself, the name Grace. There's no more grace for America. It's a warning of the ending of grace. Now, the real-life perfect storm formed on October 28th, 1991, exactly 409 months, which is the 40 plus 40th prime number, which is at the 44th president, before this Black Friday, November 28th. And 1128 hints at the 11 Puritan ships crossing the Atlantic and Deuteronomy chapter 28, which I've explained now. Right? Wow. Ocean's 11, right? The movie, The Perfect Storm, is about a ship in the Atlantic and its journey to Cape Cod. The Pilgrims were blown way off course by a storm that led them to seek refuge in Cape Cod. And if it weren't for that, there wouldn't have been the colonies in Massachusetts, the spiritual founding of America. It was a storm. People died on the Mayflower ship too because of that storm. It caused them to take 66 days to cross the Atlantic. And that's the 11th triangular number, incidentally. And then again, the Mayflower was followed by the 11-ship flotilla. But they were destined originally for Virginia, and had they gone to Virginia, they wouldn't have survived because the natives would have killed them. But God designed it providentially that they got hooked into Cape Cod. And if you look at the geography of Cape Cod, it's looking like a giant fish hook. And it's the age of fishing for men, which God used America to fulfill, to spread the gospel around the world and fish for men. America was God's nation of Christian disciples. So Cape Cod. By the way, cod is a type of fish. That just came to me. I didn't even think of that before. But that's why Cape Cod is shaped like a fish hook. It hooked in the Puritans, the Pilgrims. Now, when they arrived, there was all kinds of fortuitous things that were designed by God. including food buried in the sand of the beach. Otherwise, they would have starved, the natives having buried it. But also, in the prior 2 years, the native population had been decimated by a plague. And that allowed them to survive. And when they chose Plymouth, the land had already been cleared, and that was necessary. I mean, they had no strength, and they arrived just before winter and all that. They basically moved into the settlement that was vacated just prior to it by the natives that had just recently been there. And then there's the story of Squanto, the native that had been taken captive to, I think Great Britain. Maybe it was just Europe, but no, he spoke English, right? So he was happened to have been taken to Great Britain, where he became a success ultimately, and decided to leave his life that he had made in Great Britain and return back to North America, only to find that his tribe had been decimated. And so he made alliance with the tribe that was still somewhat remaining, and he ended up approaching the Pilgrims and helping them out because he was able to speak English and didn't really have a tribe or a home. And he became friends with the Pilgrims, and he became the mediator, which was completely necessary between them and the local tribe, which they ended up forging an alliance with against the other native tribes, because that was the enemy of the tribe that they became that the Pilgrims aligned with. So Squanto was completely necessary, and that was all designed by God as well. There's all kinds of coincidences like that, right? Just thought I would touch upon that because I really appreciate all of that. And this is just an opportunity to, I guess, mention it. So anyway, so this perfect storm is amazing. It points to all of this, the ships of the Pilgrims and Puritans. And in the process, again, it identifies the 44th president, because the perfect storm was exactly 40 plus 40th prime number of months before this 1128 date, which again, as I explained, hints at ships. But we have the death of this Delano guy who was in Oceans 11 and 12, which hints at the ships, as I've now explained, through George Clooney, who starred in The Perfect Storm, about a ship. And again, 11 and 12, the Oceans 11 and 12 hint at 23, Isaiah 23, and the ships of the daughter of Tarshish, which is America. And so that's why Clooney is on a ship in The Perfect Storm. Okay, I think I've touched upon it enough. It's amazing. So let's see, what next? We have a cross-country storm that began on Thanksgiving. Okay, so we have a storm. You would figure we would have a storm sign on this at this time because of the connection to this perfect storm. And sure enough, on Thanksgiving was the beginning of the cross-country, quote-unquote, storm that began on Thanksgiving. The perfect storm affected the entire East Coast from Maine to Florida, which was the 40 plus 40th prime months ago, which connects to this Thanksgiving storm. Okay. Paul Simon sang about the Mayflower crossing in his song American Tune. This connects to Paul Simon ultimately here. This connection to the Madrid Peace Conference and the perfect storm occurred in conjunction with the emergency Aliyah drill. Right? In Israel, on this day, on Thanksgiving, they were conducting an emergency Aliyah drill. Okay? The drill simulated transporting 400 plus 400 Jews per day to Israel. November 28th was 40 plus 40th prime number of months after the perfect storm, which was about a real life, after the date the perfect storm formed in real life, not the day the movie was released. This also seemed to imply, because again, the perfect storm is about the Madrid conference, about Israel. This implies that the coming emergency Aliyah Because the emergency Aliyah drill is a drill about what to do when a state, a nation fails, and the Jews in that nation are threatened, and thousands of Jews need to be evacuated immediately to Israel, which has happened in the past, right? That's how Israel was born. All of the Jews that were in the Middle East countries had to evacuate. That's the thing, that the left, the anti-Semites never talk about when they make Israel out to be a colonizer, so-called, is that Israel exists because all of the people there were kicked out of their former countries. Meanwhile, 20% of Israel is Muslim, but no Jews can live in Muslim countries where they used to before the 20th century, before they were forced out and forced to move to Israel, and in an emergency, in most cases. All right? And so there was this emergency Aliyah drill on how to get 400 plus 400 Jews out per day out of Israel. And the drill was 40th plus 40th prime number of months after the perfect storm on the ocean, which God is pointing to through this movie. But again, the perfect storm was a judgment on America for the Madrid Peace Conference about Israel. And we got the ship involved here because of the movie. What are we talking about? This implies that the coming emergency Aliyah from a collapsed nation hints at America being that collapsed nation from which there will be an emergency Aliyah. Oh, and the transport will be across the Atlantic Ocean. Hence the Ocean's 11 and George Clooney perfect storm connections here. And the storm that was a judgment warning after the Madrid Peace Conference. That's why God is pointing to the ocean here and traveling on the ocean, because the boat is trying to get back to the mainland. It's traveling on the ocean. It's got a journey to make back to the mainland. And again, it all points to the journey that the pilgrims made, like I've explained, across the ocean. What we are talking about here is a coming emergency Aliyah of Jews from the world's largest concentration of Jews outside of Israel. In other words, it's going to get bad for Jews in America, and they're going to need to evacuate because of persecution and anti-Semitism in America, and very soon. This is amazing. And furthermore, this emergency Aliyah in Israel was on Thanksgiving, the quintessential, iconic, unique American holiday, the Thanksgiving to God holiday. The American holiday was the day of the emergency Aliyah drill. That's God. That's God saying there's going to be the hand of God bringing the Jews out of America back to Israel over the Atlantic Ocean. Because of persecution from the left led by the 44th president. That's the reason, again, for the 40 plus 40th prime number of months, connection between the formation of the storm and this emergency Aliyah and this Black Friday and the death of Delano, who starred in Oceans 11 and 12. A soprano is a type of singer. Paul Simon is a singer. The Sopranos take place in Newark, New Jersey. Paul Simon was born in Newark, New Jersey. Why has God connected the Sopranos to Paul Simon? Pope Leo's papacy began on the date 5/8, which again hints at the 5th through 8th king's prophecy and Pope Francis, who was elected exactly 85 years after the St. Francis Dam collapsed. And his papacy, Pope Leo's papacy, began on the date 5/8, exactly 9 plus 10 plus 10 weeks before his first trip abroad began on November 27th. That's something, quite something too. Confirmation of the prophetic significance of his trip abroad. Leo's father's first name was Louis, and he grew up in Hyde Park. The name of the famous boat that sank in the perfect storm in the movie and in real life was Andrea Gale. Andrea rhymes with Aliyah. That's amazing. Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, this perfect storm and the ship in the movie after the Madrid Peace Conference, it's all pointing to Aliyah from America, of Jews in trouble in America. And the ship's name even confirms that. The Andrea ship, Aliyah. Andrea, Aliyah. Amazing. Now, the plane crash death. So there was a performer who died at a young age. Her name was Aliyah. After her death, the estate released the Ultimate Aliyah album. She was nicknamed the Queen of Urban Pop. That connects to Paul Simon through the song and chorus, Queen of Corona, in the Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard song, which is known as like an urban song. The video was Paul Simon playing with the kids in the urban setting in New York and Manhattan. So she's the queen of urban pop, okay? Paul Simon's the goat of American pop music. Now, Fuzzy Zeller's middle name is Urban. So Fuzzy Zeller here is also pointing to Ultimate Aliyah. The Ultimate Aliyah. Okay, so we've had Aliyah from the Middle East countries, from Russia, from the countries in Europe during the Second World War. The ultimate Aliyah is the Jews fleeing America. The death of Fuzzy Zeller even hints at this too. It's amazing. And this also is another way in which Fuzzy Zeller is a Paul Simon a sign, because of the connection with the Queen of Urban Pop to the Queen of Corona and the goat of pop music, and on and on. Now, the Ultimate Aliyah album was released on the date 4/4, which hints at the 44th president, in 2005. Exactly 43 years and 8 months after the 44th president was born. 438, which is what is hinted at with 43 years and 8 months, the sum of the divisors is 888, which is the equivalent in Greek gematria of the name Jesus in Greek. It's also symbolic of a new beginning. The number 8, God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. The new beginning is the ultimate Aliyah, the new beginning for these Jews leaving America, fleeing to Israel in the last days prior to the return of Lord Jesus Christ to Israel. The Ultimate Aliyah album was released exactly 4 years and 2 months, which is the equivalent of 25 months times 2 months, which is at 2,520 prophetic number in Bible prophecy, after Barack Obama went down to Egypt. He flew across the Atlantic Ocean and went down to Egypt to deliver his Cairo, Egypt speech on this date, right after he became the president. because of the chapter in Isaiah that begins with woe to those who go down to Egypt, and then describes the Antichrist and a battle with the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Israel. Now, the day Obama went down to Egypt was exactly 3,000 days before the Great American Eclipse that went over the area of the country nicknamed Little Egypt. The Israelites escaped Egypt, and then 3,000 perished at Mount Sinai, hence why the exact 3,000 days is astounding in this connection. The Ultimate Aliyah album was released exactly 32 years after the World Trade Center officially opened. Aliyah from around the world, the Jews returned to Israel in the 20th century from almost 100 countries from around the world. As prophesied in the Bible in Isaiah chapter 11:11, which hints at the World Trade Center towers that looked like a giant 11 in the 11th state that were struck by Flight 11 with a crew of 11. It all pointed to Isaiah 11:11, which is about Aliyah. So the 9/11 was about Aliyah as well. And the towers officially opened with a connection. It's profound to the Aliyah album, the Ultimate Aliyah album. 32 years because the name Obama is equal to 32 in simple English gematria, and it is Obama who will lead the left in driving the Jews out of America. Just like the Jews were driven out of Egypt. And they were driven eastward, incidentally. The Jews will be driven out of America, hinted at through Little Egypt, and Barack Obama, who as a senator also delivered a speech in Cairo, Illinois, as a U.S. senator. Now, the Queen of Corona hints at Corona in the urban neighborhood. The use of it in the song Down by the Schoolyard is specifically because it is an urban neighborhood, okay, as I mentioned. The first American Pope's first trip abroad was a flight from west to east. The coming Ultimate Aliyah from America will be flights from west to east, and on the day that the Pope went on a flight from west to east, the drill in Israel was of flights and rescue of Jews on flights. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if the flights were from west to east. I'm sure they are expecting to evacuate Jews from Europe. They're probably not expecting to have to evacuate Jews from America. If they are, they're very wise, but probably not. No one expects that, but it's coming. And that's what this video is about, and the signs in this video are about. From God. And all of this will be proven to be true when Paul Simon falls and injures his head as predicted on December 19th. And that is the purpose of the prediction. It's to prove everything that I am saying in this video. These controversial things. And make no mistake, I know far better than you and anyone the reason and purpose for this prediction that is from God and this video. Okay? There's no debate. What I'm saying is true. I mean, if you can't see it already, the prediction will prove it. But in my opinion, it's clear already from what I've been saying. Now, the plane will crash in St. Louis. Leo's father, Louis, is a Chicago native who grew up in Hyde Park. Obama, who is from Chicago and lived in Hyde Park and still has a home in Hyde Park, will drive the Jews in planes out of America in their aliyah, in their ultimate aliyah. So that's amazing, right? Do you get that? The Pope is the Antichrist, the other Antichrist who will persecute Jews and true Christians. And his flight from west to east in his first trip abroad was actually symbolic of the coming ultimate aliyah of Jews from America on flights from west to east. And that's why it was the first American Pope that symbolized this. It wasn't just a Pope, it was an American Pope and his first trip abroad. And God uses firsts for prophetic signs. It's just amazing. Leo's father was a Chicago native. Obama's father, Frank Marshall Davis, is from Chicago, which is why Obama moved to Chicago in '85. Pope Leo's papacy began on the date 5/8. Popes are called father. This hints at Obama's father as being the reason why Obama moved to Chicago in '85 in order to follow in his communist father's footsteps. I've talked about Frank Marshall Davis so many other times, I'll leave it to you to listen to this in another video. Pope Leo is a mixed race. Obama is mixed race. So not only are they both from Chicago, they're both mixed race. That's amazing. The first American Pope, first mixed race black president, both of their fathers are from Chicago. From 1948 until the 1970s, around 900,000 Jews from Arab lands left, fled, or were expelled from various Arab nations, of which an estimated 650,000 settled in Israel. In the course of Operation Magic Carpet, between 1949 and 50, nearly the entire community of Yemenite Jews, around 49,000, immigrated to Israel. Its other name, Operation on Wings of Eagles, was inspired by this verse in Exodus 19:4. Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. I mean, the original Aliyah was of the Israelites being led by God out of Egypt to the Promised Land. And this verse, Exodus 19:4, is the symbolic verse for it, and it talks about bearing them on eagle's wings. This actually hints at the coming flights. Okay, now, Isaiah 40:31, another verse. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. This is another verse about the coming Aliyah, or rather, I should say, the ongoing Aliyah, the ongoing restoration of Israel that began in the 20th century. Eagles, in other words, equals Aliyah. Frank Marshall Davis died exactly 6 + 6 + 6 months after the '85 Bears prophetic Super Bowl. That's amazing. Frank Marshall Davis initials equals 23 exclamation mark. That's amazing too, because this confirms that he is Obama's father. Obama wore number 23 when he played high school basketball. Speaking of Chicago, Michael Jordan, as in the Jordan River, Aliyah, crossing into the Promised Land, wore number 23 also and played in Chicago. He was the GOAT, and Obama is the GOAT Antichrist. The '85 Bears Super Bowl, which by the way was the 9+11th Super Bowl, Revelation 9:11, the '85 Bears Super Bowl was played in the 6 + 6 + 6 state, 6 + 6 + 6 months before the death of Obama's father, Frank Marshall Davis. Obama moved to Chicago in 85 and hosted the 85 Bears at the White House in a major prophetic sign, which was this. Obama hosted the 85 Bears at the White House on October 7th, 2011, because during the time of the 85 Bears win, it wasn't tradition that Super Bowl winners visited the White House. So that's why Obama decided to host this 85 Bears team. Now, this date that he hosted them was exactly 4 plus 4 plus 4 years, or 3 times 4 years, before October 7th, 2023. This hints at the 44th president. This was the big war that began with the Gaza invasion. This prophetic turning point for Israel, I should say. And this is all about Obama, which is why the 4 plus 4 plus 4 years connection. Now, the reason why it's 3 times 4 years is because that confirms the connection to the 85 Bears. The 85 Bears Super Bowl was known for how Walter Payton, number 34, did not score a touchdown. This Hall of Famer, Walter Payton, didn't get an opportunity, the running back, he was a running back, he didn't get an opportunity to score a touchdown. Even though his team, known for its 46 defense, the defense named 46 defense, scored 46 points in the Super Bowl. By the way, 46 is the 4 times 4th semi-prime number, which is the 44th president. Now, they scored 46 points, but yet Walter Payton didn't get an opportunity. Now, and then he died shortly later after, right? Which is another reason why it's a sad thing, and also why it's known for this. But Coach Ditka, the famous coach of the Bears, said it was his biggest regret. William Perry, also said he regretted it. Because instead, sensation William Perry, the lineman, I think he was the offensive lineman, maybe he was a defensive lineman, named the Fridge, his nickname is the Fridge, he scored the touchdown from the 1 yard line. Ditka gave it to the Fridge because he was this big, basically a viral sensation because he was so huge and he was a lineman that was used from time to time to score from the 1 yard line, or when they needed 1 yard. No one could get him because he was just so big. Anyway, his jersey number is 66 plus 6, and he scored the touchdown that Walter Payton should have scored, number 34. That's why the 3 times 4 years from the tragedy of Walter Payton's life, highlighted by the tragedy how he didn't score a Super Bowl, didn't score a touchdown, and also the 3 times 4 years connection. But also, by the way, Walter Payton was known for being this great guy. There's an award named after him for NFL players who excel or are the best at volunteering in their city or something like that. Like the Good Samaritan Award, basically. It's named the Walter Payton Award because he was such a good guy. And that's why it's tragic that he died an early death. And also, it's tragic because he didn't score a touchdown. And he was quite upset. You could even see him during the game. He was very sad during the game, even though he was winning the Super Bowl. Okay? So it was Ditka's biggest regret. So that's 34 for you. Now, this is, by the way, the Chicago Bears, which is, again, Obama, right? Now, William Perry hints at Black Friday and Katy Perry, etc., right? Rebecca Black's Friday song. The 85 Bears Super Bowl was played in the 6 plus 6 plus 6 state. The difference in the score in the game was 36 points. And again, 36 since it's 666, 3 sixes, right? 6 times 6, all, like I said, 36 triangular number is 66. The 36th triangular number is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all up to 36 equals 666. Now, and again, it was played 6 plus 6 plus 6 months before the death of Obama's father, who was from Chicago. Obama moved to Chicago in '85 and hosted the '85 Bears at the White House. All right, now I've established the Bears and the Eagles. The Bears, the '85 Bears, and the team, the Bears from Chicago, point to Barack Obama. All right. And the Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagles, in this context, hints at Aliyah. And Aliyah from America will be a result of the 44th President Obama, who is an anti-Semite, an anti-Israel guy. Same thing. It's just the latest incarnation of anti-Semitism, which has taken many different forms throughout the centuries. The left is the modern anti-Semite party. Now, Al Michaels, this legendary sportscaster who God has used in many other prophetic signs, who's still calling games at the age of 81, he called this Bears-Eagles game. Oh, and that's the thing. If we have this Aliyah drill in Israel and Eagles symbolizes Aliyah, do we have an Eagles game? Because there are football games played on Thanksgiving and also on Friday. There's one game on Friday every week. And this Friday was the Black Friday game between the Bears and the Eagles. Okay? This is amazing. Now, Al Michaels hints at You Can Call Me Al, the big hit by Paul Simon from his Graceland album. Al Michaels hints at other things, including the Archangel Michael. And also Al, and You Can Call Me Al, hints at AI, which will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. Now, the Chicago Bears, now we're going to talk about the game, okay? The Chicago Bears scored 8 plus 8 plus 8 points, which hints at Jesus, like I mentioned, against the Eagles, which hints at Aliyah on Eagles' wings on Black Friday. The day that the cross-country storm moved through the Rockies, rock is symbolic of Jesus in the Bible, and the storm moved across the country from west to east. The coming emergency Aliyah, like I've been saying, will be from west to east. The Eagles scored 15 points. Simon's 15th solo album is 7 Psalms, which hints at 7 trumpets of judgment, and including Revelation 9:11. Black Friday on November 28th was 90 weeks and 1 plus 1 days after the Don Henley, this is one of the ways we knew this date ahead of time, by the way, this 90 weeks and 1 plus 1 days connection from the Don Henley, the Eagles sign. That was the sign was the court case regarding Don Henley suing the journalists in possession of the handwriting of his song Hotel California, which is at the haunted hotel in The Shining and all that. But also the Eagles is a band from the 70s, like and a baby boomer musicians, just like Paul Simon. But also this sign occurred on a date that we also expected in advance to be related to Paul Simon. And one reason being was this March 6th, 2024 date was the 188th anniversary of the end of the Battle of the Alamo, when the walls of security were breached by the Mexican army. All right, and 188, because as I mentioned earlier, H188 is this number frequently used because it's H in the Bible, in the Hebrew concordance, is woe exclamation mark. The first of the woes in the book of Revelation is the demons crossing from the bottomless pit, Revelation 9:11. Anyway, the reason why the Battle of the Alamo connects to Paul Simon is because Paul Simon lives near the Battle of the Alamo now. But there's more to why that's relevant, but that's just how, just to be brief here, that's how the Battle of the Alamo is relevant. Now, the siege of the Alamo lasted for 13 days. The number 13 symbolizes America. Paul Simon has a song named America. One of the ways we knew March 6, 2024 ahead of time was because it was 13 days after another Paul Simon sign, for example. The Bears, and by the way, that other sign involved a bird, an owl. Anyway, the Bears-Eagles game was week 13 in the NFL schedule. That's amazing because the 85 Bears are all about week 13, as I'll explain here. The 85 Bears, Obama said that they were the best team in NFL history. Some people say they were. They completely dominated the season because they had a revolutionary style of defense that no one could counter except one team, the Miami Dolphins. And coincidentally, the Miami Dolphins were the only undefeated team in history. And so it was the Miami Dolphins that the Bears lost their only game in that season. So although the 85 Bears could be said to be the best team in history, they didn't have a perfect season. And that's because of the Dolphins, and they were beaten in week 13. And the reason why they were beaten by the Dolphins is because of the quick passing offense by the quarterback, player number 13 for the Dolphins. The 85 season was 13 years after the Dolphins' undefeated season, in which the Super Bowl MVP for the Dolphins was player number 13. All this, by the way, is because of the Antichrists described in the 13th chapter of Revelation. And also the number 13 symbolizes the Antichrist in Bible prophecy in the Bible. Nimrod was a type for the Antichrist, and he was the 13th generation from Adam. And Haman, another type, persecuted the Jews on the 2 13th days of the month. Obama is like a Haman. And that's why the 85 Bears are all about the number 13, because it's like pointing to Haman in the book of Esther in the Bible, who persecuted the Jews in ancient Babylon. You see? By the way, that just came to me. That's amazing, actually. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. That's why it all connects to Obama here. So the 85 Bears all connect to Obama because Obama moved to Chicago in 85, but also he hosted the 85 Bears on the prophetic date. It was October 7th, which, by the way, hints at the Day of Atonement, the 10th day of the 7th month. That also made it prophetic. And it was literally the Day of Atonement that year in the Hebrew calendar as well. So it was really prophetic. And again, it connected to the Gaza invasion and on, which is leading to the rise in anti-Semitism, which is ultimately leading to the left and led by Obama persecuting the Jews and driving them out of America in the ultimate aliyah. Just like the king of Egypt drove the Jews out of Egypt. That's why Obama went down to Egypt to tell the Muslim world, hey, relax. We're no longer a Christian nation. That's his speech. I'm not exaggerating. It's not hyperbole. That's exactly what the speech was and why he went there, to deliver the speech. Now, it just so happens that Obama's mother and stepfather were involved in an Islamic cult when they were living in Indonesia. But anyway, and Obama has made gaffes telling the journalist, the interviewer, that about his Muslim faith. Anyway, so that season was the 72 season, when 72 is 66 plus 6, and it's also 2 times 6 times 6, and Pope Francis is the 266th Pope, and it was about the fridge, and 13 years later was number 66 plus 6, the fridge and the Super Bowl. Okay, Revelation 13, Francis and Obama. So you get it all now. Okay. The quarterback for the Bears this year is player number 6 plus 6 plus 6 in this prophetic game on Black Friday. The first pass of the game was to Bears player number 85. And again, the 85 Super Bowl was played in the 6 plus 6 plus 6 state, like I'm saying here, 6 plus 6 plus 6 months before the death of Obama's father. So the quarterback, 6 plus 6 plus 6, made the first pass of the game, God uses firsts for signs, to the Chicago Bears player number 85 because of the 85 Bears, which is what I'm saying is all this is all about. Now, and it's week 13, no less. The 85 Bears were all about week 13. Now, the pass from player number 6+6+6 to 85 was a 6-yard pass. Number 6+6+6's name is Williams. In the 85 Bears Super Bowl, William Perry, number 66+6, famously scored a touchdown. I was wondering if the game might point to the 85 Bears, and sure enough, the first play of the highlights, like I thought this before I even turned on the highlights video, and the first play was to player number 85 for the Bears, the first play of the highlights, which was also the first pass of the game. Al Michaels called the play, and he's extremely prophetic in God's signs. You can call me Al. Paul Simon. All right, now bear with me. I'm just going to go through a little bit more regarding this football game. It's all important, of course, but stay tuned. It's going to be more than just about this football game. Just, go through this information with me. God provided this information, so we should go through it. And it's all relevant, and it all builds on itself, and it's all important. Okay, but I'll be talking about more than just this Bears-Eagles football game in a minute. Now, the first touchdown of the game was a Bears run, a running play by the Bears, by player number 4, named Swift. Okay, the TD by number 4 was 40.00 plus 40.00% of a calendar year after Taylor Swift was booed at the Super Bowl, which Trump commented on. Trump trumpeted this booing of Taylor Swift. This is because Taylor Swift in general is being used in God's signs to point to the Swift code banking system. Okay, the Swift banking system, and she's about more than just that. But you know what? Wait a second. Just came to me. She's all about the number 13. Yeah. Because it's publicly known that she's obsessed with the number 13. So this is like a public thing. She's got some kind of superstition regarding the number 13. Well, in the prophetic year, the first year of the relationship with the tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs, Kelsey, what's his name? Travis Kelce. The Super Bowl that year, which, if you recall, was a big dramatic moment for Taylor Swift and her fans because she departed her concert in Japan right after the concert and flew across the Pacific Ocean in a hurry to reach Las Vegas in time to attend the Super Bowl. So it was this big dramatic thing. It was like, I think at that time, the top news story even. How she was racing across the Pacific to be at the game in time. It was a big dramatic thing. And if you recall, after the game, she kissed Travis Kelce on the field and all of that, right? It was a big drama, right? But God was using all of this as a prophetic sign for many things, and that's explained in a video made a while ago at that time, in fact. You can find that video on the channel, and it's very important, as all of them are. So I can't really elaborate more. It was the Viva Las Vegas Super Bowl because Kelce said that, and so much more. Sorry. Well, you know what though? KC, as in Kansas City, equals 13 in Hebrew gematria. So she's obsessed with the number 13, and it was her 13th game, her 13th attended game that year, the Super Bowl. She attended regular season games plus the playoff games and then the Super Bowl. So 13 in total. All right. And so that's why she's coming up in this sign right here with this connection to player number 4 with the 40 plus 40 exact percentage of a year to the player named Swift who scored the symbolic first touchdown. Okay, and it connects with the Super Bowl, which ties back to the Swift Super Bowl. In fact, at the time, I titled the video the Taylor Swift Super Bowl. That Super Bowl, which was the 2024 Super Bowl. It was the Taylor Swift Super Bowl, right? Because of the amount of signs regarding Taylor Swift and everything surrounding it. It was more than just what I've just described, way more. Okay, that's enough. So, but the point is that she symbolizes the number 13. And so do these Bears. And this is the 85 Bears game here, because again, the first play of the game was to player number 85. So it really was pointing back to the 85 Bears, but this is another confirmation of it, because the 85 Bears, as I've explained, is all about the number 13 because of week 13, 13 years after the Dolphins had their undefeated season, and on and on. And the Super Bowl MVP of that was number 13 for the Dolphins, and it was quarterback number 13 of the Dolphins that beat the Bears in week 13, and on and on. Also, Barack Obama hosted the 85 Bears at the White House 13 years before the symbolic ending of the first 7 years. What do I mean by that? Well, there was a 7 plus a 7 years thing that God's been communicating, and the end of 2024 was the end of that. And anyway, first set of 7 years that parallels the dream of the king in Egypt that Joseph interpreted. Now, so also, speaking of Joseph, and that we've got Taylor Swift symbolizing the money system, but also 13 is symbolic of that too, because as God demonstrated through his signs in 2023, the 54th Massachusetts Regiment was pointed to by God, and they were not paid the equivalent amount of pay that the other white northern soldiers were paid, which was $13 a month. Long story short, but God demonstrated that this was all about the persecution through the mark of the Antichrist, through the enforcement of it through the digital currency that's coming. That will be programmed to prevent people from buying and selling the rationed food. And so God demonstrated back then that the 54th Massachusetts Regiment signs were pointing to the currency, and also gold, God's currency, but 13 symbolizes this because of the $13 that the 54th Massachusetts Regiment was not paid. Okay, and it was, of course, the first black regiment, hinting at the first black president, the first black regiment in the Civil War, which was about liberation and abolishment of slavery by the 4 times 4th president. The 44th president is the first black president, and who will enforce the mark of the Antichrist. And the 54th Massachusetts Regiment also symbolized or represents unfair or restrictive minority law. So their unfair pay was an unfair minority law, and so the upcoming unfair minority law will be the restrictions on those who refuse to take the mark of the Antichrist, the SHOT, the things. Okay? Now, the reason why it was Viva Las Vegas, which Travis Kelce shouted at the end of this first Super Bowl in Las Vegas, and God uses firsts for signs again, Las Vegas being Sin City, and in the 6 times 6th state, the 36th state, and again, 36 symbolizes 666, 3 sixes. The 36th triangular number is 666. Also, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, all the way up to 36 equals 666. It was the 36th Super Bowl in the 36th state, Sin City, and Travis Kelce shouted "Viva Las Vegas" because of Elvis Presley, who made movies about Las Vegas, but there was there's the Elvis Presley song "Viva Las Vegas," and that's because God was pointing to the thing that God is pointing to with Elvis, which is how he transformed history, changed history when he took the thing, when he took the polio thing before he performed on the Ed Sullivan Show, which changed the baby boomers generation, the baby boomer generation's perception of things, which radically changed the whole history and the industry, etc. Okay, so that's why all this ties to SWIFT and the money system, and because it's all about Elvis as well, through this Viva Las Vegas pronouncement that Travis Kelce made, the boyfriend of Taylor Swift. So, after spending 10 minutes explaining that, this first sentence here, this reasoning for the player number 4 named Swift scoring the first touchdown of the game, as in the first Super Bowl in Las Vegas. Okay, now it's appropriate that the first pass of the football through the air, as in wings, against the Eagles, remember I was saying on Eagles' wings is symbolic of Aliyah, is the confirmation for the 85 Bears Obama Exodus. Because of Exodus 19:4, I bear you on eagle's wings. Aliyah equals Israelites led out of Egypt. Exodus 19:4, ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bear you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Okay? Now, we already went through this, actually. I think this is just a repetition here, yes. I think we didn't go through this yet, though. The last name of the Bears quarterback hints at William Perry. Okay, because his last name is Williams. His first name, Caleb, hints at Caleb and Joshua, who entered the Promised Land. Again, Aliyah. Again, this Eagles game, which, as I'm saying, I'm building the case that this is all about Aliyah. And we have the connection to the ultimate Aliyah through the death of the Ocean's 11 and 12 actor and Fuzzy Urban Zeller. She's the urban queen of urban pop. I explained all that already, okay. So the game on Black Friday on November 28th was played in Lincoln Field. Trumpet flipped the coin to begin the game in the prophetic 220th Army-Navy game in Lincoln Field. Okay? 220 is a 9/11 number because it was 2 towers that were 110 stories each, a total of 220 stories. Okay. And this game, the game was played on the 220th anniversary of the death of Washington, the game that was in Lincoln Field, these 2 most important presidents. The Black Friday game in Lincoln Field was 9 + 10 + 10 days after trumpeted the renovations done to the Lincoln bathroom in the White House, the 4 times 4th president, in the White House mansion that has 44 + 44 + 44 rooms, as in the 44th president. This was the same day that Trump, in his Florida mansion, had his first interview with CBS since his 4 times $4 million lawsuit. So on the same day, he had his first interview, God uses firsts for signs, in the mansion with CBS after the 4 times $4 million lawsuit. He also posted on social media the bathroom named after the 4 times 4th president in the other mansion, the White House mansion. And Paul Simon is all about mansion because of his Graceland album and also the prophetic sale of his own mansion. So it's part of this theme with Paul Simon, this mansion theme. And so we have the 9/11 connection, and Paul Simon again is about 9/11 because he opened the broadcast after 9/11 on Saturday Night Live, right? Okay, now this $4 million lawsuit sign and the 4x4th president bathroom was also the day that Prince Andrew's mansion was in the news, and the story about him using 40 prostitutes in 4 days in the kingdom of Thailand, as in the king's mansion, Graceland, etc., and the king Antichrist, right? And he's a prince. In the Bible, prince is is a term that doesn't mean the son of a king, it means a ruler, and the Antichrist is referred to as a prince, for example, in the book of Daniel. After Caleb and Joshua entered the promised land with the spies, the Israelites wandered the desert for 40 years. Caleb Williams threw an interception that was a pass blocked by lineman number 58. This was during week 13, 40 years after the 85 Bears' infamous loss in week 13 to quarterback number 13, which was 13 years after the Dolphins' undefeated season, in which the MVP of the Super Bowl was number 13. A number 58 hints at that, by the way, because 5 plus 8 is 13. I didn't even write that here, but that's the case. Oh, and by the way, the 85 Bears also hints at the number 13, not just because of their loss in week 13, the only loss of their season, but 8 plus 5 equals 13. Now, again, they met Barack Obama at the White House on the date 10/7 in 2011. The date 10/7 hints at the 10th day of the 7th month, the Day of Atonement in the Bible, but also it was literally the Day of Atonement in that year, 2011, because it's different every year. And that was 13 years before the Day of Atonement in 2024, which God was pointing to as a climactic end, but it was only symbolic because it was only the end of the first set of 7 years. But we didn't know that until 2024, and that's how it works though, right? But all of the analysis before that, which concluded that the second coming would be in 2024, was 100% correct. You can hear the frustration in my voice because, I've had to suffer through this. You have no idea what I've suffered through with God's signs here. But it's all true. It's all been true, but no one will believe it, right? Until the prediction comes to pass. But it's all part of God's plan, so we just keep going. Now, and when it happens, it'll prove what I'm saying, which is that there's this 2 sets of 7 years. And 2024 was a symbolic end of it was symbolism for the second coming. That's how it works. Yeah. So what I was saying, though, is Caleb here is hinting at all of this because of the 40 years in the desert, and this was 40 years. Now, as I'm about to write right here, during the game, Al Michaels mentioned that it has been 40 years since the Bears have won the Super Bowl. That just came in passing. It was through conversation with his color commentator, or rather his... Al Michaels is the color commentator, and the other guy, I forget the term for that guy. But anyway, it just came up, and he had to speak it quickly. It had to come out of his mouth really quickly because the next play was unfolding. And it was the first play, if I recall, of the second half or something like that. Or it was the first play of the fourth quarter. And it was a run by Bears number 4, which Michaels had to say quickly, this 40 years comment, and then quickly call a play as the play was unfolding with this player number 4 for the Bears. 40 years after this prophetic 85 Bears season. And again, like I said, it was week 13 that this game was, and it was exactly 40 years to the week 13. And again, 85 Bears, 8 plus 5, 13, and all that. But that 13th week loss to the Dolphins was 40 years before this week 13 win over the Eagles. But Al Michaels, the prophetic Al Michaels in God's signs, you have no idea how, It goes back to the Miracle on Ice when Al Michaels called the Olympics hockey game, the most important moment in American sports history. The Miracle on Ice hockey game when the American team beat the Soviets. Al Michaels called that game. And then at the end of the game, he said, "Do you believe in miracles?" And then exclaimed, "Yes." It's amazing, that game, right? And anyway, it goes back. Al Michaels, that was when he was, quite young compared to now, because Al Michaels is now, I guess, 81. So he would have been, in his 30s, I guess, in his late 30s, mid 30s. Anyway, Al Michaels also called the earthquake in the 1989 earthquake, the 1989 World Series earthquake. He was because the earthquake is all about the interruption to the broadcast of the World Series game, and Al Michaels was the guy that called that. Okay. So anyway, so Al Michaels called this 40 years. He spat out the prophetic 40-year statement in passing as the play unfolded, okay? Now, so we were talking about an interception here. So interceptions, the Israelites were blocked from entering the promised land after the spies for 40 years. After the spies came back with the bad report, which included Caleb and Joshua. Okay, so that's what an interception symbolizes. Also, God is going to intercept Kamala Harris's and Gavin Newsom's airplane in a plane crash in St. Louis in August of 2028. And then in an emergency, Michelle Obama and Barack Obama will be the running mates for the election. Okay, I think we've got this now. Let's move on. Now the pickoff, the interception from Caleb Williams was by a lineman. William Perry was a lineman. So this hinted at, William Perry here. During the game, because the 85 Bears were about William Perry, as I explained. During the game, Al Michaels mentioned that I just explained this, and it was the first play of the fourth quarter, which is the last quarter, by the way, which symbolizes the end times period, with the 44th president. That's why it was the first play of because God uses firsts for signs, that's why it was the first play of the fourth quarter, a play made by Bears number 4, which gives us 44. And the 44th president in the last presidency, the first black president, the president during the end times, as in the end of this game. Okay. Okay, this is the correction. I first said that he made the call about the 40 years before the play, but it was actually during the play, which makes it even more relevant. Because it was during the play, the first play of the fourth quarter, a play run by number 4. And then Al Michaels, during this play, when number 4 had the ball, that Michaels mentioned the 40 years, all right? And again, the play was from Caleb, and that's all about the 40 years in the Bible, as I explained, right? And it's all about the Exodus. Now, importantly, this all brings us back to the Exodus theme we're talking about here, which is this theme that God is doing with the Eagles team here with this Aliyah. Okay, so it's all about Aliyah. This isn't just for anything. This is because God is building the case for this Aliyah sign, which is this Bears-Eagles game, okay? Because the Bears-Eagles game is pointing to the Chicago president, Obama, who will persecute Jews in America, driving them back in an aliyah to Israel. That's what's going on here in the bigger picture here. I'm just going into the details to support all of this now. Okay? The first pass of the game was from Caleb to player number 85, like I mentioned. The final score for the Bears of the game was a touchdown pass from Caleb to player number 85. So it's like a bookend, right? This gave the Bears a 14-point lead. In Egypt, Joseph interpreted the dream about 14 cows, 7 plus 7 cows, which is symbolism for the 7 plus 7 years, which God pointed to through the 85 Bears visit to Obama, because the 85 Bears are about the number 13, and that was 13 years exactly to the Day of Atonement in 2024, which was a symbolic end of the first set of 7 years, which wasn't known that would be the case until some point in the middle of 2024. Yeah. Paul Simon had a dream. So Joseph interpreted the dream, right? Paul Simon had a dream in which a voice instructed him to make his 15th solo album, 7 Psalms. With the extra point, the Bears took a 15-point lead over the Eagles after the pass to player number 85. Do you see? This does point back to Joseph's dream, because we have Caleb here. We have the Exodus, which all ties back to Genesis and the book of Exodus. And in the Exodus, Joseph's bones were transported back to Israel. But Joseph interpreted a dream in Egypt. Paul Simon's best-selling solo album, Graceland, is about the mansion in the area of the country nicknamed Little Egypt in Memphis, Tennessee, which is named after Memphis, Egypt. Okay? Paul Simon lives currently in Wimberley, Texas, which was within the path of totality of the eclipse that just happened, that also passed over Cairo, Illinois, exactly where the first eclipse in 2017 peaked, that went the other direction over the country. So, Paul Simon's connected to all of this. And we have a 14 points, and then with the score, and then an extra point gives us a 15-point lead. It both ties to Paul Simon, because his recent album is the 15th album that was inspired by a dream, as in the 14 cows dream. And again, the last play was a play to the player number 85, and it was a score over the Eagles. Well, Simon produced the 15th album in his studio in Texas, like I just said, which is within the path of totality of the eclipse that just passed over. But that path, or that eclipse, entered America over Eagle Pass, Texas. The city named Eagle Pass, as in on eagle's wings, as in Aliyah. Now, Eagle Pass relates to Paul Simon too, by the way, because of his hit song, El Condor. Oh, sorry, El Condor Pasa, which means the Condor Pass in Spanish. That's why the eclipse went over Paul Simon, where he was produced his album, but it entered the U.S. over Eagle Pass because of Paul Simon. You see how important Paul Simon is? I mean, just everything ties together through Paul Simon, it seems. So, Simon's Graceland album was released in 85. Actually, that's a typo. It was in 86 that the album was released, but the Super Bowl, the 85 Bears Super Bowl, was in January of 86. So I just checked, and again, that Super Bowl was played in the 6 plus 6 plus 6th state, New Orleans. Oh. And New Orleans is so relevant to Paul Simon, and furthermore, because of the Graceland album, which was released in the same year as the Super Bowl in New Orleans. Now, I was just talking a minute ago. Now it's 100% certain that this is actually a thing here. The Super Bowl in New Orleans, in fact, truly does connect to Paul Simon. Okay, now, so the Graceland album has on it the Graceland song, and the first lyric is, "The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar." The lyrics of the song is about him traveling down the highway to Memphis, Tennessee with his son. Okay? And to get to Memphis, he would have departed from New Orleans. He would have been renting a car from New Orleans, okay? There's no way around it because he's talking about driving through the Mississippi Delta. He wasn't coming from the north. He wasn't coming from St. Louis or Chicago. He was coming from New Orleans. He's driving through the Mississippi Delta. That's, he's driving down the highway, as he says in his song, right? On his way to Memphis through the Mississippi Delta. So it's clear, not only that, he's driving down the I-55. And 55 is 11 times 5, and the dream to make the recent album was on the date 115 because of Amos chapter 1 with its 15 verses and on and on. So we know he was driving down the I-55. But he would have been driving from New Orleans, all right? Now this Super Bowl in New Orleans was in 86, the same year of the release of the album. But now get this. I just checked. The Super Bowl in New Orleans was in the 6 + 6 + 6th state, and as I mentioned earlier, it was exactly 6 + 6 + 6 months before the death of Barack Obama's father, and Barack Obama moved to Chicago in 85 because his father was from there. He was following in his father's footsteps. I'll explain that in a second. I might as well explain it now since I've talked about his father so much in this video. But that Super Bowl in New Orleans on January 26th, 1986, was exactly 6 months and 30 days to the release of the Graceland album. Well, that hints at 3 sixes. And again, the Super Bowl is in the 6 + 6 + 6 state, 6 + 6 + 6 months before his father died and Obama, the Antichrist, moved to Chicago in 85 because that's where his father's from. And it's the 85 Bears we're talking about here that won that Super Bowl in 86. So 6 months and 30 days exactly is extremely prophetic. It's 666, 3 sixes. This is so amazing. I've been talking about all this, like I've been beating around the bush, in a way, you could say, about how the 85 Bears connected to Paul Simon. But now I've just completely confirmed everything in the most profound way here, right? Now, and furthermore, it's 666, right? The King Antichrist. Simon was on his way to the king's mansion. The King Antichrist will be in the White House mansion, etc., right? The king of Egypt in the Bible is symbolic of the Antichrist. Like I'm saying right here in this next sentence even. Graceland is about the king's mansion in Little Egypt, which is symbolic of the king's palace in ancient Egypt. The king's hit song, Little Egypt, is from his 9th soundtrack album. The Eagles had 9 points at this point in the game when the number 85 caught the touchdown pass. I think the Eagles lost by 9 points, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, so Barack Obama's father, all right, Frank Marshall Davis, we might as well just get into this. Why did Barack Obama move to Chicago? Because of Frank Marshall Davis. Well, Barack Obama had a relationship with his father as an adolescent in Hawaii. Okay, Barack Obama, his mother was seduced by Frank Marshall Davis when she was 18 and she got pregnant. The irony is, the irony of irony is that had abortions been legal in Hawaii at the time, there would never have been an Antichrist born. That's designed by God. And the irony is that the Democrat Party is the murder of unborn babies party. Okay? And so, not only that, it's not a coincidence that Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortions, because it all points to what I just said about this irony about Barack Obama having been born and wouldn't have been born had abortions been legalized. Here's the reason why. Barack Obama's father supposedly was this furniture salesman that kept moving around the country. Well, furniture salesmen don't move from furniture shop to furniture shop around the country when they feel like it. The truth is, Obama's grandfather was a spook in the CIA. And he was assigned to Hawaii to monitor the communist movement in Hawaii, which was being led by Frank Marshall Davis. That's how Frank Marshall Davis's path crossed Obama's mother's path, through the grandfather. Now, the grandfather, as a result of the pregnancy, was concerned that he would lose his job for this, and so he sought to cover this up. That's when Obama Sr. was brought into the picture. Obama Sr. was brought to Hawaii as part of a program with the CIA to counter the communist movement in Kenya. And so Barack Obama Sr. was studying as part of this, bring the elites, the people from Kenya over to educate them in America, and they'll not want to be communists, etc. So Obama's grandfather convinced Obama Sr. to play the role as the black parent, the black father. And Obama Sr. was promised as in return that he could stay in America to finish his doctorate. Now, this is why Obama Sr. and Obama's mother never spent any time together. I mean, that's like a fact. It's not a conspiracy theory, right? Everyone knows that they never spent any time together. Well, the reason why is they weren't really a couple. But out of some strategic wisdom, they plotted to convince immigration to have the birth occur in Kenya. That was very smart. And I'm the only one that's saying this, by the way. There's people that say Frank Marshall Davis is his father, and people that say, well, the evidence is overwhelming that he was born in Kenya. The thing is, both are true. And I'm the only one that's put, as far as I know, that's put the two pieces together. The missing link is the reason why they went to Kenya was to fool immigration. And it's divine providence that God would have me come to this conclusion, because I was in that very same boat, coincidentally, in Hawaii as an illegal Canadian. At one point, I had convinced a friend to do this favor for me, and we almost went through with it in Hawaii. And that's how I know. You know, God's designed my entire life. I mean, for example, that Monday Night Football game between the Bears and the Dolphins, the only reason why I know that, the Week 13 game, is because God designed my life, where I ended up being a Miami Dolphins fan as a kid, and the only game that I ever recorded on the ancient Beta Max video machines was that Monday Night Football game. I actually recorded it, you know, and I was like a kid at that time, staying up late past my bedtime to watch the game or whatever, and maybe that's why I recorded it, because I couldn't stay up to watch the whole game or something like that. And but that's how it was such in my consciousness to know to bring that out, and how prophetic it became later in my life. Well, this is another example of that. I know that both are true. By the way, the signs in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which will be proven to be true when Paul Simon slips and falls on December 19th, overwhelmingly proves that Obama was born in Kenya. But it also overwhelmingly proves that Obama's father is Frank Marshall Davis. And as far as I know, I'm the only one that's put the two together. Both are true, all right? So later, when he was an adolescent, with the approval of Obama's grandfather, Frank Marshall Davis did have a relationship of some sort with his son, Barack Obama. At which point, Frank Marshall Davis taught Obama his communist politics, which is why Obama became a communist, and why his path ultimately crossed with Bill Ayers, the founder of the Weather Underground, who wrote Obama's autobiography, Dreams from My Father, which was about his trip back to Kenya to rediscover his roots. But this was an evil, wicked plot. The two of them, Bill Ayers and Obama, plotted from the very beginning that he would become the president. But they knew that it would never be possible for Obama to become the president if he were simply an African American. He had to be this son of an immigrant from Kenya, different than the other black Americans. This mixed race, different guy than the other black Americans that could bring America together, could tap into this, because the country would not elect as a president a traditional African American. So it was a ruse, it was a lie that he is this, son of the guy from Kenya thing. which they played up on and made this great book about that, Dreams from My Father, which launched his political career, which was launched, incidentally, in the living room of Bill Ayers, the communist who founded the Weather Underground, okay? Now, so anyway, a branch of when the other Weather Underground folded, up came an offshoot of it, which was the May 19th Communist Organization, which Barack Obama was a member of. And during the time that he was a member of it, in 1983, the May 19th Communist Organization bombed the Capitol building. That's another thing, which is proven and I've explained many times to be that it ties to Barack Obama. I'll just say it one more time. The Capitol building bombing, the May 19th Capitol building bombing, the May 19th Communist Organization bombing of the Capitol building in November of 1983 was 15 days after the Barrack bombings in Beirut. Okay, the Barrack bombings in Beirut, that's how they go. That's the name of, that's how it goes by name, the Barrack bombings. That hints at Barack. It hints at Barack Obama. Okay? The reason why his name is Obama is partly what I'm saying, to prove that he was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization during the time that it bombed the Capitol building. But 15 days is the equivalent of 2,160 minutes, if I recall correctly. And Obama was born on the 216th day of the calendar year, but also his name in English gematria is equal to 216. Okay? And his name Barack is equal to 216, and we have this connection from Barack, as in the Barrack bombings, with this number 216 to the bombing of the Capitol building. That clearly proves that Obama was indeed a member of the May 19th Communist Organization. Now, there's much more proof than just that in God's signs, all right? Now, when the May 19th Communist Organization disbanded in '85, that's when Obama decided that he should move to Chicago to follow in his father's footsteps and pursue street activism in the streets of Chicago and ultimately pursue his political career. He then went to Harvard, became the first black president through the same strategy that he became the president with, by just being vague and not really saying who he really is and what he really thinks, just lying. And but that's how he got into Harvard in the first place. Obama is the first affirmative action president. The only reason why he got into Harvard was with the help of Bill Ayers' father, who was a very, very powerful man in Chicago. And because Barack Obama never wrote anything, never wrote a paper that was anything of consequence, nothing. He is an affirmative action president. He rose up in power his entire way through affirmative action, because he was black, and became the president because he was black, because he was a well-speaking black man. He had the ability to deliver a speech, this ability to fool the people in a campaign, like he did at Harvard, to speak bullshit and lies. As it says in Bible prophecy, this second of the two antichrists speaks like a dragon, because Obama is the president, or became the president, because of his skin color and because of his ability to lie and deliver a speech. That's it. That's it. The truth is he's a communist. He's been hiding that. And once a communist, always a communist, unless one has a life-changing conversion to Christ. His true colors will emerge in the moment of crisis when he returns to the White House. All right? Well, I mean, for anyone that knows, who has any modicum of insight and discernment and wisdom, that Barack Obama's true colors are, in fact, communist. But for the fools that don't know, they'll see his true colors soon enough. All right. So there's Barack Obama. This is all tying to Paul Simon now, right? The 85 Bears and Obama moving to Chicago in 85. It's, you know what, too? The I-55 from New Orleans goes all the way to Chicago. Yeah. The Chicago Bears play in Chicago. They played in the Super Bowl 6 months and 30 days, 666, before the release of Graceland, about Simon driving up the I-55 from New Orleans in the direction of Chicago, because the I-55 ultimately leads to Chicago. Wow. Wow. All right, now we have to move on. The final score was a 9-point victory. I was correct. I said that a minute ago. Again, Elvis's 9th soundtrack album contains the hit song Little Egypt. So the final score was 9 points victory for the Chicago Bears. The song Little Egypt is from, wait a second. The quarterback for the 85 Bears was player number 9. Yes. And that's relevant too, because Michael Jordan from Chicago for the Chicago Bulls at the same time, who played at the same time as the Chicago Bears, was number 23, and God pairs 9 and 23 in general to construct the big picture of science. These are the building blocks, the pairings of numbers, as I've mentioned before. Because Obama was inaugurated in 2009 and was the basketball president who wore 23, just like Jordan did. But also, Jordan did wear number 9 as well when he played for the Olympic Dream Team, as in Paul Simon's dream, when the USA team outscored their opponents by an average of 44 points. So there's a 9, 23, and 44 for you right there. As I said, God pairs 9, 23, and 44 to build his big picture of science. Because the 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 and he wore number 23. That's contained in the Olympic Dream Team, because Jordan, who normally wears 23, wore number 9 when they outscored the opponents by an average of 44 points. Well, anyway, at the time that Jordan, whom God uses to point to Obama, was wearing number 23 in Chicago, the Chicago Bears quarterback, his last name was McMahon, was wearing number 9. And in this game that points to the 85 Bears that I'm saying, the final score was a 9-point victory by the Bears. Now, who was the MVP in that Super Bowl? I don't think it was the quarterback. Let me just check. No, it wasn't. Okay. So, the song Little Egypt is from the King's 9th soundtrack album, and Little Egypt is connected to Chicago with the I-55. New Orleans is also connected to the I-55 and Little Egypt. In his song Graceland, Simon describes his journey down the I-55 to Little Egypt. Simon went down to Egypt. Going down to Egypt is a metaphor in the book of Isaiah and is part of a prophecy regarding the Antichrist. The Antichrist is Obama, who moved to Chicago in 85 to follow in his father's footsteps. His father died 6 + 6 + 6 months after the 85 Bears won the Super Bowl in the New Orleans in the 6 + 6 + 6 state, and they won the game by 36 points, as in 666, as I've explained, 36 and 666. But also, again, Obama went down to Egypt right after he became the president to deliver the Cairo, Egypt speech in order to tell the Muslim world that America is no longer a Christian nation because he is the Antichrist. When Al Michaels mentioned 40 years for the Bears, he was referring to the 85 Bears season. He did not realize that this game in Week 13 was exactly 40 years after the Week 13 game in the 85 Bears season, the only game that they lost to the Dolphins, who were undefeated 13 years prior to that, as I've explained. 40 years and Week 13 hints at 314. This coincided with Leo XIV and Trump and his Third World Nations statement, which was also a 314. Isaiah 31:4 follows, "Woe to those who go down to Egypt." Here's the verse. For thus the Lord said to me, as a lion or a young lion growls over his prey, and when a band of shepherds is called out against him, he is not terrified by their shouting or daunted at their noise. So the Lord of hosts will come down and fight on Mount Zion and on its hill. This is describing the second coming and the defeat of the Antichrist on the Temple Mount, where the Antichrist will be at the time of the Lord's return, when he is vanquished with the breath of Lord Jesus Christ. Now, 314 also hints at the area code 314, which will be the location of the predicted plane crash, which will enable and clear the way for Obama to return to the White House, as I explained. Now, Pope Leo hints at the lion. That's another confirmation of this 314. Okay, now, by the way, Pope Leo XIV prayed with King Charles III together. That's a 314 there too. And that was prophetic also, and it connects to other things as explained in another video. The eclipse over Little Egypt in 2017 was in the constellation Leo. Leo XIV's first trip to other nations and Trump's immigration from third world nations hints at Isaiah 31:4. Yeah. And the Antichrist will lead the nations in ganging up on Israel and making Jerusalem an international city. The biggest transgression against God described in the Bible that the nations will do at the very end. But in the meantime, also there will be an aliyah of American Jews. The first American pope's trip to other nations, a flight from west to east, and Trump's immigration from third world nations hints at the ultimate aliyah, immigration by flight from America eastward to Zion, as in lion, because of Isaiah 31:4. That's why Pope Leo, in other words, is hinting at Isaiah 31:4. But how did God do this? So cleverly. On the same day as the first trip by the first American pope, the American president talked about third world nations. 314. The lion, as in Leo, Pope Leo. What does this all mean? It means that the Pope is the Antichrist who will be on the Temple Mount when the Lord returns and vanquishes the Pope. And it's the nations. It's the Pope, the Leo was on his nations trip, his first trip to nations. Leo XIV, Trump's third world nations comment. 314, Leo, lion. I know I'm repeating myself, but that's how amazing this is. God uses firsts for signs. This is the big first for the first American Pope, his first trip abroad. And it was a big, important trip, too, because it was the 1700th anniversary of the Nicene Creed. And the guard were shot on 17th Street, after which prompted Trump to make his comment about third world nations. Pope Leo is a citizen of Peru. In God's signs, Peru is symbolic of the Nazca lines, which in itself is symbolism for ancient aliens theory, in other words, aliens, which is in turn symbolism for the demons that will pretend to be aliens after they cross over from the demonic realm. That's the truth about aliens, is that they're demons pretending to be aliens and UFOs. But that's what's pointed to with Peru. Now, furthermore, the trip of Pope Francis to Peru was also prophetic. But now we have, somehow, through God's design, an American president who's also a citizen of Peru. It's like totally obvious that God is using this as symbolism for what I've just described here. Like, what a coincidence, Because it's important. And furthermore, it was deemed important through Francis's trip to Peru, which was prophetic, in which he wore the Nazca lines on his vestment. The character, which was demonic. Anyway, the Pope's connection to Peru is relevant. Which Pope? I'm talking about Leo, because both of them are connected to Peru. But this Pope's connection to Peru is relevant because Pope Francis who visited Peru, will be resurrected by demons pretending to be aliens that will make him the supposed ambassador of the world, giving him power over the world overnight. In God's signs, illegal aliens in America are symbolism for the coming invasion of demons pretending to be aliens. The invasion of illegal aliens into America is symbolism for the coming invasion of demons pretending to be aliens. That's why we have Trump's third world nations comment as a consequence of the invasion of illegal aliens connecting with the Pope who's from Peru. Because Peru is symbolic of demons pretending to be aliens. This is why the first American Pope's first trip to other nations coincided with Trump's immigration invasion of aliens from third world countries. 3:14. Third world countries, Pope Leo XIV. Isaiah 31:4. The lion, Leo. Trump and Leo were born exactly 111 months apart. This is also 9 years and 3 months, which hints at 999, which inverted hints at 666. But 111 is the 36th semi-prime number, and again, 36 is symbolic of 666. Okay, so this further identifies the Pope, not Leo. Leo is lowercase a Antichrist. Pope Francis is the uppercase Antichrist, uppercase A. But this is symbolism, and Trump points through this connection of this exact number of months between their births that the Pope is the Antichrist, okay? The date of the release of the Ultimate Aliyah album, 32 years exactly before or after the World Trade Center opened, hints at Aliyah from around the world, which is highlighted in the Bible prophecy Isaiah 11:11, which hints at the World Trade Center towers that looked like a giant 11 in the 11th state. The World Trade Center towers looked like a giant 11 in the 11th state because of Isaiah 11:11. Now, I'm pretty sure I even knew this before I retyped it out here. I'm pretty sure I knew this years ago, but just had forgotten in a way of this profundity here between Isaiah 11:11 and the towers, the World Trade Center towers that were struck by flight number 11 with the crew of 11, right? It's all about Isaiah 11:11, which is in my opinion, the symbolic verse for the restoration of Israel. I'll read it for you. In that day, the Lord will extend his hand yet a second time to recover the remnant that remains of his people. Okay, and it talks about the recovering of the remnant of his people from the nations, including the coastlands, which is just a metaphor for the nations of the world. In the Bible, the coastlands is a metaphor for the nations of the world. If you think about it from the perspective of the ancient world in the Mediterranean, the rest of the world is connected through the coastlands. Okay, from the coastlands of the sea. And then the next verse, which is, it's really a continuation of verse 11, so we're still talking about Isaiah 11:11. He will raise a signal for the nations. A signal is a sign. It could say, he will raise a prophetic sign for the nations, and will assemble the banished of Israel, and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Okay? The big end times prophetic sign is the regathering of Jews to Israel. It's a miracle. I mean, it's hard for me to fathom how people cannot see that. You have to really not know anything, and at one point I didn't. In fact, what made me believe the Bible is the inspired word of God was learning about the prophecies in the Bible about the restoration of Israel. Prior to the 20th century, Israel was a wasteland. No, it was not populated by quote-unquote Palestinians. There was no such thing as quote-unquote Palestinians, and there wasn't people living in the land, except for a few people, which also included some Jews and Christians in Jerusalem. But the rest of the land was vacant. It was unoccupied, in the case of Tel Aviv, swampland, or in other cases, just desert. Which is what God said he would do after they reject him. Well, how did they reject God? Well, they rejected him, Jesus, who claimed to be God. Then the Jews were dispersed around the world, and the land was made desolate. But at the end, he said he would bring his witness to bear witness to the desolation, which was Mark Twain, who wrote his first book that made him famous about his travels around the world, and in it, he said about Israel, this land is so desolate, it must have been cursed by God. He said that in his book that made him famous, the most famous American writer. And he was there just 9 years prior to the first settlement of Jews, the first Aliyah. He was there in 1867, and just 9 years later was the first established settlement. In other words, during that 9 years even, there would have been the plans to make that settlement. But it all happened with the witness, as God said in ancient prophecy. Incidentally, Mark Twain was born and died on the days of observable comets in the night sky. And Genesis 1:14 says that the lights in the sky are for prophetic signs. So Mark Twain. Now, unfortunately, I forget Mark Twain's real name. Let me just look that up. His real name is Samuel Clemens. And from what I recall, Clemens means mercy. And that's God's mercy. After the period of desolation that he promised, he brought the witness to declare his mercy and the beginning of the restoration of Israel. By the way, he was a stranger from the prophecy says the stranger will be from a faraway land, and Mark Twain was from San Francisco. Speaking of the Antichrist, Pope Francis. That just came to me, by the way. Wow. So yeah, the reason why Mark Twain, who began the restoration of Israel in the end times, is from San Francisco is because the Antichrist, who will be on the Temple Mount at the very last day of the age, is Pope Francis. Stunning, stunning, wow. Oh, wow. Well, as I was saying, you couldn't get much further away. So the stranger will come from a faraway land. Well, San Francisco is about as furthest away you can get because it was on the other side of North America before the age of airplanes. And before, or was it? I don't know if Mark Twain traveled across America by rail or not. Probably. But the Transcontinental Railroad didn't get completed, which, by the way, went to San Francisco, until 1869, 2 years after Twain was in Israel. So maybe he traveled partly across the nation by train and then part by wagon and then train again. Either that or he sailed around or whatever, or maybe he went by wagon across the whole country, but probably not. He would have sailed around the continent, and it was before the Panama Canal, right? So then he would have sailed around. That's really a far journey, right? Anyway, the point is that he's from the faraway land, okay? All right, so it's the sign that's raised for the nation. The biggest sign of all that the end is near is the restoration of Israel. And then also Jesus gave a prophecy in which he said that when you see the fig tree putting forth its leaves in the spring, you can know that the time is near and that a generation will not pass. Well, Israel is symbolized by the fig tree in the Bible, and it was reborn in May of 1948. May is the springtime. And a generation in the Bible is 70 to 80 years. So, in other words, it's now. The second coming is now. That's clear, by the way, right? I mean, there's no other way to interpret that. Okay. So back to what I was saying about this ultimate aliyah here, this escape of American Jews from the Antichrist, the American president. This connection, by the way, to the date 4/4, the World Trade Center, because the 44th president who will lead the world in persecuting Israel, all right, and Jews. Okay. All right, so there's another story here on November 28th. Well, actually, the story was on the 29th, but it's about Natalie Wood and her death, and she would have fallen into the ocean on the night of the 28th. Regardless, as you'll see, it's all connected to this Aliyah theme here we are talking about, which is why it needs to be included in this video. And so, this is amazing. Stay tuned. Wait till you hear this. Now, so probably most people, well, many people won't know who Natalie Wood was. I myself don't really remember her either. Okay, so you have to be kind of like a baby boomer to really appreciate this history that occurred in the early 80s. So Natalie Wood was a famous actress, and Robert Wagner was her husband, and they were on a sailboat off the coast of Los Angeles, and I think it was 1981 or 80, and she went overboard. And it's believed that Robert Wagner murdered her, but there was never an investigation into murder. It was ruled an accident. But yet there's all kinds of suspicious things like her bruises on her body and stuff like this. But believe me, the God signs confirm that she was in fact murdered by Robert Wagner. Okay, long story short. But let's get into this. There's much more to say than just that. But they were both famous actors. Okay? So the name of the current pope is Robert Prevost. So anyway, Wood died exactly 34 years after the UN first, speaking of firsts for prophetic science, after the UN first recognized the state of Israel on November 29th, 1947. 34 years exactly later, Natalie Wood died. At the age of 4+4, she starred in the movie Miracle on 34th Street. Okay? This is amazing. The restoration of Israel is a miracle from God. It's symbolized by the recognition at the UN on November 29th, 47, exactly 34 years before the death of this actress who starred in Miracle on 34th Street. But not only that, she was 4+4 years old when she was in that movie, which hints at the 44th president, who incidentally grew up in Indonesia for 4 years, and until recently, at the time anyway, during the Obama eclipse, which I talked about in this video, was made up of 34 provinces. Anyway, that's all because of Isaiah chapter 34, actually, which is the chapter in the Bible that describes the coming judgment on the nations. Hence the connection to the UN here. By the way, that just came to me. I mean, I knew, yeah, I should have written it here. That just came to me. This 34 here also points to Isaiah chapter 34. And the nations, this is connecting with the UN, the United Nations. Amazing. Natalie Wood died at 43, the age of 43, 34 years after Israel was recognized at the UN, and 44 years before Robert Wagner's message on Instagram, which is the prophetic sign that's talked about in this link here. So the prophetic sign is Robert Wagner's post at his very old age of this event 44 years earlier, which since it's the 44th president. That's how we can recognize that this is a prophetic sign that needs to be looked into. Okay? When you sift through people.com and you find something with a 44th anniversary, you should look at it, right? Because the 44th president is the Antichrist. And sure enough, as I'm explaining here, it's extremely prophetic. So, and let me just continue the explanation. Let me just show you the post, his post. Let me just show you his post on Instagram first. All right, so here's Robert Wagner's official post here. Robert Wagner Official, his Twitter account. Okay. Thinking of Nat today. Her warmth, beauty, and love remain with us through our children and grandchildren. Forever missed, forever cherished, more than love. Okay, so that's his post, okay? Now this photo, as I'll explain, is extremely prophetic. This is of them at the Academy Awards when they were presenters together. But I'll explain that, okay? So this was on the 44th anniversary, this post, which is the prophetic sign. Okay, so Natalie Wood died at 43, 34 years after Israel was recognized at the UN, and 44 years exactly before Robert Wagner's prophetic message on Instagram. 34 is the 9th Fibonacci number, and this pairs with 44, because God pairs 9 and 44 to confirm the signs and connections. The 44th president was inaugurated in 09. Simon is symbolic of for 3 transgressions and for 4, which is the Hebrew idiom that's repeated in Amos chapter 1 with its 15 verses, as I've explained in other Simon videos. All right? And that's another reason for the prophetic significance of 34 here. And it all ties to Simon again, whom, as I've explained, is being used to point to the Aliyah from America. And of course, Simon is an American Jew. So Natalie Wood fell off the boat off the coast. This rhymes with the sinking of the Andrea Gale boat off the coast. So a while back, before I got into the football stuff, we were talking about the perfect storm and the Andrea Gale boat that is pointing to the coming Aliyah from America to Israel. There are a lot of Jews in Southern California. This is interesting. Okay, because her death was off the coast of Los Angeles, where there are a lot of Jews. There are 2 concentrations, mainly, of Jews in America: Los Angeles and New York, the Northeast. Okay, so the photo Wagner posted was of the couple, them, at the 1973 Academy Awards, which was the 45th awards. 45 is the 9th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 9th row is 45. So she died, 34 years, 9th Fibonacci number after the UN recognition of Israel. And the awards here was the 45th, the 9th triangular number. Wagner and number 9 is the most important number in God's signs. It's from the Bible. It symbolizes God's judgment, which, by the way, is incidentally why the Antichrist was inaugurated in 09. Wagner and Wood presented for the documentary awards. Okay, so they were the presenters for the category of documentary, the various categories of documentaries. 4 documentaries. Now, these were the films nominated for Best Documentary Feature. Wikipedia pages are linked to, probably all of them are part of the sign. Okay. So these are the, so God is pointing to, clearly, with Wagner's Post, the 1973 Academy Awards, but specifically also the presentation of Wagner and Wood at the awards for Best Documentary. And here we go. Here we go. These are the films that were nominated. Marjo, all right. I forget now what that's about, but I wrote it down here, so let me just continue. Ape and Super Ape, Malcolm X, Manson, as in Charles Manson, and The Silent Revolution. All right, for sure we are on the right track here. The Silent Revolution documentary is 44 minutes long. Again, the post of them presenting at this awards was the 44th anniversary. It is about molecular biology, DNA, etc. This is in context with a documentary about Malcolm X. And we know from God's signs that Malcolm X symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist, because in general, God is using the letter X to symbolize the mark of the Antichrist. The reason for that is because in the book of Ezekiel, the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist would have been a Tav mark, which was an X in ancient Israel. But it makes sense that an X is a mark, right? Aha. The Silent Revolution is 44 minutes long. Wagner posted their photo at the awards on the 44th anniversary of her death. The 1973 awards were held 4 + 4 days before the official opening of the Twin Towers on the date 4/4 in 1973. And the Twin Towers symbolize 2 arms of a chromosome, replaced with the injection needle, the One World Tower. All right. What do I mean? Well, if you look at the One World Tower, it's clearly a thing. It's clearly a needle, right? It's even cylindrical at the top. The thing coming off the top of it is the pointy, prick thing from the needle. Just look at it if you don't know what I'm talking about. It's clearly a needle. It's the One World Tower, which hints at the Tower of Babel in the Bible, which is a story and a metaphor of man using technology to reach heaven without God, which is symbolic of, in our time, transhumanism technology, an attempt to become immortal without God. It's really that straightforward. It's amazing. Because in the Bible, in the story of the Tower of the Babel, they build the tower with their technology of the day, as it says in the text, right? Now, I've learned prior to this discovery here that I'm talking about that the Twin Towers symbolize the 2 arms of a chromosome. The reason is the small arm of a chromosome is named petite in scientific terminology. And exactly 70 weeks after the Twin Towers officially opened, Philip Petit evaded security and walked across the Twin Towers, famously. And also, he's in some prophetic stuff since then. That was the beginning of his famous life in America. Prior to that, he had walked across the Twin Towers of the Notre Dame Cathedral, which is also a prophetic sign, the Notre Dame Cathedral, when it burned, when Michelle Obama was on the river while it burned. All right? Okay, so 70 weeks, because the most central prophecy in the Bible is a 70 weeks prophecy regarding the arrival of the Christ, who says in the prophecy, will be put to death. Well, Christ is put to death on a cross, and when Philip Petit walked across the tightrope with a balancing pole, with a man at the center, it engendered a cross. And so it was exactly 70 weeks. And because his name is Petit, it means that what I'm saying is true, which is that the twin towers symbolize the two arms of a chromosome, one of them being named Petit, which, by the way, is French for small. Okay? Now, the towers opened on the date 4/4, exactly 4 + 4 days after the awards, and the nomination for the documentary that's 44 minutes long, The Silent Revolution, which is about DNA and molecular biology, chromosomes. Do you see? Not only that, the actress that presented the award starred at the age of 4 + 4 in the movie with the Miracle. The name Miracle, right? By the way, she starred in Miracle on 34th Street, 34 of the 9th Fibonacci. She was 4 + 4 years old. That's a pairing of 9 and 44, if I didn't mention that earlier. 44th president inaugurated in 09. Okay, so this is amazing, right? And not only that, the post that Wagner posted was on the 44th anniversary of their presentation, which included the 44-minute long documentary about molecular biology, 4 + 4 days before the date 4/4. All right, and the official opening of the towers, which was exactly 70 weeks before Philip Petit walked across the towers and engendered a cross. Now, it was the 45th Academy Awards, and this prophecy is in Daniel chapter 9, and 45 is the 9th triangular number. That just came to me. Amazing. And this segment of this video that I'm recording right now is currently 9 minutes long. If that means anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. It only means something to me, if I choose it to, because I do not talk about subjective signs like that in these videos. I just thought I'd mention that. Now, on the 44th anniversary of Wood's death, Wagner posted the photo of them when they presented the award for the category in which the 44-minute long The Silent Revolution competed. This was 4 + 4 days before the date 4/4, when the opening of the towers that were symbolic of the two arms of a chromosome, molecular biology. The award ceremony was also 4 × 4 × 4 days after the Supreme Court ruled in favor of legalizing abortions. There were 7 justices in favor. Petit walked across the towers 70 weeks after they opened. Yeah, that's amazing. Abortions were ruled legal on January 22nd, 1973, 66 + 6 days before the towers opened. One of the nominated documentaries was Manson. Manson hints at mansion, part of this theme with Paul Simon. Manson had his group murder Sharon Tate, as in murder of unborn babies, and others, which is why the relevance here, by the way. I get to it. Okay, so I'm getting ahead of myself. Manson and had his group murder Sharon Tate and others at a luxury home, a mansion. Tate was 8 months pregnant. 8 = 4 + 4. The awards were 4 + 4 days before the date 4/4 and the opening of the towers. This connects the murder of pregnant Sharon Tate to the legalization of the murder of unborn babies. So now we know for sure that this connection is legitimate. Okay, again, the award for this documentary included the nomination for the documentary Manson, about a murder, about a famous actress who was pregnant. The famous actress presented for the award, Natalie Wood, who was also murdered, but in Sharon Tate was a baby, and it was an unborn baby, which obviously is symbolic of abortions. And this Academy Awards, in which the competing film was 44 minutes long, 4 + 4 days before the date 4/4, with the tower symbolizing molecular biology. This awards was also 4 × 4 × 4 days after the legalization of abortions with the Supreme Court, and this movie documentary Manson was part of the awards, which is about the murder of pregnant Sharon Tate and her unborn baby. She was 4 + 4 months pregnant, which confirms the 4 × 4 × 4 days connection, which confirms ultimately the Antichrist, the 44th president, who would never have been born had abortions been legal at the time of his birth. God uses records for prophetic signs. At the 1973 awards, Cabaret, the movie Cabaret, won a record 4 + 4 awards without winning Best Picture. It was a record number of awards without winning Best Picture, 4 + 4 awards. Cabaret starred Liza Minnelli for Best Actress, the daughter of Julie Garland, who sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow and starred in Meet Me in St. Louis, which was released in the year 44. The winner of Best Picture, okay, and the reason why St. Louis here is it ultimately points to how the 44th president will become the president again through this predicted plane crash, like I'm saying, of Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom in St. Louis. The winner of Best Picture was The Godfather. This hints at the 44th president Antichrist. The Godfather, right? The movie Cabaret also hints at the movie Chicago, where Obama is from, which won 6 Academy Awards exactly 30 years later. This hints at 3 6s and 666. Because the movie Chicago is basically the same like as Cabaret. There are these cabaret musical movies. And there weren't musical movies in between them in which that won these awards. All right? From the Bible, and it's a 30-year connection, okay? Which gives, with the 6 awards, gives a 666. But from the Bible, 30 years is symbolic of a king. This 30 years connection to the movie Chicago's 2 × 3 wins hints at the Antichrist king from Chicago who wore number 23. And also there are 23 pairs of chromosomes, which is hinted at with the awards that Natalie Wood presented for, including the documentary for The Silent Revolution, which is about 23 pairs of chromosomes. And of course, Chicago, where Obama is from, is where Jordan wore number 23, and Obama wore number 23 himself when he was in Hawaii, the first state to legalize abortions. Obama moved to Chicago in '85. The 1973 Academy Awards ceremony drew an audience of 85 million. Manson was a cult leader. The winner for Best Documentary was Marjo, about a cult leader and Pentecostal preacher. This is symbolic of the Antichrist, who is a murderer and will lead a genocidal slaughter. Okay? So the Antichrist will be a cult leader. The cult already exists. It's the modern day left. Trump derangement syndrome is part of a cult. It doesn't make any sense to those outside of the cult because it is a cult. Cults aren't rational. Cults are about being a member of the cult in order to exclude others that aren't a member of the cult. That's what cults are. There are ways in which people get together in order to exclude others. Cults come in different forms and variations. You've got different types, like a political cult, religious cult. There's what's the term for it? The cult that's involved with money, like Amway or pyramid scheme cults, right? So there's different types of cults. The current cult in America today is a political cult. Okay? And they don't really have a clear leader yet, but it's Obama. I mean, he is the leader still, but he will have the power and will be leading this cult, which, by the way, won't be the first political cult in history. Other examples are Hitler and Mussolini. These are political cults. And they went on to lead genocidal slaughters, which they all do. It's a mass formation, is what it's called. The professor from Ghent University has brilliantly described this phenomenon and says that this is what this is what has been happening and really accelerated with the CVD disease era. That's what it was. It was a cult. That was the only way, the proper way to understand what was happening. The irrationality of everything was because it was a cult. That cult included, during that time, incidentally, the Black Lives Matter protest. And that was just part of this same political cult. So these people that have done away with the belief and worship in God don't end up worshiping nothing. They worship anything, as Chesterton said. So that's what's happening. They've replaced the big void in their life with a political cult. It's become their meaning in life, politics, and their political cult. Others on the outside can't understand how or why they are so obsessed with their blue team politics and their Trump derangement syndrome. It's their meaning in life. Okay, so that's, so this documentary Marjo is about a cult leader, a religious cult leader. And so the political cult that we have today in America is religious in nature also. And anyway, this combines with the cult leader Manson in this sign here, the combination of these two documentaries. And Manson was about murder. Well, this is implying the coming genocidal slaughter, murder of the masses, their arch enemies, true conservatives and true Christians, that's coming in America. You can look it up online, the 10 stages of genocide. We are past the middle stages. We are in the process of this genocide that's coming by the political cult left. Okay. Now, so Manson wanted to start a race war. This is symbolic of the coming genocide led by the racial divider, Obama. That's who he is. He's the big racial divider. Which is the left, led by Obama. I mean, the left, everything they do and accuse others of, they are the ones that are guilty of, and they are, of course, the true racists and the racial dividers, right? Obviously, anyone that doesn't know that is because they're part of the cult. It's so obvious, right? The nomination of the documentary Malcolm X further confirms this, because he was this political cult leader. Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which was named after the birth date of Malcolm X, and also Ho Chi Minh, another cult leader, political cult leader. Obama moved to Chicago when the organization was disbanded, as I explained earlier. And I'm glad I did explain it earlier, because this just ties it all together here too. Okay, now, so God is pointing to this 1973 Academy Awards. We're going into it, the details here. We've got some more. Charlie Chaplin at this awards received an award for a 20-year-old movie that had not been screened in Los Angeles until 1972, thus making it eligible for the 1973 Academy Awards ceremony. Okay, and 2 Academy Honorary Awards. This since at 22. Okay. Actually, you know what? He was he received an award for the 20-year-old movie, But then he was also nominated, or rather won 2 honorary awards. That's 3 out of that's 3 awards total, 2 of them honorary, 1 of them for a 20-year-old movie. That gives us Genesis 3:22, which I talked about earlier in this video, right? I pretty much talked about everything in this video. Just kidding. Okay. So anyway, the 20-year-old movie and the 2 honorary awards hints at 22, which is again symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Chaplin was known for silent movies, silent films. That's the thing here. Chaplin was known for silent films. The Silent Revolution documentary about molecular biology, which hints at the mark of the Antichrist that changes a person's 23 pairs of chromosomes, was nominated at this awards that focused on Charlie Chaplin. That's amazing. Silent films, the Silent Revolution. Crazy. How creative is God? It was the 45th Academy Awards, and the inverse of 45 is 0.022, as in 22, which symbolizes the mark. 0.0222 also hints at the 220 floors of the Twin Towers that opened 2 times 2 times 2 days later. Again, the awards were 2 times 2 times 2 days before the opening of the towers, which was 220 floors, 220 floors, and the awards hints at 0.022, as in 220 floors. But also it's 0.222, as in 2 times 2 times 2 days. That's amazing. And again, it's all about Charlie Chaplin, who points to the Silent Revolution documentary about molecular biology, and the Twin Towers are all about the chromosomes, like I've explained, because of the 2 towers and the 2 arms of a chromosome. It's so amazing, right? How this all ties together. By the way, the altered chromosomes of people will be what will result in demonic possession of fallen angels, and the awards was in Los Angeles. That just came to me. But that's very important, actually. Los Angeles is symbolic of fallen angels in God's signs. Now, Chaplin's movie, Limelight, this movie that was 20 years old when he won the award for it, Chaplin's movie Limelight made $4 million. It was also not released in the US in 1952 because of Chaplin's communist sympathies. Interesting. That implies, like I've been saying, the 44th president is a communist. He is a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which furthermore is supported with this nomination of the movie Malcolm, because of Malcolm X, the May 19th Communist Organization was named after Malcolm X. One thing, by the way, on the 99th anniversary of the birth of Malcolm X, on May 19th, 2024, prior to that date, God was pointing to that date for the plane crash death of Kamala Harris. And on that day, we had a prophetic plane crash that involved an X. Malcolm X was the leader of the Nation of Islam. And in the Islamic Republic of Iran, the helicopter crashed with the top general on it. Was it top general, or was it the prime minister or something? And God is using in his signs in general helicopter rotor blades to symbolize an X. In other words, I predicted that plane crash, that helicopter crash. Not only that, on the same day, the president of the US, the leader of America, delivered a speech to the all-black college, the commencement speech, and Malcolm X was known, the leader of the Nation of Islam, as in the leader of the nation, Biden, his speech to the all-black male crowd at the college, Malcolm X was known for delivering speeches to all-black male crowds. There you go, another confirmation of that. of how I predicted that plane crash. I literally did predict that plane crash. No one will believe me unless they, really believe in God's signs and believe in what I'm saying and believe in God. But I did. I predicted that helicopter crash. If you have the eyes to see it, it's very clear. Now, Chaplin's, okay, so I said this now. This is amazing. That's the reason why, because Limelight was not allowed to be seen in the U.S. because of the communist sympathies, but it made 4+4 million. Obama is in the limelight, the 44th president, and yeah, you get what I'm saying here. So, in other words, Obama is a communist. His award, Chaplin's, at the 9th Triangular Academy Awards for his $4+4 million movie that cost $900,000, which is the pairing of 9 and 44, that confirms the signs and connections, was his only competitive Academy Award. The murder of Natalie Wood by Robert Wagner connects to the murder of Sharon Tate by Charles Manson, which, through Wagner's photo he posted on the 44th anniversary, pointed to the 44-minute film and the murder of unborn babies, as I explained. And also Sharon Tate, right? Wagner and Wood had 2 children. W is equal to 23. It's the 23rd letter in the alphabet. This hints at the 44-minute film about 2 pairs of 23 chromosomes. Right? 23 pairs of chromosomes. 2 times 23 chromosomes. 2 children by the Wood and Wagner couple, W23. Right? And this is relevant because 2 times 23 chromosomes by this couple, because that's what happens in babies, right? The chromosomes come together and they mix the chromosomes. But they presented at the 44-minute film, which pairs the 23 and 44 to confirm the signs and connections. And the movie, this documentary, is about chromosomes. But also, one of the films in the category was Manson, which was about the murder of the unborn baby inside Sharon Tate. And Natalie Wood was murdered, furthermore. And on the 44th anniversary of the presentation of the death of the woman who presented for the 44-minute film, Wagner, the murderer, posted the photo of them at the Academy Awards. It's all amazing. Wagner was known for his role in 2.5 Men, the TV show 2.5 Men. Wagner was known for his role in 2.5 Men and known for being number 2 in the Austin Powers films. This hints at 22, which is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. That's amazing. With Wagner, we get 2 number 2s. How can that be? Most actors don't get any numbers in their titles that they're known for. He was in 2.5 Men, and he also starred as number 2. That's his name in the series. He's number 2. He's referred to as number 2, his character, in the Austin Powers films. Now, I'm about to get to why it's amazing. It's so amazing. Stay tuned. It's so significant that Wagner starred in these Austin Powers films. The Michael Myers films, right? Okay. The spoofs on the James Bond series, the James Bond series of films. Okay. Wagner also starred in The Towering Inferno. This confirms the connection between the awards ceremony and the opening of the Twin Towers that burned in an inferno. He also starred in The Concorde, Airport 79. That's the title of the movie, The Concorde ... Airport 79. 79 is the 22nd prime number, and again, 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist. And again, Wagner was in Two and a Half Men and number 2 in the Austin Powers films. Wagner murdered Wood for flirting with Christopher Walken. Okay, so Walken was on the boat along with a couple of other men, from what I recall reading. So a few people were on the boat, including Christopher Walken, and Wagner murdered Wood for flirting with Walken that night while they were on the boat. This was during the production of the movie Brainstorm, which Wood and Walken were making together at the time in Los Angeles. Through the mark, people's brains will be stormed by demons who will possess people through their brains that will be facilitated through frequencies. Right? That's again why Paul Simon will fall and injure his head. It will symbolize this. At the Academy Awards ceremony, the actress Wood connects with actress Judy Garland through Liza Minnelli's win for Cabaret, who sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Just before the storm hit in the 34th state of Kansas. So, again, Wood died while making Brainstorm exactly 34 years after the State of Israel was first recognized at the UN. And again, she starred in the movie Miracle on 34th Street. But Wood connects to Judy Garland because of her prophetic presenting at the awards, in which Judy Garland's daughter won Best Actress, and Judy Garland sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow, which is proven to be prophetic in God's science, explained elsewhere in another video. But she sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow just before the storm in the 34th state of Kansas. If you recall, Wizard of Oz, the name of the state Kansas continually comes up. She needs to go back to Kansas. Dorothy is on a mission to return to her family in Kansas. Home sweet home. There's no place like home, Kansas. But it's the 34th state. And Wood is connected to the number 34. And what we're getting at here is a storm. Probably know where I'm going with this. The perfect storm. But anyway, Wood died during the making of the movie Brainstorm. And Garland sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow just before the storm, picked up the house that Dorothy is in, and dropped her in the land of Oz, right? The 34th state, Kansas. Now, Wagner murdered Wood for flirting with Walken. This was during the production of the movie Brainstorm. Okay, this is the same paragraph, but I'm elaborating. So, the mark, people's brain, through the mark, people's brains will be stormed by demons who will possess people through their brains that will be facilitated through frequencies. In other words, music, songs. That's what songs and music is, frequencies. At the Academy Awards ceremony, the actress Wood connects with actress Judy Garland, who sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow just before the storm hit the 34th state of Kansas. Wood starred in Miracle on 34th Street, and she died at the age of 43 while making Brainstorm exactly 34 years after the state of Israel was first recognized at the UN. That's why the 34th state of Kansas through all of this, because the 34 years after the state of Israel was first recognized at the UN. That's amazing. No wonder I had to rewrite that paragraph. Wood starred in Miracle on 34th Street at the age of 4+4. At the Academy Awards, in which Wood was a presenter, Liza Minnelli won Best Actress for her role in the movie that won a record 4+4 awards without winning Best Picture. The movie she starred in was a musical, and the first musical to win Best Picture since the Minnelli movie was the movie Chicago exactly 30 years later. 30 years from the 4+4 awards hints at 34, and for 3 transgressions and for 4, which, by the way, the Hebrew idiom that God's used Paul Simon to point to means in English, the tolerable limit of transgressions has been exceeded and now judgment and destruction is unavoidable. So when God communicates this to America, he's saying that the time for repentance is over, judgment is unavoidable, which is what will be symbolized with the death of Paul Simon. He will be the bookend to the warning of judgment in 9/11. That's why Paul Simon began the other bookend with his performance at Saturday Night Live. And then his death will be the other bookend, the window of opportunity being closed. And that's why the 4th album with Garfunkel is named Bookends, which contains the song America. Okay, so anyway, which is why Wood, who starred in Miracle on 34th Street, died at age 43 on the 34th anniversary of Israel at the UN. Okay. The movie stars Wood's drowning after falling from a boat off the coast of Los Angeles while filming Brainstorm. Hints at the sinking of the Andrea Gale boat in the movie The Perfect Storm. Right? We've got these 2 tragedies of these boats off each of the coasts, the southwest and northeast, which is what I'm getting at, where the Jews live. One death here off the boat off the coast of Los Angeles while filming Brainstorm, and the other, the Andrea Gale, about in the movie The Perfect Storm, off the coast of the Northeast, which, as explained, is symbolic of the coming Aliyah of Jews from America. I explained that earlier in this video. The Perfect Storm is about Aliyah from Jews from America. Well, now we have this other boat being brought into the signs here, the boat that Natalie Wood fell off. The Andrea Gale was a boat from the northeast coast where many Jews live. The boat that Natalie Wood fell off is from the southwest coast where many Jews live. On the 44th anniversary of the drowning off the coast of California, the 43-year-old actress who starred at the age of 4+4 in Miracle on 34th Street was a mass shooting. All right, let me repeat this now. So we've got this 44th anniversary of this drowning of this actress who was 43 and starred in Miracle on 34th Street. But on the 44th, and she was 4+4 years old at the time. Well, on the 44th anniversary of that, of her presenting anyway, with the Wagner photo at the Academy Awards, there was a mass shooting in California where the awards were 44 years earlier, and also where she died off the coast of California. There was a mass shooting in California 44 years later exactly, in which 3 of the 4 deaths were children. That was one of the big stories, right? The mass shooting, which unfortunately involved 3 children. 3 out of 4. That hints at for 3 transgressions and for 4. This all goes back to Paul Simon too, and his death will symbolize the end of the period of warning and judgment being unavoidable for 3 transgressions and for 4. But this also confirms the 34 years exact connection from the death of the actress from Miracle on 34th Street after the state of Israel is first recognized, in order to confirm that her death off the boat is in fact symbolic of the transportation or aliyah across the ocean to Israel, when Jews are persecuted by the 44th president and the political cult Blue Team. On the 44th anniversary of the death off the coast of California, that's a typo. It's the 44th anniversary. Yes, no, I'm right. No, it's the 44th anniversary of her death, yes. On the 44th anniversary of the death off the coast of California, of the 43-year-old actress who starred as a child at the age of 4+4 in Miracle on 34th Street was a mass shooting in California in which 3 out of 4 deaths were children. This hints at for 3 transgressions and for 4. The actress and her killer presented at the Academy Awards in California for the Best Documentary category, in which the 44-minute The Silent Revolution was nominated. Mass shootings symbolize shots that are the mark of the Antichrist that alters a person's DNA, as in the documentary The Silent Revolution. From what I read, I think on Wikipedia, there is testimony from the others who were on the boat that she was flirting with Walken and Wagner assaulted her. Yeah. Walken was in the movie Annie Hall. Annie Hall cost $4 million to make and made $44 million. It premiered in Los Angeles exactly 4 years after the Academy Awards ceremony, in which Wagner and Wood presented for Best Documentary. And again, Wood was killed by Wagner for flirting with Walken, who starred in Annie Hall. And this award's Best Documentary included the category, the 44-minute The Silent Revolution. And this was 4+4 days before the date 4/4 and the opening of the towers. Wood starred in Miracle on 34th Street at the age of 4+4. Why is Annie Hall connected to this? Robert Wagner plays the character Teddy on 2.5 Men. He begins dating Charlie Sheen and John Cryer's mom on the show, but he is a con artist. Walken was nominated for an Academy Award for playing a con artist, Frank Abagnale's father, in the Leonardo DiCaprio movie Catch Me If You Can. By the way, this Wagner sign was at the beginning of Leo and his trip abroad, and Leo DiCaprio here is being pointed to. Okay, and I'm explaining this because we have the connection between, I'm explaining this connection between Wagner and Walken. Not only do they both begin with a W, just like Wood, but Wagner is known for playing this con artist character on the show 2.5 Men, which I already established as prophetic because of also him being number 2 in the Austin Powers films, right? Well, Walken was nominated for an Academy Award, and again, this Wagner sign is about the Academy Award ceremony. Walken was nominated for Academy Award for playing a con artist in arguably the biggest con artist movie of all time, Catch Me If You Can, starring Leo, as in Pope Leo. Okay, now, this, and also, by the way, as I explained earlier, Leo connects to the lion in Isaiah chapter 31:4 about Israel. And again, Wagner points to Israel through Wood, who died on the anniversary of Israel, and on, like I've explained. Now, so this must be why Wagner and Walken come together, this con artist connection. Natalie Wood was born in San Francisco 1 year, 1 month, and 23 days after the Golden Gate Bridge was opened. This connects her to San Francisco, which connects her to Pope Francis. The reason is, this hints at 11 and 23. The 1123 is the 1123 is the 188th prime number. H188 is also a number God uses frequently, just like 1123, to point to H188 in the Hebrew Concordance, which is the word that means woe, exclamation mark, used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. So Natalie Wood was born after this opening of the Golden Gate Bridge. Paul Simon, Bridge Over Troubled Water. By the way, Bridge Over Troubled Water, Paul Simon, if I don't mention it later, in case it is just coming to me now and didn't come to me earlier, is Aliyah. Bridge Over Troubled Water is the Aliyah from America over the Atlantic Ocean, or the Pacific Ocean for that matter, to Israel. Bridge Over Troubled Water. And again, at this time was the emergency Aliyah drill in Israel. And we have Natalie Wood, who died off the coast in the water. And she was born after the prophetic bridge over the water in San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge. The bridge theme in God's Signs is also part of this demonic possessions theme, which Paul Simon is also part of because of the brain injury that he's predicted to have, like I'm saying. And the Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar, right? Delta brainwaves will facilitate the demonic possession, which is why the frequencies on the bridge on the, that's another sign. Anyway, there was a Golden Gate Bridge sign in which the bridge sang because of the wind passing through its gates, through the slats in the bridge that produced these frequencies that were heard all over the Bay Area. Anyway, that was on the day that the bridge was shut down for the first time due to a protest, the Black Lives Matter Antichrist protest, on the date 6/6, okay? Anyway, so yeah, the gate is also important here because the gate or the door is opened to the bottomless pit from which the demons cross over the bridge into the earthly realm and then possess people. Okay, anyway, Natalie Wood was also born 580 days after the birth of Pope Francis. That's stunning because, again, Pope Francis is identified in the 5th through 8th King's prophecy in the Bible and also was elected exactly 85 years after the collapse of the St. Francis Dam in Los Angeles, where Natalie Wood is from and died near. But amazingly, and this just came to me, by the way, I didn't realize this, but she died in the water, in the ocean, just off the coast, and that's the bridge over the water, right? That's amazing. This really does connect to Pope Francis. And again, Natalie Wood connects to the mark of the Antichrist through her presentation of the Silent Revolution documentary, etc., right? And the murder movies like the Manson documentary, right? And again, so that's what's coming, the murder of the masses through the mark of the Antichrist and also the genocide from the Antichrists. Now, I think there might be more to the Annie Hall that we haven't yet realized. If I don't get into it, Annie Hall is where Paul Simon and Shelley Duvall met. It also stars Christopher Walken. But it stars Paul Simon and Shelley Duvall, and Shelley Duvall starred in The Shining. Paul Simon sang The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar. Paul Simon broke up with Shelley Duvall at the airport as a portal to the demonic realm before she flew to the UK to film the movie The Shining, which is about demonic possession. But it's about the demonic possession of a ballroom hall, hence Annie Hall, right? Now, 2.5 Men, con artist Wagner, equals 2 Antichrist con artists. And Christopher Walken was nominated for 2 Academy Awards in his career, one of them for a con artist. That's another 2 Antichrist con artists. I think Trumpet called Obama a con artist in his speech at the 40+40th UN General Assembly, the one that just passed on the date 9/23, the 40+40th UN. That's a clear, amazing pairing of 9/23 and 44. The date 9/23 at the 40+40th UN, trumpet, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight his signs. Most importantly, Trump is used by God to trumpet the arrival of the Antichrist, Obama. And if you think about it, his rise to power, rise in popularity coincided with his calling out Obama for his not being born in America. Now, and again, the 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 in ward number 23. Okay, so what happened? What did Trumpet say about Obama here? He singled out Obama in his speech at this prophetic UN address. Here it is. It's a quote. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one, with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint we must do, and then he'd get and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and then fly back, and then talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job, an extreme cost and expense. Europe reduced its carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced your carbon footprint by 37%. Well, 37 also, by the way, is Trump, because it's 3 sets of 7, and the Israelites enacted a 3 sets of 7 before they blew trumpets, before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. And Trump's first election campaign and presidency were synonymous with his border wall of security, which collapsed in God's judgment when he was removed from office. And so anyway, we have Obama being identified as the con artist here. He essentially called Obama a con artist. He called him a con job. It's a con job, and he included Obama in it, right? This is basically Trump saying Obama is a con artist. Anyway, the two antichrists are con artists, right? That's why the 2.5 Men Wagner con artist character and Walken con artist character with Leo in the movie Catch Me If You Can. Okay, so Trump accused Obama of treason on July 22nd, 2025, exactly 9 weeks before his speech at the 40 plus 40th UN. That's a stunning pairing of 9 and 44. Evidence that Obama did commit treason and sought to undermine Trump's presidency with the Russia hoax. Okay, that's a fact now, right? If you don't believe me now, when the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove this. And believe me, I know far better than you and anyone the reason and purpose for this prediction. It isn't up for debate. It is not for discussion. It is not a theory when the prediction comes to pass. It becomes fact. Obama committed treason, the most treasonous thing ever committed in America, his attempt to undermine the Trump presidency with the Russia hoax. It wasn't just a minor thing, and it wasn't just not Obama. Obama orchestrated it. The biggest liar of lies, the snake. Okay, now this is proven with this exact 9 weeks connection to Trump singling out Obama at the prophetic 40 plus 40th UN. The 44th president was inaugurated in 2009. Do you understand? Also, 9 weeks is 63 days, which hints at 3 6s and 666. I seem to recall scenes in Annie Hall with the Brooklyn Bridge in the background. Okay, this is the beginning of the big inspiration here now. One thing is that the story. Well, so Natalie, this came to me. Natalie Wood was murdered for flirting with Walken, and Walken starred in Annie Hall, and Natalie Wood connects with the Golden Gate Bridge. And Annie Hall, as I'm about to explain, is all about the Brooklyn Bridge. And I've already explained the bridge symbolism, which came to me during this video because of Paul Simon and Bridge Over Troubled Water, being symbolic of Aliyah. Before I was talking about how the boats on the ocean are symbolic of the Aliyah across the ocean. Well, so are these bridges over troubled water. The troubled water being symbolic of the chaos and persecution that's coming for Jews in America, from which they'll flee over the ocean to Israel. The two bridges here. Natalie Wood connects with the bridge. I just realized that. Natalie Wood connects with the bridge, but so does Annie Hall and Walken. And Paul Simon starred in this movie too, and Paul Simon's big hit is Bridge Over Troubled Water. Okay, now one thing is that the story is about two Jews. From what I recall, Woody Allen and Diane Keaton in the movie are both Jews. Could be wrong though. So they fly across the country, symbolic of Aliyah. In the movie, they fly on a plane across the country from New York to Los Angeles, the location of where the Jews are in America. Walken won Best Supporting Actor for his role in Deer Hunter as a Vietnam veteran. Walken was nominated for 2 awards, one of which was for portraying a con artist. Wagner starred in 2.5 Men as a con artist. So again, the two Antichrist con artists. So I watched a video about the eerie similarities between Trump and The Dead Zone starring Walken. The Dead Zone was written by Stephen King, who wrote The Shining, which ties to Paul Simon, as I've explained. Stephen King is paranoid that Trump is the fulfillment of this prophecy he wrote. I mean, Stephen King is known for having a very serious case of Trump derangement syndrome. King has a serious case of Trump derangement syndrome. In A View to a Kill, Walken is the villain Max Zorin, who plans to destroy Silicon Valley. This is one of the big James Bond movies, one of the bigger ones. A View to a Kill. In it, Walken is the villain Max Zorin, who plans to destroy Silicon Valley. This is an example of God using the X in his signs to symbolize the mark, Max. Silicon is equal to microchips. Silicon Valley equals Apple and Google, the image of the beast in Bible prophecy. So the image of the beast is the internet, and the enforcement of the mark of the Antichrist through the internet and programmable currency. It's all digital. That's why in this prophetic movie, as I'm explaining here, starring Christopher Walken as the villain, it's about his plan to destroy Silicon Valley. It's all about Silicon Valley, okay, the plot of the movie. The 007 movie, Plan to Destroy Silicon Valley in San Francisco, was released in San Francisco on May 22nd, 1985, exactly the 85th prime number of months before the release of Matrix Resurrections, which takes place in San Francisco, which is amazing because Pope Francis is predicted to be resurrected. So this movie about San Francisco connects to the sign that indicates Pope Francis will be resurrected. And actually, the date of the release of the movie Resurrections connects actually to the date of Pope Francis's predicted resurrection on April 26, 1929. Sorry, 2029. And I forget the connection. But so anyway. Colin Kaepernick, the founder, the beginner, the first Black Lives Matter protester who first kneeled, inspired the movement, right? Colin Kaepernick wore number 7 for San Francisco, for the 49ers, no less. And 49 is 7 times 7. Does this connect to 007? Walken also plays a Vietnam vet in Pulp Fiction as Captain Coons. He's also in the film True Romance, where he calls himself the Antichrist. This movie involves Elvis in some way. Now, there's a scene on the Golden Bridge in a view. Here we go. It's not just a scene. It's the climactic scene. It's the scene of the movie. In A View to a Kill, the big iconic scene is on the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, so like I said, Natalie Wood was connected to the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. She died in the water. And as I'm about to explain, the end of the movie, Walken dies in the water. He falls off the bridge. And Natalie Wood died after she fell off the boat when she was murdered for flirting with Walken. I'm jumping ahead. I'll tie this all up. Bear with me. We're coming to the end here now. So the big scene, the climactic scene in The View to a Kill is the Golden Gate Bridge. The theme song by Duran Duran was the only Bond song to reach number 1 on the Billboard chart. Duran Duran gives us DD, the 4th letter, which gives us the 44th president, who will preside over the chips and stuff and the programmable digital currency that will enforce the mark of the Antichrist. Now, Duran Duran is named after the character Dr. Duran Duran from the film Barbarella, who has created a weapon that could destroy humanity. This is the parallel with the mark of the Antichrist. Now, because it is destroying humanity with corrupting its DNA, just like in Genesis chapter 6. But the thing is, Jane Fonda, who starred in Barbarella, was known for her anti-Vietnam War politics and communist sympathies, which is why Walken had these roles as a Vietnam veteran, including his one Academy Award. Because Walken ties to Duran Duran, which ties to Barbarella, which ties to Jane Fonda, who is known, literally, for her Vietnam War politics and communist sympathies, and Obama is a communist, the con artist communist. Walken also starred in Communion about aliens. Okay, let's get back to here now. The iconic scene in Annie Hall is from Pier 16, as in 4 times 4, with the Brooklyn Bridge in the background. This is the iconic scene in the movie, and the Brooklyn Bridge is present and a big part of the scene. The movie, with its iconic scene from the Pier 4 times 4, cost $4 million and made $44 million. And now we know why. It's to point to Pier 4 times 4. And the movie Annie Hall was released in Los Angeles exactly 4 years after the Wagner Wood Academy Awards, which was including the 44-minute documentary, but was also 4 + 4 days before the date 4/4 and the opening of the towers near the Brooklyn Bridge. And they literally are near the Brooklyn Bridge, or were. Keaton died exactly. So I'm tying the bridges together here. You see the San Francisco Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge now, and Walken, who starred in Annie Hall and fell off the Golden Gate Bridge, right? Keaton died exactly 7 + 7 + 7 weeks after the Mexican ship crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. So Keaton was the star of Annie Hall, and she died 7 + 7 + 7 weeks exactly after the Mexican ship crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. If I don't say later, Mexican is also a hint at the mark of the Antichrist. We have another ship sign here, like the Andrea Gale and the boat that Natalie Wood fell off. And Natalie Wood was born prophetically after the Golden Gate Bridge, etc. Okay, so if you recall, on May 17th this year, the Mexican warship, the antique, or rather the vintage Mexican warship, crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. Keaton died at the age of 79, which is the 22nd prime number. Brooklyn Bridge hints at BB22. 3 sets of 7 here because it's prophetic in God's signs for the collapsing of walls of security. In other words, the wall of security between the demonic and earthly realm that will collapse, after which the demons will cross over the bridge into the earthly realm, and demonically possessed, people who have taken the mark of the Antichrist, which is symbolized by the number 22, hence the BB bridge, and Keaton dying at the age of 79. And again, Keaton, because of Annie Hall and Shelley Duvall and Paul Simon and The Shining and the Ballroom Hall, demonically possessed. All right, now, so what's amazing too is that Walken starred in this big famous movie called Communion about aliens and alien abduction. It was a big movie in its day for the subject of aliens. And that's amazing because that's what we're talking about. The demons crossing over the bridge and demonically possessing people. And Walken starred in such a movie. He was the main character in that movie. I think we're on the right track here. The climactic scene in A View to a Kill takes place on the Golden Gate Bridge. In a sense, this is the Golden Gate Bridge movie. It is the Golden Gate Bridge movie. Walken also starred in Annie Hall, in which the iconic scene is in front of the Brooklyn Bridge. Pier 4x4 and the movie that cost $4 million and made $44 million 4 years exactly after the Wagner Wood Awards and the 44-minute The Silent Revolution, 4 + 4 days before the date 4/4 and the opening of the towers that symbolized the two arms of the chromosomes near the Brooklyn Bridge. On the 44th anniversary of Wood's death, Wagner posted a photo of them at the awards. See how it all comes full circle here. It all is, for what I've just said now, pointing to Walken, the mark of the Antichrist, demonic possession, Paul Simon, but also the upcoming Aliyah over the bridge of troubled water as a result of persecution from the 44th Antichrist president. The bridges hint at the crossing over the bridge of demons pretending to be aliens into the earthly realm, as well as the crossing of the oceans on not just boats, but by bridges, right? Also, the Wood death on the boat during Brainstorm with Walken hints at the Aliyah of Jews from Los Angeles. Likewise, Alan is Jewish, and there are many Jews in Brooklyn. And the boat crashed into the bridge 7 + 7 + weeks before Keaton died at the 22nd prime number, and BB = 22. You get the idea. I'm just repeating myself, really. But Los Angeles Fallen Angels, the bridge Aliyah, which is not mentioned here, okay? The Perfect Storm, Brainstorm, we talked about that earlier too. Okay. Now, Wood hints at Wood. Woody Allen hints at Natalie Wood and aliens. The name Allen. So Woody Allen hints at Natalie Wood and aliens. Allen hints at aliens. Demons pretending to be aliens that cross the bridge and possess people through their brains, as in the movie Brainstorm. Bridges are made to walk over. Walken in the two movies that showcase the iconic bridges. Wagner, 2.5 Men, con artist. Walken nominated for 2 awards, including for being a con artist. 2 Walken movies about bridges. Also, Wagner and Walken were 2 men, as in 2.5 Men, who competed for Wood. W, Wagner, Wood, Wagner, Walken, and Wood. W = 23 = 2 pairs of 23 chromosomes, 44-minute The Silent Revolution movie, right? Pairing of 23 and 44. In A View to a Kill, Max Zorin is the product of quote-unquote Nazi experiments, which, by the way, is a parallel with the mark of the Antichrist, which was an experiment. The same type of experiment exactly that the Nuremberg Code outlawed after the Nazis did this sort of thing, but that was all overlooked in the mass hysteria cult that unfolded. In A View to a Kill, Max Zorin is the product of, quote, Nazi experiments, unquote. Zorin is a biotech-enhanced man. this hints at the mark. Max hints at X, which hints at mark. That aliens will promote, the mark of the Antichrist that aliens will promote to reverse aging, creating biotech-enhanced men. Zorin plans to destroy Silicon Valley in the movie in order to monopolize the microchip industry. Silicon Valley is known for many of its leaders in the high-tech industry being interested in discovering ways to reverse aging. The Mexican warship, as in X equals mark of the Antichrist, crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge, as in BB equals 22 equals mark of the Antichrist. There were 2 deaths on the BB bridge in that crash and 19 injured for a total of 7 plus 7 plus 7. This was exactly 7 plus 7 plus 7 weeks before Keaton died at 22 prime number of years. Keaton won the Academy Award for her role in the movie Annie Hall, in which the iconic scene is in front of the Brooklyn Bridge, as in BB. That's amazing, right? I knew there was something missing there. It wasn't just 3 sets of 7. It had to be confirmed with a second witness. I just forgot what it was. It's the 2 deaths plus the 19 injured for a total of 7 plus 7 plus 7, confirming the double witness to the 7 plus 7 plus 7 weeks to the death of Keaton, who starred in this movie about the Brooklyn Bridge. The Mexican warship crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. Okay, so I just rewrote the paragraph. Keaton died an additional exact 7 weeks before Wagner made his post of the photo taken at the Academy Awards, all right? So again, she died exactly 7 plus 7 plus 7 weeks after the 7 plus 7 plus 7 deaths and injuries, and exactly 7 weeks before the Wagner post about the Academy Awards with Natalie Wood, and so it ties everything together because Natalie Wood again connects to the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge, as does Christopher Walken. Natalie Wood died after flirting with Christopher Walken. Natalie Wood died when she was thrown off the boat and fell into the Pacific Ocean after flirting with Walken. Walken's character died when he was thrown off the Golden Gate Bridge and fell into the Pacific Ocean. There you have it. I'll repeat that. Natalie Wood died when she was thrown off the boat and fell into the Pacific Ocean after flirting with Walken, and Walken's character died when he was thrown off the Golden Gate Bridge and fell into the Pacific Ocean. Wagner played number 2 in the Austin Powers movies, which were a spoof on the James Bond movies. I saved this. I was going to say it earlier, but I saved it. This is the thing here. This completely confirms everything. Because this connection between Walken and Wagner is confirmed because Wagner essentially starred in James Bond movies also, but prophetically as number 2, as in 2.5 Men con artist, as in Walken con artist, 2 Academy Awards. Okay, so he starred in the Austin Powers movies, which were spoofs, parodies of the James Bond movies, and Walken starred in this iconic Golden Gate Bridge James Bond movie. Yeah, I'm just repeating things here. Walken was nominated for 2 Academy Awards, including 1 for portraying a con artist. Wagner played a con artist in 2.5 Men, as in the 2 men, Wagner and Walken, and played number 2 in the movies that parodied James Bond movies. And Walken starred in the James Bond movie that we are talking about as being extremely prophetic. The connection between Wood, Walken, and the Golden Gate Bridge is the reason for these connections. Amazing. Natalie Wood was born in San Francisco 1 year, 1 month, and 23 days after the Golden Gate Bridge was opened, and was born 580 days after Pope Francis, as in San Francisco. Yeah, amazing beyond words. Why did George Harrison sing Homeward Bound on Saturday Night Live with Paul Simon on November 20th, 1976? And why did he die on November 29th, 2001, on the 20th anniversary of Wood's death and the 44th anniversary of Israel. I think that's a typo. Surely, Homeward Bound hints at Aliyah. But how does it connect? Okay, so one of Paul Simon's biggest hits is Homeward Bound. He sang it on Saturday Night Live with George Harrison. And we know that Paul Simon is prophetic because of Saturday Night Live when he cold opened the broadcast, the first one after 9/11. All right? Now, so Homeward Bound, you would think, would hint at Aliyah, given all that we've talked about in this video so far and the connections to Paul Simon. So, now, George Harrison's Cloud 9 album was his last and 9th solo album. That's 9/11. It's called Cloud 9, and it was his 11th solo album. That's 9/11. Paul Simon, with Saturday Night Live, is Mr. 9/11 because of him opening the broadcast after 9/11. And Harrison sang with Paul Simon on Saturday Night Live. You see how it all connects, right? So the date that they sang Homeward Bound was January 20th, 1976. And this is exactly 9,140 days to the date Harrison died, November 29th, 2001, just after 9/11. H914 in the Hebrew Concordance is to separate, set apart. G914 is barakiah, to bless. To separate, to set apart, is to separate the Jews from America into an aliyah back to Israel. The Jews are separated, set apart from the rest of the world, like they were in the beginning. God chose a quote-unquote holy people. The word holy is Hebrew for set apart, separate. The Jews are the chosen holy people, the set apart people. Well, when they are mixed with the Gentiles and the nations, they're not set apart. They have attempted to continue their culture and to be set apart in these nations, but they're not really set apart. And that's what's coming. That's what the Aliyah is. It's an act of separating them from the rest. And so that's why Homeward Bound, sung on Saturday Night Live in New York City, where Jews live, with Paul Simon, a Jew, an American Jew, it connects profoundly to the date of George Harrison's death. Okay? To separate, to set apart the Jews from America back to Israel. November 29th, 2001, Harrison's death was 79 days, which is the 22nd prime number, or 11 plus 11, after 9/11, when Flight 11, with the crew of 11, flew into the Twin Towers. It looked like a giant 11 in the 11th state, the World Trade Center, as in the nations of the world, Isaiah 11:11, the banner, the sign, the signal to the world, the restoration of Israel. November 20th, 1976 is 52 years and 2 months exactly to January 20th, 2029, the predicted return of the 44th president. The sum of the divisors of 522 is 1170, which is 390 plus 390 plus 390. And God repeats the number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. And the meaning of 390 is prophetic from the Bible because of the prophecy in Ezekiel chapter 4 involving the 390 days, which just is a confirmation of the prophetic significance of the number 390. But G390 in the Greek concordance is the word that means return. as in which was used by James when he quoted Amos 9:11 about the return of the Lord to rebuild his temple. And that's Aliyah for you. The temple will be rebuilt when the nation of Israel is restored, when the Jews are restored to Israel. But it's Amos 9:11. And again, Saturday Night Live connects to 9/11 with Paul Simon. And Paul Simon sang on this date with George Harrison, Homeward Bound, which hints at Aliyah of Jews. And it's 52 years and 2 months exactly. And that's because this gets us 522, which, as I just explained, hints at return, as in the return of the 44th president on this date right here, January 20th, 2029. This seems to be why Harrison died on the 44th anniversary of Israel at the UN. Sorry, that's a typo. Anyway, it's the 54th anniversary. But Harrison sang Homeward Bound with Simon on Saturday Night Live. But you know, the 54th anniversary is the 6 times 9th anniversary. And that hints at the prophecy, the most central prophecy in the Bible, regarding the 69 weeks followed by the 70th week, about involving the restoration of Israel. So that is really relevant, actually. Harrison's death on the 6 times 9th anniversary of Israel. That's actually relevant. Simon performed the opening of Saturday Night Live after 9/11. That's a typo. So we'll skip this paragraph. In the Bible, 20 years is symbolic of a complete period. Harrison died on the 20th anniversary of Wood, and Wood's death on the West Coast hinted at the Aliyah of Jews from the West Coast. Harrison sang Homeward Bound with Jewish singer Simon in Manhattan, and this hinted at the Aliyah of Jews on the East Coast, from the East Coast. The Jews will be driven out of America, as in Paul Simon's song American Tune, under the 44th president. And this is why Harrison died on the, again, this is a typo, okay. George Harrison was born 500 days after Simon. The name Paul Simon is equal to 500 in Hebrew gematria. This is amazing. This further confirms the significance of Paul Simon and George Harrison singing together. They were born 500 days apart, and the name Paul Simon is equal to 500 in Hebrew gematria, as in Aliyah back to the Hebrew-speaking nation that hadn't spoke Hebrew in centuries. It was a dead language, as in the revivification, as in the restoration of Israel. The prophetic Garfunkel reunion concert, speaking of reunion, in Central Park, attracted what I mean by that is the reunion of God and his people back in their land. The prophetic Garfunkel and Simon reunion concert in Central Park attracted 500,000 people. It raised $50,000 for Central Park and was exactly 500 months before the release of Paul Simon's prophetic 7 Psalms album. 500 days is also equal to 250 times 2 days, which hints at the number 2,520, which symbolizes the 70 weeks prophecy that I just mentioned. That includes this period at the end of the age of and the restoration of Israel. Aha. Harrison's Got My Mind Set on You from his Cloud 9 and 11th album is a reference to the Lord's mind set on the restoration of his people to Israel. Well, that's an understatement. I mean, because this is the theme of Bible prophecy, right? The theme of the Bible, the Old Testament, is the relationship between God, his people and their land. And we have the two exiles. The Jews were brought back from Babylon after the first exile, and then they were exiled around the world a second time. If we go back to Isaiah chapter 11 here, Isaiah 11:11, it says, "In that day the Lord will extend his hand yet a second time to recover the remnant that remains of his people from the four corners of the earth," right? There are these strange people that claim to believe in the Bible, that claim, like Jehovah's Witnesses, for example, that there is no second restoration of Israel. And the church has replaced Israel spiritually, is how they say it. The thing is that the word Israel is mentioned 79 times in the New Testament, and not one instance does it refer to the church. That's just for starters. But we have right here clearly, I remember one YouTuber who's one of these types that claims to believe the Bible and yet doesn't believe the big thing about the Bible, which is the restoration of Israel. And he says, I challenge anyone to find anywhere in the Bible where it says that the Jews would be restored a second time. But it says it right here in Isaiah 11:11. And I put that in the comment section, and I'm sure there's been no change in that particular presenter, because that's the way people are. And anyway, so when has there been a second restoration of Israel? You could ask that question to anyone that thinks that the church replaced Israel. Okay, well then where is the second restoration of Israel? Because it says that there will be one right here. You just ask them, okay, so you believe that the church replaced Israel. Okay, let me ask you a question. How many restorations of Israel have there been in history? And they'll think about it for a second or a couple of minutes, and they'll say, well, one. They were restored after they came back from Babylon. And you say, well, that's correct. But right here it says there'll be a second one. And so in other words, it hasn't happened. In other words, it is happening. In other words, the church doesn't replace Israel. All of these prophecies, and there are countless numbers of them, about this final restoration at the end of the age, are for a reason, right? Okay, so back to what I was saying about this song. Got My Mind Set on You, this big hit, really big hit from George Harrison's last album, the Cloud 9 11th album, right? It's a giveaway because it's Amos 9:11. I will return to rebuild the temple, the restoration of Israel. Okay? Now, the Cloud 9 album was known as Harrison's big comeback album. Well, what's that a hint at? Well, it's a hint at the big comeback of the restoration of Israel. And by the way, the number 50 symbolizes this. It's the year of Jubilee, which is about restoration. The Jews going back to their original land and clan. And there's been this 50-year pattern in the restoration of Israel. I talked about 1867 earlier in the video with Mark Twain. 50 years exactly later, after 1867, was the Balfour Declaration under the British Mandate, which allowed emigration of Jews back to Israel. 50 years later after that was 1967, and that was the year of the Jews recapturing East Jerusalem and the Temple Mount for the first time in centuries. There's another 50-year pattern also, and the first Zionist conference in Basel, Switzerland was in 1897. At the conference, the founder of the movement, Theodor Herzl, said to the news, I believe, but it's a quote of his, he said, at this conference, we recreated the state of Israel. People will laugh now, but they will know in 50 years. But exactly 50 years later was 1947 and the official recognition of Israel as a state at the UN, like I've been talking about in this video. Because Natalie Wood's death was on the anniversary of that, on November 29th, 1947. And furthermore, George Harrison's death was on the 54th anniversary of that. But anyway, that's another 50-year pattern. And 50 years after 1947 was 2017, and that was the year of the prophetic first year of Trump's presidency, in which he declared Jerusalem to be the capital of Israel. Yeah. Okay. Now, so that's another reason for the 50. And Paul Simon's, and here's, whoa. Finally, I understand more now. The reason why Paul Simon's only number one hit as a solo artist was 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover is because it's about Aliyah, restoration of Israel, and leaving America for your love, Israel. You could also interpret it as, love of America, but you're leaving America. And it's a bad relationship with America, like your ex-lover, right? The Antichrist, etc. But whatever way you want to interpret it, that's the reason for 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. Now I finally get it. I finally get that. Because Paul Simon, like I said, is connected with all these 50s. His name equaling 500, born 500 days after George Harrison, now we know, but also the 500,000 people at the concert that raised $50,000, exactly 500 months before the release of 7 Psalms. And now we know the reason for 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover, the only number one song. It's amazing. It's Aliyah. Wow. Okay. Now, where were we? So, but also the big comeback album of George Harrison is hinting at the big comeback of Obama. It's also hinting at the big comeback of the Lord after the restoration of Israel. And the missing piece to the restoration of Israel are the Jews in America. That's what's remaining. And that's about to happen under the big comeback of Obama. And the big anti-Semitic cult of the blue team. God uses firsts for signs. Harrison's My Sweet Lord was the first number one hit by an ex-Beatle. That's quite interesting. And of course that hints at Aliyah, Homeward Bound, My Sweet Lord, right? George Harrison, who also was in the band Traveling Wilburys, known for its song Handle with Care, Traveling Wilburys, as in traveling in Aliyah. Yeah. The W in Wilburys is giving us a 23, as in the traveling in Aliyah because of the basketball president who wore number 23. Wow. Harrison equals the Beatles equals the British invasion equals traveling across the Atlantic. But in this case, Aliyah will be the reverse, traveling across the Atlantic. I mean, think about it. The Beatles were known as the spear tip of the British invasion, right? And it was all about their flight. You can picture the iconic photo of the Beatles boarding the plane on their way to America to take over America, right? It's the British invasion. But it's all about the flight, the traveling across the Atlantic. Well, Harrison was a Beatle. And now we have him tied to Aliyah. By the way, this is just coming to me as I'm making this video right here. Yeah. I mean, I got it pretty much right here, but it's really, I guess, more clear to me here. Yeah. So My Sweet Lord was released on November 23rd, 1970, the 4 times 44th semi-prime number of months before the Revelation 12 rapture sign, which is also, in a way, an Aliyah, when the Lord's faithful will be disappeared into heaven without dying, and then return with the Lord at his second coming. Harrison's home was broken into in the night, and he was stabbed on December 30th, 1999, which was 700 days exactly before his death. This is also 23 months. This hints at the injections that have altered people's 23 pairs of chromosomes. Stabbing hints at the mark, the things, the injections. The attacker believed Harrison was the Antichrist, which makes this stabbing, he was delusional, he went to a mental institution, which makes this stabbing hint at the mark of the Antichrist. Right? Because it was exactly 23 months, right? 23 pairs of chromosomes that are altered with the mark. Stabbing hints at that too, because that's what marks, that's what the injections are. And then the attacker believed that Harrison was the Antichrist, so this makes this the mark of the Antichrist sign. So, I'm sure part of the Aliyah will be Jews fleeing the mark of the Antichrist, perhaps. I don't know that for sure. But people will definitely flee the Antichrist because of the mark of the Antichrist in general. Okay, now one of the other hit of the Traveling Wilburys is End of the Line. And it was released on January 23rd, 1989. And this is 1,288% of a year before he died. End of the line. The end of the line is about death. I mean, that's what they're singing about, right? The older men singing about the latter stage of their life. And anyway, so it was 1288% of a year before he died. And H1288 is to bless, to kneel to God. The name of the intruder who allegedly stabbed Harrison over 40 times is Michael Abram. In the Apocryphal Testament of Abraham, the Archangel Michael is sent to God to tell Abraham it is time for him to die. Stabbed over 40 times could mean he was stabbed 44 times. It is believed that Harrison's death is related to his stabbing, and that triggered a recurrence of his cancer. Michael Abram believed Harrison was the Antichrist. Harrison died on the 6 times 9th anniversary of Israel, and the Antichrist, the 44th president, spoke at the 69th UN. The UN also presided and will preside over a global health emergency that will be related to the taking of the mark. I think we can say that he died from 40 or 44 stabbings on the 6 times 9th anniversary of Israel, of the UN, the 44th president, and the UN will preside over the thing. Okay. His wife's name is Olivia, which hints at the olive tree, which hints at peace. His wife was able to prevent the attacker from killing George. So the movie Chicago, the musical movie Chicago, was the first musical to win Best Picture since Oliver! Is the title of the movie, which is about Charles Dickens's Oliver Twist, which takes place in England, which is where Olivia saved George Harrison's life with a lamp. As in Oliver, Olivia. The poster art for the movie Cabaret and Chicago, these two musical movies, is focused on artistic lights and lamps. Wood died exactly 20 years, prophetic 20 years, before Harrison died, and she died on the 34th anniversary of Israel. On the 44th anniversary of Wood's death, Wagner posted them at the Academy Awards, where they were presenters in the year that the musical Cabaret won a record 4+4 awards without winning Best Picture, which went to The Godfather. And again, Woods was starred as 8-year-old in the movie Miracle on 34th Street, 34th anniversary of her death, right? Now, the attacker thought Harrison was the Antichrist. The Godfather is symbolic of the Antichrist. And this is amazing because God highlighted the win of The Godfather through it being the winner of Best Picture when this other movie won all of the other awards, basically. And the other movie hints at the Antichrist 44th president because it was 4+4 awards. Now, the king Antichrist, well, 30 years in the Bible is symbolic of a king. And again, Cabaret won these 4+4 awards, but not Best Picture, 30 years before the Chicago movie won Best Picture, the musical Chicago. And 30 years symbolizes the Antichrist, or rather the king, and so the Antichrist king who is from Chicago, Barack Obama, the 44th president, right? Now, Chicago, the movie, won Best Picture, and it was the first time to do so since this Oliver movie about Charles Dickens's Oliver Twist. Which brings us back to Olivia in England, because Oliver Twist is about London and England. And it all connects through Harrison and Wood, who died exactly 9 + 11 years apart. And George Harrison's big comeback album was Cloud 9, the 11th solo album. And we're talking about the big comeback of the 44th president, the Antichrist. That's why they died 9 + 11 years apart. So Harrison clearly ties to Wood, which ties to Cabaret, and his connection to this musical stuff, these musical movie connections, which identifies Barack Obama, and his big comeback. And Harrison's big comeback album was Cloud 9, his 11th album. So you see what I'm saying? This is amazing here, and I think that Olivia, in fact, does hint at Oliver. There's a connection here. Furthermore, olive is biblical, the olive tree. The movie Chicago is about a murder. Okay, so this ties to the attempted murder of Harrison, which in fact kind of was a murder because it's believed he ultimately died because of the stabbings. But of course, the Antichrist is a murderer who is from Chicago. Okay, and of course there are murders in the movie The Godfather. In fact, that's the plot of the movie, right? The murders in the movie. So that's also relevant. Now, also Michael Abram was 34 years old. And again, Natalie Wood died at 43 on the 34th anniversary of Israel, and she starred in Miracle on 34th Street at the age of 4+4. Now, the movie Cabaret is about decadent lifestyles and ignoring the dangers of a rising threat. In this case, Nazism, which ended up murdering millions of Jews. This further confirms that Wood's death points to the aliyah of Jews from America and the coming rising threat, and for those who have discernment, the threat that is already in place. In fact, those who are wise Jews should be noting this and be beginning to prepare for their aliyah, because you can already see the writing on the wall if you have wisdom. If you have lots of wisdom because you understand Bible prophecy and God's plan, then you should be on your way already. Now, there's a song, Maybe This Time, from the movie Cabaret, which has a constant buildup and is about an anticipation of a breakthrough or something happening. The name Wagner is German, and Robert Wagner is of German descent. Wagner murdered Wood. The German Nazis murdered Jews. Again, this ties to Walken, who starred as the quote-unquote Nazi experiments biotech-enhanced villain in the movie, the James Bond movie, and the Nazis also did the experiments with their injections, which is exactly what's coming. And what was the CVD disease SHOT was an experiment and a transhumanism experiment. It's the same thing that the Nazis were doing, which was outlawed by the Nuremberg court and was disregarded during the mass hysteria cult movement of the Blue Team during the CVD disease days. And again, cults are about coming together in a group in order to separate from others. And that's exactly the purpose of the MASKs and the things during that time. They served to identify who is in the cult and who isn't in the cult. That was the primary purpose of it. Psychologically, that's what was really going on within these people that were hysterically doing these irrational things, like taking an experiment that had never worked ever in the past in animal tests and always ended in disaster. The begins with an MR and ends with an NA thing. Yet none of that mattered. Nothing was rational. Craziness enveloped the land because it was a mass hysteria cult, and it was really a political. It was a weapon in the political persecution of their enemies. So the fact that true conservatives and Christians saw the truth about the matter made them want to force people to take it even more and use it as a weapon against them. They don't necessarily recognize all of this consciously, but that's what was really going on. Okay, so that's the point of Wagner here, and the tie to Wacken, who plays the Nazi-enhanced character, etc. It's this German descent, this name Wagner. There's a reason for the name Wagner. It's not just random. Because it's all tying to Aliyah. And of course, the big Aliyah in history was the Jews from Europe because of the German Nazis. And again, this is all about Aliyah, because Wagner threw Natalie Wood off the boat, which, as I explained earlier at the beginning of the video, is about Aliyah. Now, the name of Harrison's record label is Dark Horse Records. Its formation coincided with the winding down of Apple Records. A dark horse is a candidate who few people expect to win. Currently, few people expect Obama to become the president in 2029. In fact, I think no one does, except for me and those that are following, my friends that are following all of this. Harrison's Cloud 9 and 11th album was just, well, no. I shouldn't say that. I know that there are a lot of people that recognize that Obama is the Antichrist. I don't know if they really expect him to become the president again, though. Harrison's Cloud 9 and 11th album was distributed by Dark Horse Records. Harrison was himself the Dark Horse Beatle who unexpectedly rose to prominence after the breakup. So George Harrison, GH, 7th letter, 8th letter of the alphabet, gives us 78. And Wagner posted the photo, which is the thing that spawned all of this understanding here that's been explained in this video, in this email thread. This post by Wagner of the couple, him and Natalie Wood, at the Academy Awards, was on the 78th anniversary of the anniversary of Israel. The recognition of Israel at the UN. It's all about this restoration of Israel, this Aliyah. And George Harrison sung with Paul Simon, Homeward Bound. And he also died on the anniversary of the recognition of Israel. But now we know George Harrison gives us this 78, which confirms this prophetic significance that started this whole thread of understanding on the 78th anniversary of the recognition of Israel at the UN, the world, which will continue to gang up on the Jews of the world and force them to make Aliyah back to Israel at the end of the age as prophesied, so that they can be in the land of Israel in order to call upon Jesus by his name for him to save them at their darkest hour. Jesus said he would not return until they call upon him by his name. The prophet Zechariah, the end times prophet, at the end of his book, speaks of this in chapter 12, when the armies of the enemies of Israel are gathered together in the plains of Megiddo, ready to destroy Israel. And at that last second, the last minute, the Jews finally call upon Jesus to save them. And then the enemies of Israel are vanquished at the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ. The name Jesus in Greek is equal to 888 in Greek gematria. This 78th anniversary of the recognition of Israel at the UN, when Wagner, the German, posted about Natalie Wood, who he murdered. This 78th anniversary was also the 8 + 8 + 8th anniversary of the death of George Harrison, who sung Homeward Bound with Paul Simon, as in the homeward bound Jews in the ultimate Aliyah.